at Coletco for tonight's Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know, because it's about to let it snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The weather outside is frightening. One of this thing. Alrighty. Let's see here. This. We can leave that there. I'll go ahead and take this. Alright. Okay. Alrighty. The weather outside is frightening. Okay. Let's see if there's a straw up here. One got left. They should put those in the bag. Perfect. My mom always has a little box of random stuff restaurants give you, just in case you need it. Hopefully this works. How is everybody on this Tuesday? Is this Tuesday? Yeah. And where is everybody watching from? That's my next biggest question. Where are you watching from? Hatchet Ed is watching from Coletco. He's 5 feet away. All right. Virginia, Texas, Missouri, Wow, look at all these locations. England, South Carolina, New Mexico, North Carolina, Dominican Republic, Wisconsin, Iowa, New Mexico, Hartsville. That's right up the road. All right. Yes, I am pausing my mic. That's why the audio is dropping. I'm pausing my mic so you don't have to hear me chew, but I am done chewing. So now my mic's going to stay on until I get ready to eat this brownie and drink some more Diet Coke. Okay, so welcome to CollectCo. Tuesday night. Jerry, there's about 2 crates of new vinyl, and it's both pre-orders. And I actually I had an appointment this morning, so I was like, I doubt I'll have a lot of time to order vinyl, but I stayed up late enough this morning so we'd have a decent amount tomorrow. Otherwise, we'd have probably 3 days in a row with no new vinyl, so that is done. And one of the first hires I need to do here at CollectCo for 2026 is somebody to basically handle some online operations for me. So if you're local and you have experience in music and music ordering and media, or maybe you might be out of state and you're ready to move to Tennessee for a new beginning, I've come to the point, Tony, I'm just talking to you. I've come to the point where I realize for us to have a crazy amount of new deliveries and stay on top of the pre-orders, it's going to take the help of a full-time employee. And also somebody to run a whole lot of records and basically run a future website. So if anybody out there is looking for a job, that's going to be probably one of my first big decisions. And a couple requirements. You're going to have to put up with me on a very demanding level like everybody else here. Right, Jill? Some people can take it, some people can't. If you stop hearing me say somebody's name, that means they couldn't keep up with Chad. Second of all, you probably have to be extremely knowledgeable in music. Almost on a geek level, okay? Like everybody else that works here. So, especially for that position, you've got to know all the new stuff. If you don't know what it is, you're going to have to find out about it. And so, if there's any people like us that are so involved in music you can't even see straight, this might be the job for you. And then I think at some point, I'm not qualified to tell what's the other position, but I know we need some help in shipping and logistics at some point, and especially due to our projected growth for next year. So with all that being said, we're going to need a couple other people here ASAP. That one I told you about, that's very important. That's the most important to me, because at some point, I think somebody else is going to be ordering all the pre-orders and ordering all the new vinyl, but that means every night, since it's their job and they're going to have time to do it, you know. They're going to actually have time to sit down and do it every night. Somehow these sales, G was telling me this morning, she's like, well, when I first started here, you stopped at 10 or 11. Then it stopped at 11 and 12, and then 12 and 1. Now it's 1 and 2. And some nights we've been going till 3, especially Eastern time. So I just dropped a PC game. Luckily, the snap case is popping right back into place. People say I'm a demanding boss. Is that true, Jill? Jill said I can be. Okay. I'm demanding. I did have a haircut, yes. I did have a haircut. I'm a demanding boss. Well, I never did think I'd get to that point where people would be calling me demanding. That's... okay. I guess that's a good thing. Well, as Norm MacDonald would say, yeah, that guy's a real jerk. Norm MacDonald. Get all these PC. I failed to do a bundle last night. I was hoping we'd do a bundle on these PC games. This is where we left off last night. These are all computer PC games. There's 171 here. I was trying to sell them for $855, which is $5 a piece. My cousin, who does flea markets and stuff, he came by. I almost sold them to him. I told him he could triple his money. He was hesitant. I ended up selling him a bunch of CDs. I probably sold him 1,000 CDs this morning. That's the appointment I had. That's another reason I was up so late. I was here with him all morning. So here's all these PC games. And here's the rest. Okay. I'm about to look at the chat for the first time, and let's get started with this morning's flip video. There's our first empty crate. I'm going to look through the chat from the last 5 minutes. I think there was a question. Chad, who should I ask to see if you're able to pre-order a couple records? You can message or however you use email or message. Sometimes if you catch Laura on the chat and she's not too busy, you can do it that way. Or if you always message Ed, he can look it up. And this is another thing. We're getting more and more of that. Like every night it seems like we have 5 or 10 special orders. And that's me not even really promoting it. And so I figured if we did have somebody that could be in charge of that, that's ordering all of our new stuff on a daily basis. Because that's one thing. I mean, there's 611 new releases this week. I think we're going to have about 20 of them tomorrow. That's the ones I know and the ones I picked out. But let's say we could have had somebody post, and we only posted out of 611 new releases this week. We only posted maybe 5 pre-orders. I know Pink Floyd, and that was 3 of them. So there's 611 new releases coming out Friday, and we only posted pre-orders for, 1% of them. So if we could get somebody posting 10 and 20% of all the new releases every week as pre-orders, yeah. So y'all get where I'm going here. We would sell a lot more. All right. Okay. Let's go back up the top. 611 is a lot of releases. All right, let me go back up the top. New crate, and then over here, I'm down to the bottom. Employees, we're at about 12 or 15. 12 or 15, somewhere right in there. To counting part-time and counting me, we're about 15 people. I think if I named everybody off, it usually gets up to 15. Counting me. Should be pretty close. Yeah, it's 15. 15 last time I checked. That's a question for Tanner. He's in charge of payroll. Last time I listed everybody in that thank you post, I left out Jake, so I stopped I stopped naming off people because I forget somebody every time. All right. New vinyl for Tuesday. Tenacious D, Billy Joe, Neil Young, Dangerous Toys, Garcia. Alice in Chains, Monk Coltrane, Boston, Rage Against the Machine. Okay. Who's ready to get started? I'm ready to get started. Let me do something with this box. I might need this later tonight. Okay, I'll do a formal, our hiring process, especially for something full-time like somebody to be in charge of developing, putting list stuff on websites, etc. That'll be a whole application. There'll be a formal process to that. Meet with Tanner. Come meet with me at some point, possibly. So, for any one of those, we hadn't officially opened it yet because we have to keep track of. And I always hate. There's always a little something when I know that we're about to open up a job because I know a lot of customers ask, and I'm like, oh no, we've had 14 or 18 customers apply. That means we're probably going to make somebody upset we didn't hire them. I'm like, oh no, we can't hire all of our customers, I'm afraid. But most of the people that work here right now have some point were a customer. But when a bunch reply, I'm like, oh no, I'm going to make somebody upset because they didn't get the job, and I don't want to lose their business. Okay, so we have Lead Belly. Take This Hammer. Lead Belly. This is a 68 US reissue compilation. Alternate cover art, EX edition. Lead Belly's a $15 start. Lead Belly, first auction of the night. $15 start on Lead Belly. Let's put him right there. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? I'm about to drink my Diet Coke and eat my sugar, so hopefully I can get my morning started and I can focus and put on a really good sale. I've got to be able to perform well for y'all. I think I've had 2 restless nights due to me staying here too late, but I'm going to get focused, Jill, and we're about to sell a lot of records. We have the Smiths. How Soon Is Now? The Smiths is an 84 US Allied OG, gold stamp promo, VG Plus condition. The Smiths is a $15 start. $15 start on that one. Tony's heading out. See, Tony wouldn't work here if he hadn't become a customer.
I told you if you let me get the well wonders.
Yeah.
I promised you a number.
200?
202.
202. Tony has shipped, he has given me the number. They have shipped 202 packages today. That's why we call it 200 Tuesday. So a lot of people got tracking today. They tweaked one little thing today, and over 200 packages went out. Over 200 packages went out. That's a lot, especially for the kind of packages they've been putting together. All right. We have Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, $36.99. $36.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. This is remastered. The new anniversary comes out this week. If you don't want the anniversary, if you don't want the box set, this is the most standard remastered edition. This has been in print for a while. $36.99. Shout out to the shipping crew. When I was getting here, Tony gets here about 6 or 7 a.m. Seth was here at 5:02 a.m. Tony was here at 6 a.m. And I think when I left, after Charles left, about 9, after 9, the rest of the team started showing up, and they get a lot of stuff cranked out every day. It's pretty amazing. We have John Coltrane, Standard Coltrane. Now, Sean Lee Hooker wanted Monk, Coltrane, and Duke analogs. So I actually think these next 3 are also to Sean Lee Hooker. So let's do waiting list for these if anybody wants one. The first one is Thelonious Monk, Sonny Rollins, Ernie Henry, and Clark Terry. So this is officially sold to Sean Lee Hooker, Sean Fairweather, Master Moss 666. Duke Ellington, Blues in Orbit is another Analog Productions. That's $44.99. That's also sold to Sean Lee Hooker, Fairweather, Master Moss 666. And then here's John Coltrane, Standard Coltrane. That is $44.99. Prestige Analog Mastering, $44.99. That's also sold to Sean Lee Hooker, Sean Fairweather, Master Moss 666. Over here is the Smiths. Ted Turner bid 15, Mike Owen bid 15, then Mike Owen bid 18. The Smiths is a 3-track, $18 on that with Mike Owen. And then Lead Belly, Kathy DeMoss has Lead Belly for $15, okay? Here is a great MoFi pressing, Carole King's Tapestry. I feel the earth move under my feet, and this is new and sealed, $44.99. These MoFis are numbered on the back. I've got one copy left of Creed. This is the best of all the anthems in one essential collection. Creed, $33.99. Sarah Wyberdink, I still got the Kiss comic, $275. Where have I laid it? I think it's right over there. Yep. I still got the Kiss comic. Yeah, AC/DC is about to go up for auction. That wasn't a tease. That was just something I laid up there to be more aesthetically pleasing for vinyl than all those video games. This is a beautiful copy of Fly on the Wall, mastered by Bob Ludwig. OG EX or better. Has a little bit of a crease right here. AC/DC is a $25 start. Catherine Lutz wants a Carole King MoFi pressing. There's now one left. I've got 2 copies of Rick Astley, The Best of Me. This is on orange vinyl. New. It's a fairly new release, new compilation. Never Gonna Give You Up. And then we got Jack Johnson and Friends, Upside Down. This is the music from Curious George. $36.99. Laura just dropped off a new crate. We got Laura and John here today marking our new pre-owned stuff. A couple crates of new vinyl will knock out. Then it'll be a big vintage party. And once again, a big miscellaneous party for the rest of the night. Looks like she wants the comic. Great. You know, somewhere evidently, what did I just say? Somewhere evidently, we got another one of these buried around here somewhere. But this one's in pretty good shape. And nice pickup. Sarah Wyberdink, she's like, you know what? I better go ahead and buy it right now before I regret it. Awesome here. Marvel Comics Super Special, issue number 1. Sold to Sarah Wyberdink, $275. I love the comic. I wish they just like made these. Like, I wish they just would reprint these where they're exact replicas. Because, you know, something like this, I would love to look through it and probably read it. And I'm just afraid to handle it. You know, it's such a delicate item. So, or if you buy a low grade one, it's just like, well, I don't want to buy a low grade one. So, awesome. And it does have the poster centerfold, which a lot of them are missing. A lot of people ripped out the poster centerfold and hung it on their wall. So, very cool there. Yeah, I wish they'd reproduce those just like this, like an exact replica. I would buy one. I have one, another one around here somewhere, and we have officially started our first miscellaneous item. I'm going to put it right here, Jill. Thank you so much. You got Vegas fever yet? Okay. Smith's is at $22. We can go ahead and sell Lead Belly. Lead Belly is sold to Kathy DeMoss for $15. Thank you on that. And then the Smith's cover, probably about VG. Man, Jamie, you just missed Lead Belly. Holy moly. That was like the worst timing ever. The Smith's, How Soon Is Now. The Smith's, I would say the jacket, it could be VG Plus. It just has some shelf wear down here along the bottom. The front's okay and the back's okay. So yeah, VG Plus on that one. Okay, there's that. And then over here, AC/DC Fly on the Wall. No bid, $25 start on that. Beastie Boys, Beastie Boys, Ill Communication. I didn't even look at what I was pulling out of the crate because I'm over here making sure no one's bought it. Beastie Boys is $44.99. That's a gatefold double LP. And then Billy Joe Armstrong is on blue vinyl. I saw Jerry Stone buy one not too long ago. Yeah, 50 minutes ago. Jerry Stone on Billy Joe Armstrong. Now the Smiths is at $25. Now AC/DC's at $25. I feel like I had some more things to... Oh, yeah, I got some Elvis singles over here to run. Trying to clear off my shelf. Still ran across plenty of cool stuff to auction and miscellaneous tonight, so we still got quite a bit to do. Here's a really early Elvis EP. EPA 992 Volume 1, one of his first ones, 1956 Elvis. The early roots of rock and roll, a new invention in America, a new thing. It was called rock and roll. Rip it up. Elvis Presley, I would say VG+, $15 start on Elvis. There it is. Next is another Billy Joe Armstrong, and then we have Glass Animal Zabba, $39.99, straight price metal. I'd say we're pretty much done with straight price metal through the week because they've got new collections in, and we don't do FIFO here, first in, first out. We do whatever comes in first or most recent. I forgot what that method is called. So, yeah, the what metal, Laura answered the same thing I did, and we didn't even coordinate that. Yeah, I would say if they have any more metal, they've got so much new stuff now. Probably the metal, if there is straight price metal, it will be reserved for Thursdays. So we're not showing metal on Monday, Tuesdays. So, yeah. Neil Young, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. This is sold to Brandon Johnson, $24.99. That was my last copy if anybody wants on a wait list. Alice in Chains is sold to Mike Helton. I'm going to have one left. This is a live, unofficial Alice in Chains Palladium Hollywood, $29.99 for that. The Smiths is now at $27. AC/DC has two bids for $25. So, Tim Graham, you're tied on AC/DC. Wayne's came in first. The Smiths is at $27 with Mike Owen. Tim Graham does have Elvis for $15. Boston, this is their self-titled debut, More Than a Feeling. $24.99 for Boston. This is sold to Wayne Bartow. That's sold to Wayne Bartow. There's one extra copy left of Boston. Here's another great live Neil Young, Citizen Kane Jr. Blues. $24.99 on that. And then Jerry Garcia live. This is new, comes out Friday. It's live at Warfield, 1991. And we did sell one last night, and now we've sold one to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That's sold to you. And then the Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street, $44.99. A half-speed master, gatefold jacket. These come through quite often. I mean, it was a big album, but true OGs are kind of hard to find in great condition. Stones albums are known for being played to death. Tim Graham's in on AC/DC 28, and Ryan M. on Alice in Chains. That's sold to him. Chad, did you ever see David Uncode's Requiem from Harlan come through? Yes, occasionally. That's a kind of a rarity, though. Tenacious D is $29.99. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. That's sold to you. And then here's Kiss Alive, a 2014 remaster, $44.99. And then Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers, $36.99. Another classic album by the Rolling Stones, $36.99. And we have Dangerous Toys. Now, this is new. We had a pretty big pre-order for it. Shout out to Laura for posting that. I never got around to it, or we would have missed it. Another reason, like I said, we need to hire that new position. This is sold to William Lee Murray, Dangerous Toys. William Lee Murray, Dangerous Toys, and Allison Krauss and Union Station live. And this is $89.99. This is Allison Krauss and Union Station live, $89.99. Pressed to QRP. And if you want that original MoFi pressing, I don't know what the price is now with the new reissue, but it was at one point hundreds of dollars. Tim Graham gets Elvis for $15. That's sold to Tim Graham. And then Demolition from Dangerous Toys is all old songs never released. So there we go. This is actually new content from Dangerous Toys, just FYI. David Doyle, let me know which of the two Stones you want. AC/DC 29. What about the Smiths? Mike Owen had bid $27 on the Smiths, and I don't see a higher bid than that, so that's going to go to a final call then. And let's go ahead and put up another auction from the bonus crate. And from the bonus crate, we got Miles Davis, a 62 OG Columbia 6i. VG Plus, honestly. It's not too bad at all for this. We'll call it VG to be conservative. And that's a $15 start for Miles Davis at Carnegie Hall. $15 start on that. Okay? That's now up for bid. Always looked like a dinosaur on the cover to me. The Smiths has a new bid for $28. And here's what's left in here. Allison Krauss Union Station, $89.99. The Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers, $36.99. Kiss is $44.99. Another Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street, $44. David Doyle has dibs on one of the two or both. And then Neil Young's $24.99. Boston's $24.99. Glass Animal Zabba's $39.99. Billy Joe Armstrong $24. Beastie Boys Ill Communication $44. Jack Johnson and Friends is $36.99. Rick Astley The Best of Me $36.99. Creed is $33.99. Carole King Tapestry $44. And Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here $36.99. David Doyle wanted a copy of Sticky Fingers. Okay, so one Sticky Fingers left, and then 2 copies of Exile on Main Street. Nice. Okay, Smith's is still getting new bids. 27, 28, now 30. It's up to Tim Graham on AC/DC. Wayne Davis has it for 29, and Joe DeGaldo has Miles Davis for 15. And folks, those are going to once, and those are going to twice. Okay, for those that buy coins and silver from us, we actually got what we call a bullion package in from where we order from a lot of mint distributors. So it's a lot of brand new releases with coins and silver. I can't do a show Sunday. I'm going to be out of town. So maybe tonight, but also I was thinking like on Thursday, maybe, well, if anything, let me go back. Tonight, we're going to try to mix some of it in and try our best to show some of this stuff tonight, because it's honestly a lot, and it's not going to affect vinyl, but if we can show some of it here and there and sell it, there's some pretty cool stuff. I mean, I got some music-related silver stuff. I've got music-related silver stuff, so pretty cool. Pretty dang cool. Okay, so we got David Gilmour at Pompeii. I'm still looking for Transformers. The only thing in this crate I'm looking for is Transformers and Rage Against the Machine Renegades. So here's David Gilmour live at Pompeii, a 4 LP box set, $114.99 for David Gilmour. And then Rage Against the Machine Evil Empire. Evil Empire, Rage Against the Machine is $29.99. That's still available. AC/DC is officially sold. Wayne Davis, $29. And Miles Davis is sold to Joe DeGaldo for $15. Nice. And now the Smiths is at $30. Nick Bargeron's out, and that's sold to Mike Owen for $30. We're ready for all new auctions. 6:57 Central Time. Thanks, everybody, for spending your Tuesday night at Coletco. 53 people already watching. That's fantastic. Everybody's curious of what could pop up at any given time. I like the element of surprise here. I like being like, you know what? You just never know. Hopefully you're watching at the right time, at the right place. Here is Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive, is an 86 USOG Gatefold EX edition. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a $30 start. That's up for bid. And then I've got another Elvis single. This is Elvis Presley. This is Jailhouse Rock, a classic. Another Elvis picture sleeve from the 50s. 47703.5. 7035. It's VG Plus, VG Plus. Jailhouse Rock, a $10 start. So you got Stevie, you got Elvis. We got Def Leppard Hysteria. This is a 2 LP remaster, Hysteria, $44.99. And yeah, David Gilmour, great live concert here. Yeah, he ends the show with a 10-minute version of Comfortably Numb. He ends the show with Time, Breathe in the Air, and Comfortably Numb. 114, 4 LPs, not bad at all. Hello, Matt Nichols. You're welcome, Joe DeGaldo. Welcome, everybody else. We have Elvis. Elvis has a bid for 10. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 30. Several Kiss in here. This is remastered Hotter Than Hell. $33.99 for Hotter Than Hell. And then Peter Criss is $36.99. Peter Criss, $36.99. And then Rage Against the Machine Renegades. Mike Pierce got this one. I think he was the first comment this morning. This is sold to Mike Pierce, $29.99. I got one Rage Against the Machine left, and I got 2 Black Sabbath, Dehumanizer. Black Sabbath is $44.99. Dio did 3 albums with Black Sabbath. Heaven and Hell, Mob Rules. There was a little bit of a break, and then he came back in 92 and did this one, $44.99. I also got 2 copies of Kiss Revenge. A little bit tougher OG record to get. That's why those are so popular. $36.99 for Kiss Revenge. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's go ahead and do XTC here. XTC is an 82 Terre Haute OG. Original on her sleeve, EX edition. XTC is a $15 start. That's now up for bid. Becky Wells getting the Allison Krauss Live. Somebody just said in the chat they paid $600 for their sealed MoFi Allison Krauss. So that's the kind of money this was. I remember, I think Seth might have finally bought one, but he's, of course, a fan of country music, fan of Allison Krauss. And I remember forever, he's trying to track down one. And I was like, from what I'm seeing, that you're going to have to spend for back at the when we were first looking at them, they were hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So this was a pretty big deal to see this come back in print. For $89.99, it's a 4LP, 3LP pressed to QRP. So that's now at a great value. Becky Wells gets that one. Jay Nutra wants a Black Sabbath The Humanizer. There's some great songs on here. Yeah, I like Computer Gods. Where's that one at? Computer God, Master of Insanity, and That's probably my three favorite on that. So that's so to Jay Nutra. Here is the Kiss self-titled, $36.99, and then Kraftwerk Autobahn, $29.99. Elvis got one bid of 10 grams sold for $10. Stevie Ray Vaughan is up to Scott Dwallow. Scott, you're out on Stevie Ray Vaughan. There's a bid for $35. And then XTC, an 82 US Terre Haute, $15 start, EX condition. Original on her sleeve on that one. We have Pantera Cowboys from Hell. That's $29.99. $29.99 on Cowboys from Hell. Alexander Spence, OGs of this, hundreds, 400, 500. Really good version to have there, $39.99. Kraftwerk, the Autobahn, is sold to Matt Nichols. And then we have one copy of 7 Mary 3 American Standard, $39.99 for 7 Mary 3. Music on vinyl press. Hatchet Ed leaving? Hatchet Ed's leaving. I didn't even get to say hi to Hatchet Ed. Some nights when I'm really late, I have to just walk back here, turn on my computer system, and I start talking to everybody here after I start the stream. Because I've learned if I start talking before I start the stream, 30 more minutes can go evaporate. So I started the show and I'd even talk to anybody that was here still working. So Tony's left, Ed's left. I think Laura's in the back for sure. Jill's over here, so they understand though. I got to get back here to start the show ASAP. Glassjaw is $39.99. And then we have Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles. Gorilla and Testify Radio, two of the bigger hits on that one. $29.99. And then Madonna, The Silver Collection. So this album came out originally in '94. Don't get too many OGs of that. $33.99. Pantera is sold to Brian Tassin. That is sold. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold for $35 to Michael Fairchild. And now XTC can be bought for a minimum bid of $15. $15 on the minimum bid of XTC, okay? So somebody can snatch that up. And then 7 p.m. No. If anything, I'm going to stop tonight at like midnight and reset my sleep schedule. I have to. There's going to be some late night folks go, you got to be kidding me. We're not going to stay up to 2 a.m. and go through posters again. No. I've got to just, here in about 4 or 5 hours, I'm going to say good night. I'm going to hopefully make the flip videos quickly. And I got to go home and just like put on a mask and put in earplugs and go to sleep and reset my body. It's been rough. Everybody says I look sick. I sound sick. My mom keeps texting me thinking I need to go to the hospital. She's like, son, I think you need to go to the hospital. You're not acting right. Battle of Los Angeles is so to Kendra Stoltz. Thank you, Kendra Stoltz. That's so to you. Are you a first-time buyer, Kendra? How much was Kiss Revenge? That was $36.99. It's good motivation. It's good motivation when everybody comes in. They're like, Chad, you don't look good. You look bad. You sound bad. You probably need to go to the hospital. You probably need to reevaluate your whole life. I'm like, dang, can we get some motivational people in this building? Seth says I look like a zombie. He says it looks like I just crawled out of a grave. We have Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. OMD, The Pacific Age. Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark. This is a $25 start. OMD, an 86 US Indianapolis, $25 start. $25 start. Can we go ahead and do the CDs now? Yeah, I might have some panicking people. Okay, so up at the top, Kiss Revenge, Kendra on Rage Against the Machine. I got all the posters right here. Well, some of them out here next to me, yeah. And then we have Jay Nutra says, I'll take it. And Jay Nutra asked about Kiss Revenge. That's so to him. Okay, and nope, but my brother Scott will pick up for me. Okay, all right. So do we need to tag it? Who do we need to tag it for then? So you're not a first-time buyer, so we can put it under Kendra Stoltz. Okay, I'm sure they'll figure that out in the operations room. So that's sold to her, and then OMD $25, and then we have Oasis Familiar to Millions. That's live at Wembley 2000, 3 LPs. $69.99, and then Guy Clark, Austin City Limits. That's on green vinyl. Guy Clark, $39.99. Oh, it's worth it just for Homegrown Tomatoes. It's worth it just for the song Homegrown Tomatoes. $39.99 for Guy Clark. Slayer Christ Illusions, $34. Yes Big Generators, $29. That's on orange vinyl. Gorgira Fortitude on colored vinyl, $33.99. And the Razor's Edge, $29.99. OMD has one bid for $25. Elvis is a $10 start. No bid yet. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And let's do one of these rap albums. Run DMC, Raising Hell. Run DMC is an 86 Hot Pog OG. VG Condition, a $15 start. Run DMC, $15 start. That's in VG Condition. Okay? There's our 3 auctions. Now, am I crazy? Or Mike Helton said, Transformers the movie soundtrack. Did I skip over that? Am I crazy? There's no Transformers in this crates. This is Elvis Good Luck Charm and anything that's part of you. It's actually not bad. The vinyl on this one's closer to EX. $10 start on that. There's Run DMC. And then what was... I know what that is, Transformers soundtrack, but there wasn't one in this crate. There wasn't one in the last crate either, so I'm trying to figure out where he found that at. And I may have it somewhere else, but that's weird. I ordered that around the same time I ordered all these other music on vinyl pressings, but there's no Transformers movie soundtrack in here. We got AC/DC Gorgira, Yes Big Generator Slayer, Guy Clark Oasis, The Roots Madonna, Rage Against the Machine, Glassjaw, 7 Mary 3 James Spence, Kraftwerk, Kiss, Black Sabbath Rage, Peter Criss Kiss, Def Leppard, Rage, and David Gilmour. Okay? So Run DMC is now at 18. We're about to sell OMD for sure for 25, and Elvis has a bid for 10. I know what he's talking about, Transformers soundtrack. If one of those pops up, we'll say it's sold to him for sure. I just don't know the whereabouts of that record. And it's weird that that wasn't in that video. All right, let's go ahead and knock out. Ed says, need prices for Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Oh, he needs prices for the other one. Dang, I'd already ordered 2 of those. Okay, Counting Crows is in. That's okay. There's a new T-Rex album. I just ordered 2 of them this morning that comes out today, or comes out Friday, and it looks like we already got 2 of them in, so. All right, let's knock out the rest of these Pink Floyd box sets. All right. Hotter Than Hell music on vinyl. No, that's a regular 2014. To my knowledge, music on vinyl's never done any Kiss releases, but I could be wrong. Elvis is sold to Tim Graham for $10. OMD sold for 1 bid for $25. And that's sold to Ted Turner. Got an awesome new Pink Floyd release here. Let's go ahead and put up our other auctions right quick. And our other auctions are going to be the following. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. I'm going to walk through the store up front and make sure no Japanese got delivered. I didn't see any, but I could be wrong. There could be a box laying up there, but I don't think so. But let's go ahead. Well, let's not do that. We had a lot of Kiss last night. Let's do AC/DC. I've got AC/DC. I may mix in some Kiss here and there. I know we were saying we don't have enough for like a Kiss night anymore, but it's because we don't have much of a variety. I bet we have like 100 copies of this and 100 copies of, we have like dozens and dozens of the same album, different variations, etc. So AC/DC, for those about the rock, an 81 US Club, Columbia House Edition, gatefold, VG Plus, $15 on that. I'm going to try one more Elvis individually. Tim Graham has gotten all of them so far at minimum bid. I'm going to try one more different one, then I might bundle the last 4, okay? Here's one more. Puppet on a String and Wooden Heart. Puppet on a String and Wooden Heart, VG Plus, pretty cool. $10 start on that, okay? I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. There could be more Japanese CDs soon. And I know you're looking for Kiss. I, in fact, seen a Rock and Roll Over. Transformers is on rack. Okay. Wow, thank you. He saw that from Sunday's post, but that's weird. It was commented on this video. So let me grab that then. Here it is. Good job, Chris Frazier. You literally know where records in the store are at better than I do. And I basically live here. I basically lived here for the last 5 years. And you know where stuff is better than I do. This is sold. I forgot who got it, though. Let me pull back up his name in just a second. All right, so here is the new Pink Floyd 3 LP box, okay? Here's the new Pink Floyd 3 LP box. Wish You Were Here, $74.99. Why did that go away? Let me redo this. Okay, we already read off some people last night. I'm going to tell those names again. The people I read off last night was the following. Autumn Betts, Brandon Jones, Ken Crooker, David Howard, Glenn Kesey, Michael Carpenter. And now we're ready for more. And I ordered more last night live during the sale. So there'll be more coming tomorrow. The first one goes to Marsha French. Okay, then we had Clifford Umstead. And then Jerry Stone. All righty. And then we had Mark White, W-H-I-T-E, and then Shannon Mashaka. Let me pause there to update bids. AC/DC 2022. Run DMC, final call to Stephen Parton for $40. And then Elvis is a no bid. He's a buy it now for $10. Puppet on a String and Wooden Heart. That's a buy it now for $10. Also on Pink Floyd was Scott Beebe and Rob Fordham. There's 2 more sold. Scott Beebe and Rob Fordham. And then Eddie Passeur and Ken Cohen. Eddie Passeur and Ken Cohen. All right. So those are sold. John McPatriot on Elvis for $10. And I think I can put one more in here without starting a new crate. So let's go ahead and give one to Dean Tefford. Thank you, Dean Tefford. That's so to you. So yes, now this is full. Now we can start a new crate. Let me figure out where my empty ones are. Okay. I'm going to set this right over here. Looks like Laura's already delivered a crate. John's got 4 over here. I've got some new sealed stuff to start auctioning. I might go ahead and do that right now. Found a batch of sealed stuff laying around this store. Like, for example, here is a Post Malone record from back in August. When this was new, it was $55 list price. August 15th. So this is going to go up. Post Malone, sealed, F1 million, a $25 start. That's an actual photograph they took. They harnessed that truck from a crane and took that picture. $25 start on sealed Post Malone. That's now up for bid. All right. Okay. And it looks like the new Counting Crows came in too. So that's the next big pre-order. Two of the biggest things we have so far tonight, as far as new vinyl, are these 2 big pre-orders here. Plus a couple other things in these crates. A couple looks like special request. All right, so Richard Yeager. Then Rob Fordham comment again, but I know he probably only wants one. So we'll skip Rob for the second. We'll give one to Tim Floyd and Jim Sedal. Tim Floyd and Jim Sedal. Thank you, Laura. And we have one for Joseph Alves and Glenn Kesey. All right? So Joseph Alves and Glenn Kesey. Here's everybody. You heading out? Thank you, Jill. Here's everybody that's got a Pink Floyd box. Okay? Autumn Betts, Brandon Jones, Ken Crooker, David Howard, Glenn Kesey, Michael Carpenter, Marsha French, Clifford Umstead, Jerry Stone, Mark White, Shannon Mashaka, Scott Beebe, Rob Fordham, Eddie Passir, Ken Cohen, Dean Tedford, Richard Yeager, Tim Floyd, Jim Sedal, Joseph Alves, and then Glenn Kesey. I already read him off, right? Yep, I said Glenn Kesey twice. So give that next one to Charles Owens. So everybody on the pre-order got one perfectly. Last night, I already started taking down names. So let me tell you who went on a waiting list last night. I ordered 10 more, I think. I ordered 10 more. And I think there was 5 people on a waiting list. Wait a minute, I don't have that in my... I don't have that in my laptop, I don't think. Let me make sure, but I don't think I have that in here. I think that's at my house. But yeah, we took down 5 names last night. So that means we're going to have 5 extras for tomorrow. Yeah, I don't have those names in here. No, I do. Yes, I do. It was David Duell, Jeff Lawrence on 2, Mike Owen, and then there was 2 more names. That's what it was. There's 2 more names, and I wasn't for sure if they were a waiting list too. I don't have those down. But if anybody for sure wants one, that tells me there's going to be about 5 extra tomorrow. So there's going to be about 5 extra tomorrow. If anybody wants one, let me know. All right. Sorry that took so long. Run DMC is sold to Stephen Parton for $40. I think I saw 2 people already tonight that said they'll take one. Sean Holford, are you good? There'll definitely be one this week. Should be tomorrow. And you'll be number like 6 right now on 10. On 10 that's coming in. So Sean Holford will be about number 6. Amenities had AC/DC for 25. Post Malone's at 25. And then Sarah Wyberdink, her name. I think that's 7 approximately, counting the people I already had. So anybody else, Pink Floyd. Let me read you the hype sticker. Wish You Were Here, a 3 LP original album plus 2 discs of rarities with 6 previously unreleased alternate versions and demos. If I had time tonight, I would go ahead and crack into my Super Deluxe box. I'm going to wait tomorrow, the day after, so I have more time to listen to it. I'm very excited. Unreleased Pink Floyd music? Yeah, sign me up. Okay, I don't have prices on these. Let me go get my price sheet. AC/DC is about to sell for $25, and so is Post Malone. Counting Crows is coming up next. So if anybody else wants a Pink Floyd, that's the first option. What was I about to do? Price sheet. What have I done with that, Mr. Ed? Here we go. All right, some of these I got to throw stickers on right quick, a.k.a. price tags. So let me find my price tag gun. I got a really cool silver item here. These are $100. By the way, silver hit about, well, it surpassed $60 an ounce today, which is historical. These are $100. They came from one of our mint distributors. They're Ozzy Osbourne 1-ounce silver bars. 1-ounce silver bars. They're colorized with his memorial date, 1948, and they come with a COA. I've got 5 of them. These are $100. Let's see. Ozzy Osbourne Memorial Tribute Series, Rest in Peace, colorized art bar, minted 100. I have a whole card over here full of silver. Those are $100. Ozzy Osbourne silver art bar, 100. I've got 5 of those. Okay. Now, first thing in here is Kitty, Spit, and Kitty is $29.99. I've got 3 of them. $29. Yes, Super Deluxe. Yes, they did. They did. I saw your question. I was about to say I'm going to do those next. I read off some last night, but I'll read off more tonight. Aussies are $100. By the way, no sales tax on silver bullion. And Tanner does it somehow where he invoices it maybe even separately because of the way our tax coding is with Square. But yes, those will be invoiced separately. Post Malone, is sold for $25 to Chad Smith. Great price on that. Like I said, I think that we had to get that new from distribution. That would have been, well, that's less than what we just paid for it. So that's sold, and then AC/DC sold. We're ready for new auctions. AC/DC is sold to Chad Smith for $25. Looks like we sold 2 Aussie bars so far. These are 100 on the button. Stanley Richmond wants one, and so does Danny Thomason. Got a whole card over here full of bullion, and we're going to be knocking some of that out. Let me give y'all a card. There's a card, and there's a card. So there's 3 left if anybody else wants one. 1 ounce silver art bar for Aussie. $100, $100. And then 2 kitties are sold. 1 to Stephen Parton, 1 to Ken Granger. There's 1 left. For my knowledge, I'm pretty sure Kitty's like a female metal band, right? Aussie is sold to Paul Brothers, Jay Neutra, and Gerald Whitworth. So those are all gone. All 5 Aussies are sold. Those are gone. I don't have them anymore. Yeah, I woke up this morning. 5 people had texted me when they saw what the market was doing this morning with silver. I woke up to 5 different screenshots from 5 different peoples with the market today, and I was like, wow, unbelievable. We have Dio. This is called Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart is an 85 U.S. specialty OG pressing. It has the original on her sleeve, and it's a $30 start on Dio Sacred Heart. And then we have Static X Wisconsin Death Trip. Static X Wisconsin Death Trip is a music on vinyl press, $39.99. Now, I'm sold out of Aussies. The last person to get one was Gerald Whitworth. That's not something really I can do a waiting list for. I can try, but I think those are all sold out and gone. So, probably not something I can get. Yeah, Aussie. I mean, they're $100, 1 ounce, 999 silver colorized. But I think that was 5 and done. We can try to take a waiting list, but it's not like just something I can. We put in for a lot of bullion, a lot of art bars, a lot of limited edition stuff, and it's sometimes we never get it. Like we'll say we'll need 10, some kind of limited edition bullion they're doing. We'll put in for 10. It could be gold, it could be silver, and we just sometimes never get them. Or it could be like, well, they've pushed it back 6 months on manufacturing. So, but yeah, $100 if anybody wants to try to go on a waiting list. Those are sold out. Fire hose, FN, not a signature, just a label design. It looks like somebody wrote on the label, but that's actually how it was made. It's an 87 OG, $30 start on that. $30 start. That's now up for bid. Static X is $39.99. 1 sold to Scott Dwallow, 1 sold to Chris Frazier. That's now a waiting list. Kitty's now sold out. That's sold to Mark Morris. Stephen, if you want on a Wisconsin Death Trip, that's $39.99. And then we have Leona Lewis Echo, 2 LP red vinyl. Laura, do you know where this came from? Is it? I didn't order this. Is this a special order for somebody? This is $46.99. $46.99. Stephen Parton on Wisconsin Death Trip. Anybody want on the Kitty wait list, let me know. I don't know much about Leona Williams, but there she is. And then this is new for Friday. So I've got 2, and there's 2 more on the way. Mark Bolan, T-Rex, Bolan Zip Gun, 50th Anniversary Edition, blue vinyl. The 6th studio album by T-Rex, released in 1975. It has Lot of Love and Zip Gun Boogie. Anniversary Edition, die-cut sleeve and blue vinyl. And Mark Bolan, T-Rex, I've got 2 now and 2 more on the way. These are $39.99. $39.99 for Mark Bolan and T-Rex. Okay, so Leona Williams is Troy Robinson. Put Paul Brothers on a waiting list, okay? So this is sold to Troy Robinson. And then Troy Robinson put Paul Brothers on a waiting list. 2 T-Rex available. Dio, let's look at this one more time. This does not have a bid. Make sure you put the title and the bid price. This is an 85 OG with the original on her sleeve. $30 start. And then we got Fire Hose. Iffen. Fire Hose is an 87 OG, $30 start on that. Elvis bundle. Yeah, well, I've got the rest of the picture. I was going to sell all these individually tonight, but let's just go ahead and bundle the last 4. Are You Lonesome Tonight? Big Hunk of Love. I Beg of You. I Wonder of You, and Mama Like the Roses. 4 for a $30 start. 4 for a $30 start, Elvis picture sleeves. And then this is OCMS Xmas, Old Crow Medicine Show's Christmas album. I ordered this, I'm pretty sure. And these are $29. Yeah, I ordered 3. They shipped me 2. One's on back order. $29.99 for Old Crow Medicine Show green vinyl with autographed holiday card. So it comes with an autographed insert, and it's on green vinyl. Old Crow Medicine Show Christmas, $29.99. Okay, Paul Brothers on that waiting list. And oh, Glenn Kesey actually said, I want one more Pink Floyd. You know, I misread his comment. So I actually do have a correction on this Pink Floyd box. There's still one more person that's going to be on the pre-order post, and that's Charles Owens. So yes, this one does need to go to Glenn Kesey. I just glanced over here and reread that comment, and he was next in line. So Charles Owens, you're first on the waiting list, plus everybody else that bid. Okay, there's that. And then both Old Crow Medicine Shows are sold, Jamie McCord and Chaz Smith. El Snappatan, I did see you put Dio, but always make sure you put Dio and then the numerical bid. Now Tim Graham, actually, Scully Mac is now technically in first. So always when bidding, you put Dio and then the bid. If you just put the words, that's not really a bid. Most people are taking that as like a claim, or maybe I think you thought it was a claim and it's not, it's an auction. So the first bidder is Scully Mac at $30. And then Fire Hose is about to be a bot now. And then Elvis is tied. Chaz Smith bid 30 and Tim Graham bid 30. So Tim Graham, you're out on Elvis. The only thing left in here is Mark Bolan's Zip Gun. That's on blue vinyl, $39.99. Let's knock out this other crate, okay? So always make sure when you're bidding, you put the title and then a price. Otherwise, it's not really a bid, because it has happened so many times. I'll say, okay, sold to so-and-so. And they's like, no, I wasn't bidding. I was just trying to do a buy it now. It's very confusing. It sounds bizarre, but I do have some people who do not bid on stuff, and they said they never will. They only want to do buy it nows. So I have to make sure you put a numerical. So right now, you're out on Dio. Scully Mac has it for 30. Final call to him. Elvis is at 35. Let's pull up this Counting Crows bot now. And then I'm going to find this right here. Okay, so Counting Crows is $39.99. This has been out of print, remastered, new vinyl pressing, features the song A Long December, Angels of the Silences, and Daylight Fading. Okay, Counting Crows is $39.99. The first person who gets one is Derek Zazzaro. Thank you, Derek Zazzaro. All right, he already got one. And then Daryl Johnson and Amanda Davis. Daryl Johnson and Amanda Davis. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, and if there's going to be some left over and you want one, let me know. Scott Smith and Michael McCullen. That's so to Scott Smith and Michael McCullen. Corey Fager and David Howard. Corey Fager and David Howard, and then Jason Fornerat wanted 2 of them. 2 sold to him, okay? Fire Hose did not get a bid. This is a buy now for $30. Elvis is now at $35 of Tim Graham, and that means Chaz Smith, you're out, okay? Now, I'm assuming, El Snappatan, you do not want to bid more than $30, right? I have not seen a bid come in. This is a final call to Scully Mac. It's an 85 U.S. Specialty OG. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in EX condition. And Dio has one bid with Scully Mac for $30. This lot of Elvis singles is really up to Chaz Smith. Right now it's at $35. And then over here, continuing on the Black Crows, or excuse me, the Counting Crows, we got Chris Kirkley and Reed Gregory. Chris Kirkley and Reed Gregory. There's 2 more. Fire Hose is sold to Master Moss 666. And then over here we have Fred Cardinale and Scott Ranatan. Fred Cardinale and Scott Ranatan. And then Scott Beebe and Philip Young. Scott Beebe and Philip Young. Dio, he says, Sergeant Chad. And then over here, Dio 32, Dio 35, Dio 35. Lucas Patterson, Kelly Vlodarchek, and Stephen Parton, okay? That was the last 3, but my crate's pretty much full. Let me turn I think I can turn these three sideways so the spines, if you crisscross spines, they stack easier. All right, now that's pretty full. Don't want to fit any more in there. So that knocked out, and I think we have 4 extras, and I've already seen 3 comments. So I think we're going to sell out on the button on Counting Crows. All right, that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. Okay, and that means over here, the first person was Scott Dwallow, and then the next person was Brian Hickson, and then Paul Brothers. And then, yeah, Brian Hickson already got one. $39.99. $39.99 on that one, okay? So first thing I'm going to do is read off everybody. There's one left. Counting Crows, Recovering Satellites. Derek Cesaro, Daryl Johnson, Amanda Davis, Scott Smith, Michael McCullen, Corey Fager, David Howard. Jason Fornerat got 2. Chris Kirkley, Reed Gregory, Fred Carnell, Scott Ranington, Scott Beebe, Philip Young, Lucas Patterson, Kelly Volodarchek, and Stephen Parton. And there's 1 extra, and that's it. So all new vinyl tonight, 2 crates. I still got to do the Pink Floyd boxes, but we got 2 T-Rex Mark Bolan, and we actually already have 2 more on the way. That's $39.99. Elvis is officially sold to Tim Graham, this lot, for $35. Thank you on that. That's sold to Tim Graham for $35. All right. And I'm trying to get a hold of these Ozzy Osbourne silver bars. So that was the lot, everything from Wonder of You to Are You Lonesome Tonight. Whoever's tagging, I'm going to put these Ozzy back in this bag before they spill. And I'm going to grab our next piece. We even got some fractional gold. So our mint distributor sales rep we talk to almost every day, Tanner does. I'm in so many group chats. I every once in a while I'll sit down and read everything they've been talking about. But evidently the new hot thing is 1/1000th gold. So, you know, gold has gotten so expensive. A lot of people's having to buy it in smaller fractional increments. So the new thing is 1/1000th, and of course it's still, most of it's still, even at 1/1000th, it's $40–45 retail, but it's a great way for people to be able to obtain gold. You know, they can't buy a 1 ounce gold bar every other day. So I got some of that over here, and should be pretty cool to show some of it. Some of it's pretty collectible. A lot of it's, the coins are all government minted, and then they're doing all kinds of stuff. Superheroes, music people, etc., etc. Okay? All right, Ozzy's already sold out. I'm about to text Tanner because I don't think we can get any more. So I think those are gone and they're done. We have not sold Roy Ayers or Art Blakey. Dio has a bid for 41. Bob Riger wants a Mark Bolan zip gun. And I think we're good to go. So the last bid on Dio was Eric Dog at $41, final call. So the only thing I got to do now is tag the Pink Floyd boxes, and I'm going to figure out who had, I'm about to figure out who had the pre-order for this, or claim this Transformers. Mike Hilton. All right, so this went to Mike Hilton. There's only one no bid tonight, and the only no bid tonight is XTC. And this is an 82 Terre Haute reissue with the original inner sleeve. EX edition, that's just a $15 buy it now. We have Dio now moving to a final call. I think everybody's done. Eric Dog has it for $41. Sacred Heart, $41. There's that. Let's go ahead and jump over here. I'm going to keep this behind me. Let me bring this crate over. It's time for the nightly tradition of vintage check condition. I do have a lower crate. Let's knock out the check condition stuff. Buy it now, best offer, if I can find it over here. Yep. Great check condition crate. These are all going to be buy it now, best offer. You know, we're talking about Pink Floyd and Steely Dan and Steppenwolf and Fleetwood Mac and Cheech and Chong and Blackfoot and Van Halen and Michael Jackson and David Bowie, that kind of stuff, you know, that kind of stuff. Let me jump over here. These are going to be buy it now or best offer. Time for new auctions. Dio Sacred Heart is sold to Eric Dog for $41. There's that. And one of the first things, because I just saw Brent Robley's name, Just saw Brent Robley's name. And I think one of the things I need to show over here, because it's very, very, very seasonal, is this. But I'm going to do it right after I pull up this Pink Floyd box and introduce our next auctions. So our next auction is Tone Loc. Tone Loc, Loked After Dark, is an 89 USOG. EX condition, just a $25 start. It has Funky, Cold Madonna, and Wild Thing on here. Wild Thing. Tone Loc is a $25 start. That is now up for bid. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, the new Pink Floyd deluxe box sets. Last night we already tagged the following people. We already tagged Fred Cardinale, Hiram Aponte, and now Sean Lee Hooker, and now Kathy DeMoss. There's one left. $279.99. Thank you to those that I just read off. These are $279.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, anniversary box sets. Okay? $279.99. I have one left. Here's the hot picture. Extras, tchotchkes, clear vinyl, posters, etc., etc. The Super Deluxe, the Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, $279.99. I have one left. We have sold 4 of them. Anybody else, they're available. They are available. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Quicksand Slip. Quicksand is a 2012 U.S. reissue on limited edition green and yellow swirl colored vinyl. It has the original inner sleeve. It's a $75 start. Tone Loc is at $50 with SIG. Okay? Tone Loc at $50 with SIG. These, let me get the most up-to-date pricing. Okay? And if anybody for sure 100%, some people need these and want these for Christmas for gifts and stocking stuffers. Let me get the most updated price now. These are now 70. I just got an updated quote because it shifted so much today. $70. Okay? Christmas silver. Brent, I'm going to go ahead and pull yours out right now. Okay? And some people have a family tradition, like Brent, about Christmas silver. And I know even Tanner's dad has been getting silver for people for, 2 decades or something like that. So some people have to get their Christmas silver rounds to their friends and their family. It's just, unfortunately, this year, it's the highest it's ever been. But it could be even higher next year. Could be lower. That's the market on silver and precious metals. I'm going to have 10 Christmas silver rounds left at $70 a piece. And these, I got to make sure every year, and if I do get some, they're dated. And here's 10. And what I was going to say, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. If you for sure want to get these, we can go ahead and invoice you and get you get them in a box out this week so you have them for sure in time for Christmas. But I've got 10 left. They're $70. I like the Santa Claus design. And if you don't care when you get them, I mean, there's a chance you can get invoiced, and if they're called up and they ship next Tuesday, Wednesday, you might can get them. But like if it's like an emergency, we're getting to that point where it's starting to become an emergency for getting some. So $70 on those. Brent, I think Tanner's already, I don't know, we'll see, but we've got him already taken care of. And shout out to Brent for asking. Otherwise, I would have forgot. I'm going to go ahead and lay these on the table so they don't get mixed and I don't oversell. And now I have 10 left. They're $70. $70. Okay? So I'll leave those over here for a second. The last bid on Tone Loc was amenities at $55. And now Quicksand. The last bid on Quicksand that came in was, I don't know who. I don't think it has a bid yet, has it? No. Final call on Quicksand. $75 start on that. I'll start counting out the silver rounds. Let's go ahead and get started on some new vintage stuff. Hank Williams Jr., The Pressure Is On. That's EX 22.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Stevie Nicks Rock a Little. Stevie Nicks has the hype sticker, and it's a gold stamp promo, and has the original on her sleeve. She's VG, $9.99. And the Go-Go's Vacation. The Go-Go's is VG condition, $9.99. Three Dog Night Cyan. This has the great song on it, Shambhala. VG plus $9.99. And David Bowie Golden Years. David Bowie's a compilation, VG condition, $14.99. All right, I'm going to show another auction item right quick. Oh yeah, let me go get my punk. The reason I was so late here this morning, my cousin who I've been doing business with, he basically helped me get started in all this. I started selling comic books for him on eBay back when I was literally in junior high. And when he collects comics and deals in comics and toys, but he runs across punk stuff every once in a while, punk and hardcore. And he brought in some pretty cool stuff to me, and we did some trading. I traded some punk hardcore singles for some CDs and other stuff. So look what I got. I got a little small collection of punk and hardcore singles I literally just picked up today. I've looked a few of them up because, I wanted to be fair to him on value. This one here has confused me. I think this one's pretty good, like $50, $75, $100. The rest of them were pretty good, but honestly, I've mixed them up now and I can't remember. So what I'll do is let me start putting these up for auction. And they're all from, he said he got them from the guy who originally bought them. So there's that. Over here, we have Tone Loc. The last bid was Amenities had bid 55, and then Sig had bid 65, and now Amenities is at 70. Let me go ahead and start counting out the silver because I think we've sold the last 10. These are 2025 1-ounce pure silver rounds. It's got a nice Santa Claus on the front, and they're dated 2025. Mike Massey got 1. Charlie DeFrank got 2. Stanley Richmond got 2. And then I just seen one more come in. Kathy Hodges got 1. So I've got 4 Christmas silver rounds left, $70 a piece. I've got 4 left if anybody wants them, okay? 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, right? Let me spread these out over here. 1, 2, 2, 2, 1. And I've got 4 left, it looks like. So there's 10, there's 1, there's those 2, there's 2, there's 1. All right, nice. Okay, there's that. I still got Counting Crows. Jerry, I was waiting for you to get that. I was like, unless Jerry's already got a pressing, I thought you would be all over this. There we go. So did Jerry Stone. And now the only new thing left tonight, well, I guess I have the Pink Floyd. I got 1 Pink Floyd box set, and I've got 1 Mark Bolan. That's it. So we're almost done. Okay, now over here on the vintage stuff, the first claim over here was Robin Glenn on Stevie Nicks. Thank you on that. Melanie Jennings on the Go-Go's. Leuven Brothers is still available. Go-Go's. Melanie Jennings on Bowie. ST was second. Tone Loc 70-75. And then we have 2 more silver rounds sold to ST. I've got 2 left. 2 2025 silver Christmas rounds left if anybody wants them. Okay? 2 left. Those are sold to ST. Tone Loc 75 And nobody bid on quicksand, right? Let's get some new auctions up for sure before we get back into the vintage crate. This is a $75 buy now on quicksand. $75 buy now on quicksand. Tone Loke is at 75 with Sig. By the way, this is OG. This is Loked After Dark. It is EX, Wild Thing, and Funky Cold Medina. There's that. And we have over here, we have Matt Nichols on 1. I have Matt Nichols on 1. And then we have one war left, and then over here is Public Enemy, Fear of a Black Planet. Fear of a Black Planet. This is a 1990 OG. Unfortunately, though, it's VG minus. Laura play tested it. It has a couple feelable marks on side A, but it did not skip. So this is a low-grade copy. By the way, the cheapest this record has ever sold for is $12. High-grade copy selling for as much as $100. We're going to start it at $15, okay? And then let's do the Leuven brothers, okay? There's that, and then there's one silver round left. Let me lay these over here before I drop them or something happens. Mike Massey wants to pre-order for the next 18 years. I will keep you in mind. We have a little list going of people who get Christmas silver every year as a tradition. So, yeah, I'll keep you in mind. Yep, I'll keep you in mind for sure on that. And let me go ahead and sell Tone Loke, and let's put up this other one. Kathy says she'll take the last one. Okay, so did Kathy. So yeah, silver, especially like this, never trades at spot. There's no way you can buy brand new silver rounds at spot. If so, give me a call and I will come get them. So new stuff, new bullion, especially right now in today's market, nobody trades it at spot. The cost of manufacturing and acquiring this right now, there's no way. So yes. Now, sometimes in the market, I remember 4 or 5 years ago, you could buy stuff at spot or a little below, like cheap melt, but brand new retail bullion, especially something like Christmas silver that's dated, does not trade at spot. A lot of it right now is 70 plus for 1 ounce silver rounds for sure. And it depends on what it is. Some of them are 100, 125 for certain art bars and stuff. Tone Loke is sold to Sig for $75. And then Quicksand over here is sold to Darren Johnson for $75. Public Enemy has one bid for $15. We have Jackson 5 looking through the window. Somebody just asked me, did I have any Jackson 5 stuff? Here it is. VG Condition, $12.99. Queen, The Works, VG Plus, $29.99. An 84 Winchester press. VG Plus, $29.99. And then the B52s, VG Plus, $24.99 on the B52s. Leonard Skinner, Gold and Platinum, VG Plus, $14.99. And then over here, this is VG Plus, $34.99. This is Warm Leatherette by Grace Jones. Grace Jones, Warm Leatherette, as seen in James Bond, View to a Kill. Over here, somebody asked for the Leuven brothers. Yeah, let me find that. Is that Satan is Real? Is that the one I saw in the hot picture? That's weird. Why was I just reading about Charlie Leuven? Is he the one his wife shot, or his wife shot him, or something like that? Is that what's in here? Hold on one second. I don't even know what we have. Boy, we got some cool stuff, though. I'm getting sidetracked. There's so much stuff going on. It's that time of the night. There's so much stuff going on. I'm kind of confused. Yes, Satan is Real. This has always been kind of a grail among country music collectors and just record collectors in general. Yeah, they're always beat to death. This one's beat up too. It's a 1959 mono. 1959 mono, play tested. This LP looks rough, but it did not skip. There's definitely a lot of background noise and crackling. So right now, there's 0 copies for sale. 0 copies for sale. The lowest one's ever sold for is $35. And that's what we're going to start this one at. We're literally starting this one at the cheapest ones ever sold for. So very, very low grade disc. It looks rough, but it plays okay. G++ VG minus, $35 start. So the last time I had a really nice one was Fred Goodwin's collection. What, 4 years ago, 5 years ago? Charlie Leuven had signed it. We sold it for $300-400, maybe $500. It was super nice and it was signed. Ira Leuven would be a very tough signature. He died in, somebody could fact check this, he died in the early mid-60s. He got shot like 5 times from his wife and didn't die, but then he died later in a car accident. Yeah, there it is. He died. Yeah, he died in a something like that happened. I don't know. Crazy Wikipedia read to click on that one. Okay, so over here we had Chaz Smith on the Jackson 5. This is sold to Chaz Smith. Chaz Smith on that. Robin, you were second. Public Enemy 15 and now Public Enemy 17. Fox Digital, you were third on the Jackson 5. ST on the B52s. That's sold to ST. Skinnerd has an offer for 10. Let me make sure there's no more offers or claims. Nope, this is sold for $10 to Scully Mac. Public Enemy 18, 19, 20, 22. Public Enemy 20, 25. Public Enemy 29. Leuven Brothers 35. Leuven Brothers 35. Leuven Brothers 40. Okay? That's for solo albums. Okay, we had one last night. So Scott Dyer or anybody else watching new. Scott Dyer or anybody else watching new. Just so you know, any kind of vintage request, you just kind of have to wait and see if it pops up in the crates. Because right now, I honestly don't know what's in here. Honest to goodness. I kind of glanced at them a second ago, but I don't know what's in here, and everybody else is just kind of waiting to see what pops up. So these are all first come, first serve. If a Michael Jackson album pops up, it'll be whoever grabs it first. So it's kind of like we're going through new arrivals all together. Everybody's got a fair shot, and we really don't do requests. Otherwise, you could see it get kind of crazy. There'd be people asking for everything, and I'd be having to dig and look, and we just kind of go with the flow, whatever pops up. Queen is sold to Travis Woods for 22. Leuven Brothers is at 45, and Public Enemy's at 30. Public Enemy's at 30, the Leuven Brothers at 45. Okay, here is our first hardcore / punk single, Only the Strong, the compilation. And this is a, let's do this one for a $10 start. Only the Strong, the compilation. And it looks like it has an insert with it, Victory Records, $10 start on Only the Strong. Now, some of these could be pretty dang good. So I hope everybody's checking some of these. Some of these could be pretty dang good. $10 start. What is the Pink Floyd box? That is the new Wish You Were Here Deluxe, $279.99. The new Wish You Were Here Deluxe. Okay. Next is Gabor Zabo Night Flight, VG Plus $24.99. We're doing vintage buy it now best offer. Van Halen, their self-titled debut album, first press with the inner sleeve, VG Burbank label, $29.99. We'll call this a VG copy, $29.99. Satan is at $46. Public Enemy's at $32. And Only the Strong, the compilation, is a $10 start. We have Dire Straits, VG Condition, $14.99. $14.99. Chad is our workhorse. We say jump. He says how high. That's right. I have, every once in a while, I'll get to the point. Some people believe maybe I'm a chat bot. And I guess it appears that way because I try to answer everything. So I get a lot of input questions in the chat. And I guess I'm like an AI thing now, and I just read off everything that comes through. And I'm over here drinking Diet Coke. I'm one of the few AI chat bots that's fueled by Monster and Diet Coke. Blackfoot Strikes, Train, EX $17.99. We have the Leuven Brothers at 47, Public Enemy 33, Leuven Brothers 50. And then over here, we have Only the Strong. Darren Johnson has that for $10, final call. The Leuven Brothers is a very low-grade copy. I mean, it's playable, though. G++, VG-. Laura says, did not skip, but there is background noise and crackling. Tough record to get. Any kind of condition. If I saw this anywhere in any kind of crate, in any collection or store, I would grab it. I'd be like, wow, that's something you don't see too often. Satan is real. And I don't know the whole story. I don't know if it was low production. Maybe the jacket kind of controversial. I don't really know. I actually just read about it the other night, though. That's like a cardboard, 12-foot cardboard cutout they made. And these are evidently tires These are tires that they set on fire. You can see one back there. See? That's a tire they set on fire to make the cover. So that's like a 12-foot cardboard cutout of Satan. And then they set all those fires. I think it's just because of the cover. You know, I think it's collectible just because of that. It's been tough to get for a long time. Blackfoot. Blackfoot. Let's do this one for 14. And Matt Nichols was going to take it at 17. So once again, I just shot myself in the foot over $3. But $14, Rick, that's yours. Heart, Dreamboat Annie, a classic album. VG condition. Heart is 12. Magic. This whole side is A+. Magic Man, Dreamboat Annie. I love Soul the Sea. Crazy on You. VG $12.99 on that one. And Whitney Houston in Shrink and Hype. VG condition $12.99. Rick Hall on Blackfoot for 14. Only the Strong is sold, and that is sold for $10. Okay, $10 on that. Let me try to put. Do I have sleeves nearby? I wish I had a box of sleeves. I'd go ahead and be sleeving these up. I'll just do it like this. All right, so whoever's tagging, it's supposed to come with that, this, and that. We'll keep that together. That's sold for $10, okay? Next is Prince, VG $24.99. Prince is $24.99. This is called Dirty Mind, $24.99 on that. Now, Satan and Public Enemy. Satan is real is at $51. And then over here, Public Enemy, the last bid was ST. Let's look at this one again. More rap we don't get very often. 1990 USOG. Once again, VG minus, but play tested. And it does not skip. And it's with ST at $33. Heart was VG condition, $9.99. These are all new vintage, buy it now, best offer. Here is Hardcore 1990, East meets West. Hardcore 1990, East meets West, $10 start on that, okay? Greg Ken Band, Next of Kin, Shrink and Hype, VG Plus $9.99. And we have Streets, wow, another cover with flames all over it. Street Survivors, VG Plus $49.99. Let's see if it has all the inserts. It has the original MCA inner sleeve, and it has the liner notes insert. The only other thing it's supposed to come with is a merch insert. Not in here. Boy, I always check this gatefold. There is a couple times, I don't know for what occasion, but they did sign the gatefold of this, which is a fortune. If you ever find one, obviously, please give me a call. I'll fly to you and come by it. But that's a tough one. $49.99. Okay. Van Halen was VG $29.99. Hardcore has a bid for $10. And next thing we have is Simple Minds. Don't You Forget About Me from the Breakfast. This is the 12-inch single. VG Plus $16.99. Okay, so we're done on Public Enemy. Leuven Brothers, I think we're done on. Hammers up on both auctions. Big stuff here. Public Enemy 33, Leuven Brothers 55, and Tim Holloway gets Heart. Okay, here's some of the advertised auctions that are still available. Not counting all the bonus and surprise stuff that I've now dug up, like Punk and Hardcore 45s, plus the bonus crate, plus the Kiss crate, plus Chad's crate, and then don't forget over here, I've got live hermit crabs we're bringing out tonight. Live, that's going to be my new thing. Live hermit crabs. First thing over here is Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight. VG Plus $14.99. And Cheap and Chong, Cheech and Chong, Sleeping Beauty. That's VG $12.99. And a lower crate's on deck. A lower crate is on deck. Next is ST on SM. That's for Simple Minds. Matt Nichols was second. Cameron Tiger third. Amenities offered $20 on Van Halen. Let's let it roll. Sold to Amenities for $20. And then over here we have Scott Dwallow on Cheech. Okay. Hardcore sold for $10. Darren Johnson. Public Enemy is sold. Public Enemy is sold for $33 to ST, and the Leuven Brothers is sold to Chuck Haley for $55. Okay? Here we go. Boom. Don't you forget about me. Hey, 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 hey. Boom, doom, doom. Whoa. We have Swamp Dogg, Dolly Parton, The Clash, AC/DC, David Bowie, Cockney Rejects. We have Versus, Dead Leaves, Buzzcocks, Weezer, Mo-Fi, Violent Femmes 3, The Velvet Underground, Iggy Pop. Who is this here? Bobby Hutcherson, The Jesus Lizard, Roy Ayers, Art Blakey, let's do that one right now. Art Blakey and Minor Threat. Wow, that would be a great mix-up. Back in Your Life, Television, Minute, Flag, Bowie, Betty Davis, Lee Hazelwood, The Replacements, Minutemen, Suicidal, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Johnny Thunders, Big Trouble in Little China soundtrack, Wire, Bootsy Collins, plus all the bonus stuff and all these other 45s. Wow. Okay, so we have Art Blakey, Orgy in Rhythm. I was making sure I was reading that correctly, okay? This is Blue Note 1555. This is a 1959 U.S. reissue, mono. VG minus, no fillable marks, but heavy scuffing. The cheapest this record has ever sold for is $23. We're starting it at $20. Art Blakey, VG minus, Blue Note, 1959 mono. VG plus copies have sold for $117. That tells me two things. Mint condition copies are rare, and a mint condition copy would be hundreds of dollars if a VG plus is selling for $117. So there's that. And then here's Minor Threat. Minor Threat is an 87 U.S. reissue. It has an alternate cover from Discord Records. This one was pressed in 87. EX, a $35 start. $35 start. Now, first thing we have is this. I've never seen The Breakfast Club, by the way. Add that to my list. James Cohorn, You Were Next on Cheech and Chong. It's Prince OG. Prince was a 1980 Jacksonville press. Yes. Okay, and this was marked VG $24.99. Somebody asked if it was OG, and then somebody made an offer. We'll have to give it to whoever wants it first if they get dibs. Art Blakey, 20, 22, 25, 30, 28, now 40. And then Journey Escape. Journey Escape is VG condition, $9.99. The title of the Roy Ayers album was, what was it? It was Black and Green, Red, Black, and Green. Okay, next hardcore single is Rebuilding, 7-inch hardcore sampler. Rebuilding, 7-inch hardcore sampler. $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. Here we go. Oh, great knee pop. All right, great vintage LPs in here. We have Cheech and Chong, VG Plus condition, $19.99. And we have Fleetwood Mac Mirage. Fleetwood Mac Mirage is VG condition, $9.99. Bob Seger Live Bullet, VG Plus, $17.99. Yes, this is a buy it now or best offer bid. We put up two new auctions, Art Blakey, Minor Threat, and Rebuilding. Art Blakey had a bid for 20, 22, 25, 30, 40, and then 41, 45. Minor Threat did get a bid for 35. Art Blakey, 50. And then over here, Art Blakey, 55. The 45 has a bid for 10. And then we have an offer on Prince for 15. All right, so we had an offer on Prince for 10 and 15. The price is $24.99. Fox Digital, you have dibs. I'll do $18 on Prince. $18 on Prince. Okay, and then Journey. We have Scott Dwallow on Cheech and Chong. We have Charlie Buck on Journey for 7. All right, and then Ivan also bid 10 on Rebuild. There was somebody that bid $10 first, though. We have Cheap Trick for $10 sold to There Goes Mark. Sean Miller gets Bob Seger. Two more records, and I'm going to update these other auctions. Love Over Gold, Dire Straits, a Mexico press, VG Plus, $19.99. That's on Vertigo, too. Pretty cool, Dire Straits. And then ELO, a New World record. ELO is VG Plus, $14.99. So, first thing is the first person who had dibs on Prince was Fox Digital, and he is going to get it for 18. And then we had our new viewer watching, and then somebody else just claimed it. So a lot of activity on that one, but that one is sold for $18 to Fox Digital. Let's start with Art Blakey and figure out what happened with Art Blakey. I'm showing Art Blakey with Donna Turner at $55 and everybody else is out. $55 with Donna Turner. This is a 59 mono reissue VG minus. Minor Threat still has one bid with Ryan R for $35. It's an 87 US reissue. Okay? And then this is called Rebuilding, the 7-inch hardcore sampler. Two people have bid $10. Robert bid $10 and Ivan R bid $10. We got a little handful of some hardcore / punk 7-inch singles we're running tonight. All right, now Minor Threat has a new bid with Darren Johnson for $36. That's on the board. Darren Johnson, Minor Threat, $36. Ryan M., you've been outbid. John McPatriot first on Dire Straits. Scott Dwallow second. ELO has an offer for $10. That's sold to Robin Glenn. Moving right along. Next is Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury. VG Plus $14.99. And then we had Patsy Cline's Greatest Hits. It originally came out on Decca. This is an MCA, the first Decca press, or the first MCA press, VG $22.99, or excuse me, VG $12.99, crazy, Patsy Cline, and VG $14.99 for Alphaville, Forever Young. Alphaville is a gold stamp promo, VG $14.99. Skinnerd, $38. Let me see what I had on that one. Matt, I will do this. Let's make it $40 and it's sold to you. $40 and it's sold to you, Matt. Minor Threat has a new bid for $40. The Robin Trower is Victims of the Fury, VG Plus $14.99. Minor Threat $38. The 45's at $14 and Minor Threat's at $40. Okay, Fat Boys. Fat Boys is an 84 sub Herval, VG Plus. Wow. $34.99. Fat Boys, VG Plus, $34.99. Skinnerd is sold for $40 to Matt Nichols. Jay Nutra gets Robin Trower for $10. And now, nobody else bid on Art Blakey. This is sold to Donna for $55. Thank you, Donna. That is sold to you for $55. Looks like Minor Threat still getting a couple bumps. And I just seen an out on Minor Threat. And so Ryan M. has that for $40, and Rebuilding is at $14 with Robert Warner. We're in a vintage buy it now best offer crate. Somebody asked for Wire, so let's go ahead and run that. Then I'll do the Roy Ayers. Somebody asked for that. This is Wire. I'm trying to figure out what this cover is. Maybe I'm supposed to look at it that way. Wire Snake Drill. Wire is an 86 OG, no condition. It's a 4-track. $15 start on Wire. Does have the original Enigma inner sleeve. $15 start on that one. Danny offered $20 for Fat Boys. That is going to be $30 if you want Fat Boys. And now FT has an offer for $29. So Danny, $30 if you want it. If not, I think Amenities bid $30. And then Rebuild has a bid for $15. And then Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. I love the hype sticker. Do It Again. Are You Reeling in the Years? This is OG first label. VG Plus $29.99. Are you reeling in the years? Natasha, I'm glad you commented 3 dots. You missed a couple great indie crates last night that Laura marked. And I hadn't posted them anywhere else yet, but we have another one coming up. Because there's a couple people I was like, man, we're missing like 2 buyers. Or all these records were probably sold, or we probably could have done a bundle deal on them. So just FYI. Those, and maybe later tonight I can go through the other ones again. Steppenwolf is EX $17.99. And then we have Starship No Protection, VG Plus $9.99. So let me ask, first of all, I want to make sure Amenities was offering $30 or $29 for Fat Boys. Danny has first dibs. If Danny passes at $30, then Amenities might want it for $30. And then Ninja Pody said he'll take it at $30. Rebuild has a bid for $15. Rebuild has a bid for $16. Ryan Mustaine on Steely Dan. And then Amenities, you were second on Steely Dan. Minor Threat is officially sold to Ryan M for $40. And then over here, we got Rebuilding is at $16. Did Wire get a bid from anybody? I don't think it does have a bid yet. $15 start. I think I had the bid for Minor Threat for $40. Oh boy, what have I done? Minor Threat, Ryan M 40, Darren Johnson 40. Oh, y'all were tied. Ryan M went out. Preston Rose went out. Oh, okay, wait a minute. We might not be done on Minor Threat. Okay, so let me clarify this. It looks like Minor threat. It looks like Darren Johnson bid 40, and then Ryan bid 40, and then Preston went out. I don't think Ryan has said out yet. He didn't. I thought it was down to 2. It was 3. Now it's down to 2. So Ryan M., you're tied. Darren Johnson had it first at 40, and you're out, by the way. My bad. Danny Thomason does get the Fat Boys for $30. Okay, the 45 here, Robert has it for 16. It's up to Ivan R. on that one. And then there's Wire. Okay, the next question is Steppenwolf. So this is the MCA press. No, this is the first label. ABC Dunhill. That's the first label for that one. The vinyl's EX and probably VG Plus cover. Just a little bit of spot of wear, but of course, great track listing. Born to Be Wild, Hey Lottie Mama, Magic Carpet Ride, The Pusher, Suki. Some great ones on there. Boy, Magic Carpet Ride. I'd like to be, yeah. You can call me Chad K. We have Styx Cornerstone. This is VG Plus, $14.99. Styx Cornerstone. And we have Grace Jones, the second one in the crate, Living My Life. Grace Jones. Oh, that's actually on her eye, isn't it? I thought that was a piece of paper on the cover. Grace Jones is VG Plus, $17.99. Mike Pierce gets Steppenwolf for $15. I like to be. This is called Rebuilding. 7-inch hardcore sampler. No Escape, Gorilla Biscuits, Turning Point, and Burn. We got some really cool punk and hardcore singles here. This is sold to that has a high bid. Sorry, my brain went dead. I forgot to do something last night. I meant to take pictures of those records that we sold. That Iron Cross, I bet he already shipped it. Paul took pictures, but I bet I forgot. Shoot, that's okay. Paul took pictures of it, though. I need to take pictures of that other one. We've sold some rare stuff here that has not got the recognition on, like, social media. You know, one thing when you're a record store and you want people to follow your page and, you know, get new customers and get people talking about you all over America so you can grow your business. One thing, you know, we get like super rare Hall of Fame records and we get them and we sell them so fast on here. I mean, I don't even get a chance to look at them myself. It's just like, or listen to them or even examine them just to see what they look like, to look at a real one. And boom, it's like they're already shipped out and they're gone. It's like as fast as we find stuff in this building, it goes to a hot picture, it goes here, it's auctioned, and it's all sold. There's no ever leftovers. There's no high-end crate anymore. And so, like, I try to photograph really high-end stuff, the front, back jacket, the labels, the matrix numbers, you know, post it on Instagram, let people know, hey, we sell rare, really hard to get records every night here, 8 hours a night, every day. And I just remembered I forgot to, I hope they hadn't shipped, but I think one of them already has, but no big problem. Okay. We sold Steppenwolf for $15. This is sold, okay, this is sold over here to Robert Warner for $16. And then we have Wire over here, did not get a bid. I was hoping the person who asked for it, this would, I don't know if they were still watching or not, but now it's gone. It did not get a bid. And then now we can sell Minor Threat to Darren Johnson for $40. Okay? Sold for $40. There's that. All right. Another hire. I know. Make that 5 new people I need to hire. Fleetwood Mac and Starship, $14. Fleetwood Mac and Starship, $14. These were VG and or 9 and 9. Okay, 7 and 7. 7 and 7. These are sold for 7 and 7 to Classic 80s Rock. Wire is sold to John Stevens for $15. I missed the high-end crate. Yeah, I do too, but there's nothing ever left behind. It's always gone, which is a great problem to have. I don't mind not having a high-end crate because it all sells right here. That's why we don't have one. It's all gone by the end of the night. XTC Go 2. This is our only no bid. Speaking of no bids, this is the only one tonight. XTC is $15. OGEX. The Misfits is new and sealed, $33.99. And then Minutemen next. You got it. All right, let's put up Minutemen. Minutemen is an 84 USOG VG Plus condition, a $55 start. Double nickels on the dime. Minutemen is an 84 USOG, VG Plus, $55 start. $55 start. I think Paul sent me pictures of Iron Cross. Let me ask Ed. I don't think it's probably laying over there. Let me see. Paul sent me. Okay, he sent me great pictures already. That's good. Yeah, Paul sent me good pictures. Yeah, that's worthy of. That's photography worthy. The other one is the I think was an incredible record, the Sugar Hill Gang test pressing, like a test pressing of an album that arguably started rap music. So we had an original test pressing of that. That's like a rarity. That's like Hall of Fame level in my opinion. So that one just kind of slipped in. We found it. We had it discovered for 48 hours maybe, and then it's gone, and it's probably going to be shipped out this week. So, boom. Minutemen 50, 55, and Minutemen 55. But I know who got it, so if it's already shipped, I can get pictures of it. Okay, our next auction is this. We got Weezer. This is a MoFi pressing. Weezer is a 2012 Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab pressing. Limited edition with insert, a $35 start, okay? So, let me get back into focus here. Whoop. I got one thing and I got sidetracked. Minutemen 50, Minutemen 55. Patsy Cline is still available. Patsy Cline Greatest Hits, VG $12.99. Minutemen 55 again. Misfits. El Snapatan wants the Misfits. This is sold to El Snapatan, $33.99. I've got another one somewhere if anybody else wants one. Next thing is Minutemen 65, Weezer 40. Pink Floyd. Unfortunately, Sue Capolana wrote her name on the cover. But other than that, it's OG and it's EX, $49.99. Okay? And Matt Nichols was second on Patsy Cline because Robin Glenn just bought it. Also got Loverboy, VG condition, $9.99. And then I think I missed a question from Natasha earlier, and that was a lot of leftovers. Yeah, that will definitely be shown later. And we're about to go through the new crate coming up next that Laura's marked. OG Eagles, one of these nights, VG condition, $12.99. And Duran is VG condition, $12.99. Rolling Stones Tattoo You, VG condition, $14.99. The Rolling Stones Tattoo You, and Vanity Skin on Skin. Vanity is VG condition, $12.99. Billy Idol, Don't Stop. Billy Idol is VG Plus, $17.99. And Foghat Live. Wow, one that actually doesn't have an emboss or a die cut cover. I mean, the die cut covers is obviously the original, but they're always die cut. This one does not. Is this a foreign press? VG $9.99. Where's this from? Oh, it's German. That's why. I was about to say, I don't think I've ever seen one that wasn't die cut. That's a German press. Foghat Live. Slow Ride, Take It Easy. Okay, so let's go back to the top. Weezer 45, Weezer 55. Loverboy 7. Let's go ahead and sell that one. Great classic titles in here. So does Scott Dwallow for 7. Sarah's out on Weezer. Michelle Clements on Duran. That's so does Shell Clements. 10 on the Stones. Let's go ahead and roll that to John McPatriot. Why don't you start me up? And then the Eagles is sold for $10 to James Chilcott. Scully Mac gets The Wall. I Have Become Comfortably Numb. Sell Scully Mac The Wall for $40. Matt Nichols on Foghat. Victor Guerra gets Billy Idol for $15. Weezer 58. The Black Sabbath lot is $59.99. Aaron Gardner, glad to see you on. You get Vanity for $10. We've already sold Loverboy, and Eagles and Stones is already sold. I can actually move this. We need to bring this over here a little bit closer. There we go. Yeah, I've got 2 in stock, $59.99. All right, so what about Minutemen? That's my question. Where are we on Minutemen? Scott Dwallow out. Thomas, I can't make out who that is. I think it's a regular, but I can only see your handle. So Thomas on YouTube has it for $65. You might have to let me know who you are exactly before I sell it. $65, and then Weezer's also at $65. Wow. Okay, I'm going to put up another hardcore single. This is Immoral. Discipline. 1989, has the insert with it. $10 start. These guys look very, well, one of them's wearing a Cro-Mag shirt and the other one's wearing an agnostic front shirt. Right when Chris Bryant's not watching, we're selling hardcore and punk singles. He's going to be so mad. $10 start on that. And then Weezer out, and that's Thomas H. Okay. I think they can hopefully figure that out. And then Missing Person Spring Session, VG Plus $17.99. And Yellow, 1 second. Is that the band Yellow? EX $22.99. Yeah, Yellow, 1 second, 1987. Minutemen is not done. It has a new bid for $70. I think we're done on Weezer. Immoral Discipline has a starting bid of $10, okay? And then we have a new bid on Weezer. So, wow, both auctions have bids, 70 and 70, tied again at 70. And John's check condition crate almost got obliterated. There's only a handful of titles left. The first thing is Hank Williams Jr. Pressure On. Quick recap before we go to a new one. EX $22.99. Three Dog Night Cyan is VG Plus $9.99. And then Grace Jones Warm Leatherette. VG Plus $34.99. And then over here we have Gabor Zabo Night Flight. VG Plus $24.99. Tenacious D unfortunately sold out. Tenacious D unfortunately sold out. And we are done on those, but we do have a waiting list going. Okay. All right. I told you I had a bunch of silver. Now, this is tough because there's so many different ones. So I'm just going to say random. And I'll make sure if you buy a bunch of them, you don't get extras or you don't get duplicates. But, you know, honestly, I'm flipping through here. I don't see many duplicates. So this is pretty cool, actually. This is new. These are 1 gram. 1 grain, boy, let me correct that. 1 grain silver bars, okay? And they're Rolling Stones trading cards. They have a piece of silver. They're from Prism, Panini, and they're 1 grain silver bars. Now, obviously, if I started saying let's go through these and pick and choose them, we might be here all night, but there's some pretty dang cool ones. So I can sell them in random lots or 1 random. If you don't want random and you want to maybe later, we can try to spend some time and go through them. But these are $6.99 each. And they're 1 grain silver Rolling Stones trading cards. Pretty cool shots on some of them. $6.99 each. They made 350 of each card, evidently. Yeah. I think each one they made 350 of. So Keith Richards, you know, there's Jagger. But I was just going to kind of shuffle them up and make sure nobody gets any duplicates. There's some pretty cool ones. Charlie Watts, Jagger from the 70s, Jagger from the 80s, Jagger from the 90s. But what I'm going to do is probably just randomly pull them out of there. Otherwise, it could get pretty chaotic. And I have them. Okay. Next thing over here is this. We have Immortal Discipline. Immoral Discipline has a bid for 10. Next thing over here is Matt Nichols on MP for 10. And that was Missing Persons. And make sure Matt Nichols gets this for $10. Okay, because we messed up on one of his last Missing Persons. And then Session put ID 10. That's a bid. Minute Mid 85. I'm in your system as Thomas H. Okay, Weezer 85. Does Minutemen have any inserts? Weezer 100, Minutemen 90. And then Chaz Smith says he'll take 2 silver. I'm going to pull 2 right from the middle of the stack. These that are upside down. Right here. Boom and boom. 2 different shots of the band. That was right in the middle. Looks like an 80 shot of the band and a 60 shot of the band. $6.99. Okay? And I can just do those at random. Just boom, boom, boom. If you want 3, if you want 5, I'll make sure you get different ones. Okay? Dire Straits was VG $14.99. We also had Whitney Houston, VG $12.99. Greg Ken Band, Next of Kin, VG Plus $9.99. Alphaville was VG $14.99. Sticks Cornerstone, VG Plus $14.99. Grace Jones, VG Plus $17.99. And Yellow 1 second, EX $22.99. All right. Immoral Discipline is Soda Hessen Session for $10. Weezer just hit 125, a MoFi pressing. Let's look at Minutemen one more time. I don't think it has any inserts. Laura probably would have made a note. just a VG Plus jacket, VG Plus vinyl, Minutemen, double nickels on the dime, an 84 USOG VG Plus. Minutemen, Thomas H. has it for $90, okay? And now Weezer's at $130. Stanley Richmond wants 5 Rolling Stones cards. Let's pull them right here out of the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, okay? Our phone is ringing here in the store off the hook. Let's see what I got you here. I think I grabbed more than 5. 1, 2, 3. I like that one. That's a duplicate. 4 and 5. Okay? And sell these. I'm assuming your Stones 5 mean you wanted 5, right? So $6.99. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? Those are sold. Stanley Richmond. There's his. Done. All righty. Very cool. And then over here, he said, I missed my bid. Are you talking about on Loverboy? Loverboy, you were 3rd in line on Loverboy. I see your Loverboy. There was 2 people ahead of you, El Snapatown on Loverboy. Okay? 2 people ahead of you. Let's go through a new crate. I think we've went through that one thoroughly. I've been doing a lot of other stuff. A lot of busy auctions. Silver on the side. 45s on the side. Hank Williams Jr., 3 Dog Night, Grace Jones, Gabor Zabo, Dire Straits, Whitney Houston, Greg Ken, Alpha Bill, Sticks, Grace Jones, and Yellow. Yep. That's it. Let's go through this new crate Laura's mark. These will be sticker price. I got Rolling Stones over here. And Kathy wants 2 Mick Jagger silvers. Let me go ahead and grab this crate over here, and let me do this right here. I could sort them if I have more time later. That'd be one way to do it. I don't know. Give me 1 second. Okay. First thing I have is a new crate here from Laura. These are all priced as marked. I need some more Diet Coke. I haven't had a Monster yet. That's on deck for sure. This Diet Coke is going to be tasty, though. I'm glad my mic actually muted. I didn't even look down to see if it did. But it did. Got some Star Wars silver coming up. All right. And here we go. First thing I have is this. We have, okay, we got Kathy down for 2. See what I can do here. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I got, starting off here, let's get started. We have the OCs, $29.99, a 2019 OG limited to 1,500. The OCs. What is this one called? Face Stabber. $29.99. Are we done on Minutemen? Boy, these auctions have got a lot of activity. Amenities is done. Thomas H, $90. We're about to sell it. Weezer's at $150 with Kelly Vladerchek. Sean Miller's out. Tons of other auctions to get to. We got Which Way Records, A Generation of Hope. A Generation of Hope. I think that's the name of the artist. Which Way Records, $10 start on that. 7-inch compilation, Generation of Hope. Maybe. I'm not for sure, but that's a $10 start. There's the OCs. Here is Sun Ra and his Astro Infinity Orchestra. Pathways to Unknown Worlds. Modern harmonic label. Space Age Jazz, free improvisation jazz record from Sun Ra, a 2019 on orange vinyl, $29.99. Where's Jeremy Bryant at? Okay, there it is. Jeremy Bryant on the OCs. Jeremy Bryant, I was about to say, where's Jeremy Bryant's claim on OCs? What was the Black Sabbath? You're looking at it right back here. Black Sabbath, this lighted sign, $59.99. This one right here. That's what a couple people have been asking about. It's $59.99. Weezer, $155. Weezer out. That's a $10 start. And then over here, we have Minutemen. Minutemen is officially sold. Minutemen is officially sold to Thomas H for $90. We definitely are due for new auctions. Those got a lot of activities. That's sold to Thomas H. Weezer is sold to Sean Miller for $155. And then over here, we got Which Way Records, a $10 start. No bid on that yet. Sun Ra on sold to Amenities. Next auction, we have the replacements going up next. The replacements Hootenanny. The replacements Hootenanny is an 83 OG EX++ near mint minus, a $50 start on the replacements. That's now up for bid. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and knock out. Let's go ahead and do Roy Ayers. Roy Ayers Ubiquity, red, black, and green. It's in shrink with a promo sticker, and it's a white label promo with insert. Wow, top copy. A 73 USOG white label promo with insert, top copy. So a promo, near mint minus, insert, shrink wrap, promo stickers, 9.8 out of 10. $55 start, okay? The Which Way Records Generation Hope, that's a no bid. $10 buy now on that one. So far, a great lure crate. Buzzcocks, singles going steady. We've sold 2 records and sold both of them. So far, a great crate. Buzzcocks, singles going steady. A 2021, limited of 1,000 on some really cool looking vinyl. $49.99 on that one. And then we have the Best of Pixies, Wave of Mutilation. The Pixies is on orange looking vinyl, $32.99, okay? Over here we got Roy Ayers at 55, Kelly Vlodarchuk on the Buzzcocks, and I missed my comment. Yeah, I did, 2 silvers. Yeah, well, I was trying not to pick and choose these, but she said 2. Kathy, you said 2 Mick Jagger silvers. I was honestly trying my best to keep these truly at random because, once again, I don't think I have another one with just Mick Jagger on it. So whoever commented 2, I was truly trying to pull these at random, which is what I'm about to do for Robert. I think I found her 2 different Jaggers, and maybe later tonight I can sort them where we can pick and choose, but right now they're truly at random. There's 2 for her, $6.99, $6.99. Otherwise, it'll get kind of crazy over here, but it was Kathy. Kathy, I did find you 2, and then Robert's 2 random. I'm going to pull 2 random right here. Let's see what you got there. Keith Richards and a Ronnie Wood. Hope that works out good for you there. That's sold to Robert Warner, $6.99, $6.99. That was truly at random. Still got a bunch over here, though. We can do, we'll sort through them maybe a little bit later tonight. Matt Nichols was second on Buzzcocks. Stephen Parton first on Pixies, then Scott Dwallow. Wow, so far a great crate. NY No Wave, the Ultimate East Village 80s soundtrack. That sounds interesting. 2005 Euro OG $44.99. And I forgot Which Way Records, $10. Darren Johnson was first on this. And then Robert Warner, and then Hess and Session wanted to see the sleeve. Already sold to Darren Johnson. But Kathy, I got you 2 Mick Jaggers, and I got everybody's else here. I'm going to try not to get those mixed up. Random is hard to sell, because if I show a big lot of something, it's like when I do dimes. If I have like a bunch of silver dimes, they're literally pretty much all the same thing. But most people like to see what they're buying. I do mystery boxes sometimes, but mystery boxes have never worked out for me. Most people like, Chad, I want to see what I'm buying. Let's not do anything mystery. Charles Bradley, Victim of Love, $22.99. This is a soul album, $22.99. Master Moss Falling Asleep. He says, I better get back to selling records. Over here, this is $55. Donna's the only bidder. The Replacements does not have a bid for $50. Right now, we got half-price records on the auction block. Half-price records on the auction block. Final call on both of them. No bid for $50, and this one's at $55. Okay? Got everybody taking care of the silver so far. And we have Sleeping Bag, Women of Your Life. Sleeping Bag is on green vinyl. That's indie rock, $9.99. And Rocky Erickson from the 13-4 Elevators, Don't Slander Me. It's on pink vinyl, $34.99, etched, okay? Over here, let's grab another hardcore single. This is Fuel. Fuel's going to go up for a $10 start. It's on green vinyl. I think this one might be a little bit better than some we've had, but I don't remember. Take Effect, Fuel. Take Effect, $10 start on that, okay? There's that. And then over here, we got what does that say? Farragut? Farraquet, F-A-A-R-Q-U-E-T, Anthology, 97 to 98. Great mathy indie rock. It does have some cover damage right up here. $17.99 on that. Robert Warner on Rocky Erickson. That's sold to Robert Warner. Thank you on that. And one more record, then both auctions are being sold. Revolution Girl Style Now. That is Bikini Kill. Bikini Kill is on red vinyl, $29.99. Roy Ayers is sold. Roy Ayers is sold. One bid, Donna Turner 55. The replacements is a buy it now for $50. No bid. Buy it now for $50 on the replacements. No bid. My nephew's named after Mick Jagger. There you go. Nice. Is that who these two cards are going to? All right, there's that. And then Bikini Kill is sold to Kelly Vladicek, then Scott Dwallow. My crate is really full. Here is a no bid. The replacement's Hootenanny is an 83 OG EX++ near minus. Really nice copy. A $50 buy it now. Let me swap out crates, but I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next LP auction. Does anybody have any requests? If you're still waiting for something, be sure you remind me. Bump it up in my memory. I think it's time we put up the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Laura had to cover them up. The Red Hot Chili Peppers, the Abbey Road EP. An 88 U.S. specialty OG Red Hot Chili Peppers. Haven't seen that in a while. $50 start. $50 start on that. Let me swap out crates. This one has gotten full. We still got 3 more new vintage John crates over here that has not been gone through. And by the way, the first record in each crate is Peter Tosh, Leonard Skinner, and Jimi Hendrix. So that tells me John's marked some more fantastic, great stuff over here. First thing is this. Next thing in the crate is Lana Del Rey, Born to Die. Lana Del Rey is on red vinyl. Don't forget, Laura loves Lana Del Rey, a 5-heart rating, $24.99. And we have Fuel, sold to Darren Johnson, one bid, $10. Sell that to Darren Johnson. Thank you on that. And our next, now I'm pretty sure this one's a pretty dang good one, Integrity. Now this one messed me up because I think the OG has like a green looking cross thing here, but I couldn't figure this one out, and I was just kind of glancing. I was trying to check these for him when we were trying to figure out what kind of, we were going to trade for some CDs, like I said this morning. This one was confusing. I never did really find it. I was on my phone on Discogs, and I hadn't used Discogs in a while to look up something this complicated, so I think it needs to be about a $35 start. I think it's a $7,500 record. But Integrity is a $35 start, okay? That's now up for bid. That's called In Contrast of Sin, Integrity. $35 start. There's that. Next is Pam Murray on Lana Del Rey. Rocky Erickson's already sold. Next in here is Weird War. Weird War, Illuminated by the Light. A 2005 USOG Garage. $37.99 on that. And then this is a 2007 UK OG, $27.99. This is Chick. Is that what that is? CHK. Myth Takes. That is $27.99. All right, Jazz. So we had Swamp Dogg, we had Dolly, Clash, AC/DC, Bowie, Cockney Rejects, versus Deadlies, Buzzcocks, Violent Femmes, Velvet Underground, Iggy. Here's Bobby Hutcherson. This is Blue Note, 1971 U.S. repress, VG condition, post-bop, model, and then Avant-Garde, VG, $20 start on that. Our final call to get a bid on Red Hot Chili Peppers for $50. Integrity's a $35 start. And then Helvetia, this devastating map, Helvetia, alternate indie rock, $12.99 on that. And 400% Dynamite, ska soul, rocksteady, funk and dub in Jamaica. I bet that's pretty dang good. A 2000 UK OG dub, ska, dance hall, $34.99, 4000% Dynamite. And then the Velvet Underground Loaded, a 2014 reissue, Velvet Underground, $24.99. All right. I have Star Wars, The Golden Dawn of Skywalker, colorized 1-ounce silver bars. These are $100. They're Star Wars 1-ounce art bars. The Golden Dawn of Skywalker, Dark Side, 1-ounce silver colorized art bars. We got 3. They're $100 a piece. $100 a piece. They come in a sealed, I can't even show you the back of it. It's in a sealed bag. $100 on the 1-ounce Star Wars, okay? $100 on that. I've got 3 of them in stock. Over here, we have Kelly Vladicek on ska, which was this right here. That's sold to Kelly Vladorchek. ST was next. And then over here we have X. That's X Los Angeles, a 2019 reissue. 1999. Mark Lent, you were next on 4,000. And this is The Witness. The Witness is Suns, SUUNS, number 210 of 500. That's indie rock on colored vinyl with bonus, $12.99. Paul Brothers wants a Star Wars bar. Looks like a very dark, even more sinister Vader. And his gear is like trimmed in orange. And of course, there's also like a very, I don't know, almost like an even more sinister looking Stormtrooper. And they're in front of a very cool, also orangey Death Star. So pretty cool artwork on that one. $100. That's sold to Paul Brothers. I've got 2 left. Integrity. Oh, Matt Nichols is getting the exclamation mark. Okay. I thought that was maybe just you checking your feed. He wants this right here. That is sold to Matt Nichols. Okay. Integrity. If that's what it's supposed to be, somebody can get that for a great price. $35 on Integrity. Hutcherson has a bid for $20, and nobody bid on Red Hot Chili Peppers. So this is a buy now for $50. Replacements is a buy now for $50, and Integrity is a buy now for $35. Okay, Victor Guerra on Sun. These are all sticker price, Victor. So this will be $12.99. That will be $12.99. Okay. ST wants a Darth Vader bar. That's sold to him for $100. Thank you on that one. Now Bobby Hutcherson has bids for $20, $25. Natasha's next on Suns if Victor passes. Okay. ST is Darth. Oh, my bad. Darth Vader. No, I thought that was a claim. Okay, so ST not claiming. I'm going. Never mind. You almost bought yourself a Star Wars bars there. Thin Lizzy, that's their first album. Light in the Attic, self-titled. It's a Light in the Attic reissue. A 2012 reissue with poster, $37.99. How much was X? X was $19.99, a 2019 reissue. Mary Clayton, Gimme Shelter. She is the backing vocalist for the Rolling Stones' Gimme Shelter, Mary Clayton. That is a reissue of her solo album, which is actually really tough to get. So you can imagine the vocals on this. You know, the female in the back of Gimme Shelter. Whoa, children. That's her, Mary Clayton. White vinyl, $39.99. Mark Lent wants Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's sold to Mark Lent for $50. Mike Straws has made an offer. Victor Guerra passes on Sun, so sell that to Natasha for $12.99. Now Bobby Hutcherson, $27. And then Integrity was sold to Darren Johnson for $35, okay? Doing some cleanup here. That's sold to him for $30, all right? These are all sticker price, of course. New arrivals. Bobby Hutcherson, 28, now 30. Let's grab another auction. This is the Jesus Lizard. The Jesus Lizard is a 1992 OG. VG minus, play tested. There are a couple feelers on side A, but they do not skip. $20 start. Near mint copies have sold for as much as $116, and this is a $20 start, okay? $20 start. That's now up for bid. The Jesus Lizard. That's our next auction. Here's our next single. Our next single is... Who is this? I don't remember this one. Well, Marilyn Monroe's on the cover. This is limited edition Marilyn Monroe pressing of 50. This looks like something that could be worth like $1 billion. No, well, I don't know what that says. AGUANGE in the something compilation. $10 start. I have no idea. I probably looked it up this morning just on the Matrix, but I don't even remember now. Dedicated Men of Zion. Dedicated Men of Zion is a 2020 OG gospel album. Sealed gospel album, $14.99. So Ray Red has Bobby Hutcherson for $30. This single just got a bid for $10. Now Bobby Hutcherson's at $32, and I just laid down the Jesus Lizard. Still got 2 Star Wars bars. Let me see what else I can pull out over here in Bullion. But first, we have Truth, King Hannibal. King Hannibal's a soul album on clear vinyl, $19.99 on that. And this is Eerie Wanda Internal Radio. It's an indie psych album on colored vinyl, $9.99. Jesus Lizard does have a bid for $20. Bobby Hutcherson's at 32. Ron Mustaine bid first. So next play, you're out, and Ray Red, you're out. And now we have My Name Is Albert Ayler. My Name Is Slim Shady. Free Jazz 2016, $19.99. Now Hutcherson's at $33. Hutcherson's at $33. Okay. This is a pretty cool item here. These are $35. I know y'all love some peanuts. These are $35. This is peanuts. It's a 2025. Most of the stuff I'm showing is like brand new we got from Mint distributors. These are Snoopy, 13 gram, silver. They made 20,000. Paris, France, 33 1/3 silver, $35. Very cool. There's Snoopy flying by the Eiffel Tower. We have 5 of those. They're $35. Okay. 2025 French. Next in the crate, we have Mulligan meets Monk. That is $19.99. It looks like it's on clear vinyl. This 45 has one bid with Robert for 10. Bobby Hutcherson is at 34, and Jesus Lizard has a new bid for 22. Chad Smith, you've been outbid. The Stone Roses looks like a nice pressing. Which kind of version do we have here? This is Modern Classic Recording, Silvertone Records, 2015, limited to 5,000 yellow vinyl, a double LP kind of deluxe edition of the Stone Roses, $54.99. So Brent gets a Snoopy, Jay Nutra gets a Snoopy, and now there is 3 Snoopies left, okay? Kathy wants 2 Snoopies. Now there's 1 Snoopy left. George Burleson wants a Snoopy, and now there's no Snoopies left. Snoopy has left the building. We have the Black Angels. This is sealed, $29.99, live at Levitation. And Rick Hall, I'm fresh out of peanuts and Snoopies. Most of the stuff, like I said, we can, quote, attempt a waiting list, but most of this is highly unlikely due to 2 things, production and also shipping times. Some of these could be pretty backlogged, if not completely sold out. Just FYI, okay? So we're done. Fresh out of Snoopies. Mark Lynn on SR. That was for the Stone Roses. That looks pretty cool on that one. And then we have the OCs, the Hounds of Foggy Notion. The OCs is $19.99. The back has a description. Yes, here and here. And we could even copy that down if we need to and rewrite it, our own description. This has one bid for $10. I was about to pause and sell it. Jamie, it's at $10 with Robert Warner. Jeremy Bryant coming in strong on the OCs. Now, Jesus Lizard's at 25. That means, Victor Gary, you're out. And the last bid on Bobby Hutcherson was Next Play Records at $35. There hadn't been a bid since that one. Okay, all of a sudden there's new interest in the single. Robert Warner's probably like, dang it. We have the Propositions, Funky Disposition. This is a funk record, $24.99. So the 45 was at 10 for the longest. Now it's at 12, and then somebody's bid 11. So Victor has it for 12. This is 90 Day Men, a 2002 USOG post-drunk avant-garde, $24.99 on that. And we have Casual Victim Pile, Austin 2010. An indie punk garage compilation, $14.99. Let's make a note to see if we can get more peanuts. Snoopy, well, whoever's tagging the sale, I'll look into that. Not something I deal in every day, more of Tanner's department. And what else did we sell out of? The Ozzy Osbourne. We had 1 ounce silver Ozzy Osbourne bars for 100, and we sold all those. And I think that's also left the building. Got something else here. I think we got multiples. I'm going to try to do something here I'll have more than just 3 or 5 of, but yeah, let's do these here. I'll do these in just a second. Trying to mix in some coins tonight. We got plenty of new arrivals, but also I know I can't be here Sunday, and that means that if we don't do some of this now, it's a ton of money that we had to. I'm trying to get all this sold before the end of the year. We had one of our biggest bullion drops ever through a couple Mint distributors, and it ends up showing up 2 weeks before the end of the year. I mean, we got boxes full of stuff. So it's like, I'll probably have time to do one more big coin sale before the end of the year, and then we're going to be out of time. So try to show some of it now. And then we have Casual Victim. This is sold to Darren. This is sold to Matt Nichols. Now Darren has a single for 15. Jesus Lizard's at 29. And Bobby Hutcherson's at 37. Next Play Records, you're out. What Thin Lizzy was that? It's called Thin Lizzy by Thin Lizzy. And I don't know if somebody got X. I know somebody asked the price. It's still available for $19.99. And then here's Thin Lizzy from Light in the Attic. It's a deluxe reissue with poster, $37.99. Okay? George Burleson says Rick Hall. George Burleson says Rick Hall can have this one. So George is going to give this one to Rick Hall. So no waiting list. George Burleson is going to hand over his to Rick Hall. So Rick Hall, you are getting one. We have Solos, Noise Folk Rock. That's $9.99. Solos. And this is Richard Edwards, Lemon Cotton Candy Sunset. $12.99. Joshua sold on Thin Lizzy. Mary Clayton 10. Scott, all these are new arrivals. This particular crate is sticker price. So Mary Clayton is $39.99. That's a firm price on that. No more, no less. Bobby Hutcherson. Bobby Hutcherson is a 1971 U.S. repress. Van Gelder is stamping the dead wax. A 71 U.S. repress, VG condition. Yes, it's stamped in the dead wax. And the most recent bid is Ray Red at $37. Jesus Lizard, we have an out with Chad Smith. And Jesus Lizard is officially sold to Victor Guerra for $29. The 45 that's there, which I still don't even know really what it is, it has a high bid with Darren Johnson for $15. I'm going to make sure Jamie K's done. That's a final call. Last two records in here was the Frighteners. The Frighteners is $74.99. A 2017 OG Limited 1000 with 3D glasses, $74.99 on that. And Bikini Kill, the singles. Bikini Kill, $29.99. 2021 black and clear vinyl. And Laura Loves Bikini Kill, $29.99. I love saying that on the back of those. Laura Loves Bikini Kill. Okay, here's a pretty cool item. This is actually copper. This is a 5-ounce Space Commander copperized space capsule. And it's really cool. These are, how much? These are $22. Look at this. It's 5-ounce colorized copper. It looks like an astronaut in space, and it's really cool, kind of embossed on the back. 5 odd vaporous ounces of fine copper. Very cool there. These are $22. They come in an airtight capsule. $22 on those. I got a bunch of them. I think we have like a whole box full of them. Okay, and then over here we have Kelly Vlodchek on Bikini Kill. Scott Dwallow second. This single is officially sold to Darren Johnson for $15. And Bobby Hutcherson still getting bids. The last bid was Next Play Records at $28. So Astronaut Copper is that. What's the single at? Already sold. Next auction is going to go up right now. Our next auction is AC/DC Highway to Hell. AC/DC is a 1979 U.S. Specialty OG Club copy. It has the original on her sleeve, VG Plus condition. Highway to Hell is a $20 start. All right, we're going to just read these titles left in here. Then we need to do some more vintage buy it now best offer. Here is our next 45 single, Inside Out. Inside Out from Revelation Records, 1990. It is on blue vinyl with insert. Inside Out is a $10 start. Okay. Scott Dwallow wants an Astronaut Copper round, $22. So does Scott Dwallow. And I'm going to take this little stack of miscellaneous we've accumulated right over here before we have a little bit of spiel. All the Rolling Stones cards, all the Snoopies, etc., etc. And let me set this right here. Inside Out. Got me inside. I'm excited to go through the next vintage crate as well. We had a lot of great stuff in the last one, and we blasted through it pretty quick. Scott Oman also wants an Astronaut Copper round, and Susie Breedlove also wants an Astronaut Copper round, and that means I've got 2 left here, and there's more coming. Okay. All righty. So let's go through this crate. These are new arrivals, sticker price. Let's read through these one more time. Bobby Hutcherson is at 40. It's up to Next Play Records. Over here, we have Kelly Vlodchek also on an Astronaut Copper round. Now there's one left in this stack, but I think I got a whole box over here, if that's what I think this is. Okay, so those are sold, sold, and sold. And then I have New York No Wave, the ultimate East Village 80s soundtrack. Great track list. It's $44.99. Is that Suicide, like the band Suicide? $44.99 on that. And then we had Charles Bradley, Victim of Love, $22.99 for Charles Bradley. Quick recap. Quick, here's the key word. Sleeping Bag, Women of Your Life, Indie Rock, Green Vinyl, $9.99. Farrah Quet, Anthology, $97.98, $17.99. And then Weird War, $37.99 for Weird War, Illuminated by the Light. Hella Vita was alternate rock, indie rock, $12.99 on that. And then the Velvet Underground Loaded. The Velvet Underground Loaded is $24.99. X Los Angeles is $19.99. And then Dedicated Men of Zion, that is Can't Turn Me Around. That's a modern gospel album from 2020, sealed, $14.99. Inside Out has bids for 10 and now 11, now 15. And then over here, AC/DC Amenities has it for $27. Okay, and then Bobby Hutcherson is sold to Ray Red. David Hoy gets this for $40. Let's put that away, and then let's get another auction going. Let me go ahead and show two more records in here, though. King Hannibal Truth, a soul record, $19.99. And then this is Ernie Wanda Internal Radio. That's $9.99. And My Family Name is Albert Ayler. Free Jazz, $19.99. Also, Mulligan Meets Monk, $19.99. And the Black Angel Sealed, $29.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Suicidal Tendencies. This is OG Join the Army, an 87 US EMW OG pressing in shrink, nearly a top copy, inner sleeve. I mean, you could almost call it a top copy. $55 start on that. Also, the Propositions Funky Disposition, the complete Propositions collection, funk music for $24.99. This is 90 Day Men, a 2002 USOG post-rock avant-garde, $24.99. Monk and Mulligan is sold to Amenities. That is done. And then we had Solos, $9.99 on that. And we had Richard Edwards, Lemon Cotton Candy Sunset. That's indie rock, $12.99. And then Mary Clayton, Gimme Shelter, white vinyl, $39.99. And then the Frighteners is $74.99. That comes with a pair of 3D glasses, $74.99 on that. We needed two more astronaut coppers for Scott Dwallow. I gotcha. Let me see if I can dig those out. Two more astronaut for Scott Dwallow, which is right here. Yep, I got a whole box of them over here. So here's two more for Scott Dwallow. Inside Out has a bid for $45. So, Scott, I think I got you for a total of 3. All right, let's move right into another new vintage crate. Let's do it. What time is it? I got to make up on some time like a pilot. We're going to go a little whoa, almost collided with Laura. Then Laura just dropped off another crate. Okay, so that's good news. That means I'm going to go through this crate, and then we got another one of her crates to go through. And then that still will leave 2 John crates. Even a night when we don't have new vinyl, there's always something that happens, and we end up with plenty of stuff to go through. I mean, we literally just had 2 crates of pre-orders, but somehow we've ended up with tons of great stuff here. Okay. Let's see, Monk, and this is going to be check condition. I didn't even really glance at them. But I did have some more gold to sell. I'm going to do that first, and then I see some other silver bullion. So these are $45. This is 1/1000th gold. 1/1000th gold. Silent Night, Holy Night. It's kind of a gold Christmas packaging here. Silent Night, Holy Night. It's from the Republic of Gabonese. I don't know if I even said that. This is an actual government minted coin. I don't say that country every day. It's pure gold, 1/1000th of an ounce, $45. $45, and that is 999 gold. It's gold. It is AG, AU. It is from the earth. $45. They come in like a little card like this, and they're $45, okay? Scott Dwallow says he wants 2. There's 1, and there's 2. Okay? Sold and sold. Gold I have it. Gold is in stock. Did we get a bid on suicidal tendencies? If not, let's make it a final call. $55 on that. AC/DC's at $37, and we're about to sell Inside Out. The Police, Ghost in the Machine, VG Plus, $17.99 for the Police. More check condition. VG Plus, $17.99. VG Plus, $17.99. Prince, Purple Rain, Purple Rain. Prince has the poster and the inner sleeve. Another Purple Rain, $26.99. We're averaging 3 copies a night. $26.99 for Purple Rain. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, VG $14.99. VG $14.99. And Hall & Oates Live with the Temptations. Technically Ruffin and Kendricks, but that's 2 of the front men of the Temptations. Really cool live album there. $14.99 on that. And then Pink Floyd, How I Wish You Were Here. We're just 2 lost souls swimming in a fishbowl year after year, running over the same old ground. And how we fight. Inside Out is $45, and that is sold to Darren Johnson. Okay? Thank you, Darren Johnson. That's sold to you. I'm going to take this little stack of silver around here. That is sold. Boom. There it is. Oh, there it is. Done. Inside Out, got me inside out. Ooh, okay. We got Michelle Clements on Pink Floyd. We got before that Amenities on Prince. And now we have who? Michael Jackson Thriller. No co-produced, so OG pressing. VG Plus $24.99. ELO Out of the Blue, VG $24.99. And Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, VG $32.99. And Steve Miller Band, Your Saving Grace. That is VG $9.99. And Rush Moving Pictures, a Columbia Record Club edition, VG Plus $24.99. All right, Suicidal Tendencies did not get a bid. A $55 buy now. Shrink, inner sleeve, nice. I think we're almost done on AC/DC. Let's see what's going over here first. Charles Bradley from the last crate and Tusk. I know where Charles Bradley is. He's right here. This is sold to George Burleson. Jamie Butler on Tusk. That's an easy one to find. And then over here, AC/DC's moving to a final call. $40 of Amenities. Todd Saw on Purple. And that was Purple Rain, already sold. Somebody already got that one. Okay, here's our next single. This is Your Greasy Granny Got Holes in Her Panties. Your Greasy Granny Got Holes in Her Panties. Another hardcore / punk single. I guess all this is more the genre of hardcore than punk we've had tonight. There's Your Greasy Granny. And evidently she's got holes in her panties. It's got, I don't even know who this is. Rednecks in Pain. Rest in peace. Rednecks in Pain. $10 start. Okay? That's up for bid. Over here we got the Police Synchronicity. EX $17.99 black vinyl. EX $17.99 and Molly Hatchet, self-titled. EX, their debut Frank Fazetta artwork, $17.99. We sold some Frank Fazetta posters last night. AC/DC is sold to Amenities for $40. That is sold to Amenities for $40. That's gone. And I also have Grace Jones Night Clubbing. VG Plus $24.99 for Grace Jones Night Clubbing. Next thing we have is Cockney Rejects, Greatest Hits Volume 1. 1980 UKOG. UKOG No Condition Notes. Cockney Rejects, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Granny is a no bid, final call for $10. And then Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, The Twist, cool, from 1959, an original. VG $29.99 for Hank Ballard and Mesopotamia, VG Plus $12.99. $12.99, B-52's Mesopotamia. Next auction is going to come up right now. Let's see what we got in here. Let's do television. Wow, television. Television is called Adventure. It's a 78 specialty OG with the original on her sleeve. $30 start with the original on her sleeve. Nice. So this is new vintage stuff, check condition. You can go ahead and buy them or you can make offer. Doesn't matter to me. My job is to sell records and make people happy, okay? I wake up every morning, or actually every night when I wake up. I wake up at night to come here. It's dark. I go to bed. It was very bright when I was trying to go to sleep earlier today. Long story short, when I wake up, regardless of the condition of the sun, I show up and I'm like, I'm going to make somebody happy tonight. I'm going to make somebody very happy tonight. GJ, that is Grace Jones. So to Chad Smith. Todd Saw on the police. That was back here. And the police is sold to Todd Saw Synchronicity. And then over here we have Time for the Tams. VG Condition, $12.99. Brian Adams Reckless. It was the summer of '69. EX $17.99. Aha. Stay on These Roads. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. 1988, Aha. I guess I've had to have, but that one's a blur in my memory. VG Plus, $24.99 for Aha. All right, Suicidal was sold to Darren for the buy it now price of $55. Nobody bid on Granny. She's a $10 buy it now. Television is a starting bid of $30. It's OG, $30. And I'm going to give Cockney Rejects one more chance. It's a $35 start, okay? Shannon Mashaka gets Brian for $13. Scott Oman gets Granny for $10. And then here's the last one from this little batch of hardcore stuff I bought. This is Neurosis, Aberration EP. Neurosis. $10 start on that, okay? First thing we had was we sold Granny for $10 to Scott Oman. Kevin Voitosh on Aha. Jim Davis was next. Neurosis has a bid for $10. And I'm about to show some more silver. So no takers on the gold Christmas silver. First thing I got is Elton John Friends. VG Plus $14.99. And John Entwistle, who was the bassist for the band The Who. Here's his solo album, Rigor Mortis Sets In. VG Plus $14.99 on Entwistle. Okay, here's some really very popular bullion. These are Britianas. These are 2026 Britianas, and these are $70. They're brand new, the new 2026. $70, same price as we had Christmas rounds earlier. There's King Charles. They come in airtights. Beautiful. So this is the official government bullion for Great Britain, the Britianas. They're $70. I have 20 or 25 over here. $70 on these, okay? In airtights, very nice. There he is, the king. All right, Neurosis is already up to 16. Television's at 35. This is $45, Brent. They are 1/1000th pure gold. They come on a card, Silent Night, Holy Night with the nativity scene. Gold, pure gold. It's officially government minted. It is $45. Okay. I have they come in a card. So gold, Holy Night carded, 1/1000th gold, $45. Samantha on Yellow Brick Road for $25. You got it. That's sold to Samantha for $25. Stanley Richmond wants 2 Britianas at $70 each. Please make sure these go in for $70 and $70. 2 sold to Stanley Richmond. The 4518. Now it's at $20. Cockney Rejects is a buy it now, though. So Cockney Rejects, $35 buy it now. No bid on that. $35 on that one, okay? $35 buy it now. Next thing is Billy Squire, Signs of Life. VG Plus $14.99. And Cheech and Chong, Up in Smoke. Cheech and Chong, Up in Smoke. VG Condition, $12.99. Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline. First label, $14.99. And Waylon Jennings, Greatest Hits. VG Condition, $12.99. Waylon Jennings. One more than a new auction. Lenny Bruce, I'm Not a Nut, Elect Me. Lenny Bruce is VG Plus, $19.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is, actually, let's do one more from the high-end tab. The quote high-end tab is anything that has a $50 and higher upstart. So this would be one. Big Trouble in Little China. Big Trouble in Little China. Original motion picture soundtrack. Performed and composed by John Carpenter. An 86 euro OG, $55 start. An 86 euro OG, Big Trouble in Little China. $55 start. That's now up for bid. First thing we had was an offer on Cheech and Chong, but then there was a claim, and another claim. So Cheech and Chong will definitely be sticker price $12.99. If you want it, Scott Oman, just say sold, okay? Michael Hamburger wants 2 Britianas. These are sold to Michael Hamburger for $70 and $70. $70 and $70. I have 2 sold. 2 more sold to Michael Hamburger. Rick Hall is next in line on Cheech and Chong. Neurosis is at 24. Matt Nichols next in line on Cheech and Chong. Scott Dwallow on LB for 15. LB for 15. Scott Dwallow. What was LB? Lenny Bruce, of course. Sell that to Scott Dwallow for 15. Robert bid 25 on Neurosis. Danny was 4th in line on Cheech and Chong. Samantha put BS 10. That was Billy Squire. Sell that to Samantha for 10. Big Trouble on Little China is 55. Ryan M. on Dylan. Nashville Skyline. Scott Oman said he will take Cheech and Chong at sticker price. And the Tams is sold to Robin Glenn for $10. Tams for 10. That's sold to Robin Glenn. Okay, so quick update on television. Is OG Television Adventure 78 OG EX++ near me, a beautiful copy. I'm showing television with Jim Davis at $36 and everybody else is out. Neurosis, the last bid on this was Robert Warner at $25 and everybody else is out. Big Trouble and Little China is got 2 bids for $55. Okay? And then TV has a new bid for $37. Neurosis, $27. New titles. Yes, sort of. Let me think about that. And I think I ran across a whole crate of Christmas stuff you've ordered that I've never shown. I think I found it last night when I was reorganizing. But yeah, it could be mostly together. Let me see. Yeah, I think I can get you pretty close. I think it's these 2 crates right back here. And then there's some up front on that table. As soon as you walk in the front door, there's some on that table up there. Okay, let's keep going through the new check condition stuff. Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's VG $14.99. And Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. That's VG Plus $24.99. And the Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. VG Plus $9.99 on the Moody Blues. And Cheap Trick 1-on-1. Cheap Trick is VG Plus $14.99. I think it'd be in those right there. Yeah. Those, and then there's 2 crates up front on the table. That was like leftover stuff from the sale. Could be in some of that. Bad Company Straight Shooter, VG $12.99. And Queen, A Night at the Opera, a classic album, Bohemian Rhapsody, $14.99. Okay? So television is still getting bids. This is at $37 now. The single is with 27 with William Drugovich, and Big Trouble in Little China has a bid for $60. James Chilcott on the Eagles for $12. Sell that to James Chilcott for $12. There Goes Mark on the Moody Blues. That one was right back here, In Search of the Lost Chord, one of my favorites. Matt Nichols on Queen. And Stephen Lawson was second. Boy, 2 days ago, I guess it was Monday morning. Yeah, yesterday. Whew, I'm all messed up. Yes is coming out with that new box set, Topographic Oceans. And they've for the first time put out a song as a single from one of those like 20-minute tracks. And it's remastered by Stephen Wilson. It was such a treat to hear that. It was such a treat to hear that for the first time as a single remastered. And for those that are Yes fans, you'll have to go check it out. I look forward to the box set, but they have dropped 1 teaser track. Yeah, so they've remastered the Remembering High the Memory as a single. It's just a beautiful cut from one of those. That's a much longer song. I think on the actual box set, that's like a 20-minute, 24-minute song or something crazy. But they've edited it down to a single, and just having that little clip is amazing. It's even more amazing when it's going to be on vinyl, remastered by Stephen Wilson. So I got to get that pre-order up this week, but there's a Yes Topographic box set up for pre-order. I'll have it in our group very soon. Obviously, I will be getting one of those, so I'll be posting it naturally. Matt got Queen, Stephen Lawson second, Samantha third. We also got Mr. Little Willie John. That's VG Plus $14.99. And Jackson Brown, Running on Empty. EX $17.99 with booklet. Yes.
But this looks like everything is the exact same.
Yep. I need to keep that separate. Yep.
Okay.
I've got a whole crate of new sealed lure stuff I've never shown. I think I'm just going to roll it into new stuff tomorrow. We might can show it tonight too, but yeah, it got buried somehow. Never did get to it. Ringo VG Plus $17.99, and we have Prince $19.99. Prince is a 2LP VG $19.99. All right, great new check condition stuff. Don't forget, there's a lure crate next. 2 more vintage crates as well, so we got a lot to get to. But Neurosis is sold for $27 to William Drugovich. Television's now at $40. And what about Big Trouble in Little China? Scott Dwallow has this for $60. $60 on Big Trouble in Little China. Also, we have T-Rex Tank. T-Rex is VG Plus, and it comes with a poster. $34.99. Genesis Invisible Touch. EX $17.99. Domino Into Deep. That's available. Genesis. The Doors Morrison Hotel. VG Plus $24.99. And Jimi Hendrix, Experience Hendrix, VG $14.99. Last 2, Leonard Skinner, Give Me Back My Bullets, VG $14.99. And Peter Tosh, Equal Rights. Peter Tosh is VG Condition, $14.99. Television is sold to Hessen Session for $40. And we have Big Trouble in Little China, officially sold for $60. And that was sold to Scott Dwallow for $60. First thing is Jay Nutra's checking to see if he has the Doors. If he passes, then it's sold to Stephen Lawson. I'll leave that out so we don't forget. Let me put up another auction. I have not had any sort of caffeine tonight other than Diet Coke, which to me, that's not caffeine at all. So I'm about to go up front and get a Monster. And first, I want to put up the Buzzcocks, though. A different kind of tension. An 87 French pressing. It's technically a reissue. VG++ EX Buzzcocks is a $25 start, okay? So, Jay Nutra, let me know on the Doors. Stephen Lawson next in line. Hendrix is sold to James Chilcott for $13. Skinnerd, Seth, You're Fired. I'll do that one for $12. And then Chad Smith on Peter Tosh, okay? $2, I'm doing the old famous $2 Paul bump on that one, as we call it. The $2 Paul bump on that one. Aussie. Oh, I had more Aussies, okay. This is a different Aussie art bar, $100. These are $100. Mama, I'm Coming Home. Aussie, colorized, should be. Let's take a look at it before I did. Yeah. Mom, I'm Coming Home. Aussie. There's the bat. 1948, 2025. These are custom-made silver art bars. They're $100. We sold the other ones. We sold out of the other ones. Okay, we have one for Jay Nutra, one for Danny Thomason, and there's one left. Okay. I think I missed an offer on Cheap Trick. Did I miss an offer on Cheap Trick? Samantha Harrison, $10. Yeah, I think I missed that. Cheap Trick is sold to Samantha Harrison for $10. Up at the top, Leonard Skinner's in VG Condition. VG Condition. And Jay Nutra, did you pass on Doors? If you did, it's going to Stephen Lawson. And then all 3 Aussie bars are sold. Jay Nutra, Danny, and Gerald Whitworth. Okay, we're sold out of that one. Those are gone. Let's put up another auction. The other auction is the Clash Combat Rock. The Clash is Combat Rock, an 82 Pitman, first press with custom label, and it has the advertisement. So to get a true OG of this record, there's two big check boxes. That label and not like the Epic label, the custom label. And there's like an advertisement that plays behind right in the middle of Inoculated City. And I think they later cut that out when they repressed it. So $25 start on the Clash. No problem. He's still checking on the Doors. Pass on Leonard Skinner. Give Me Back My Bullets if anybody wants it. It's on the first label. That's the OG label. I said $12. It was marked $15. It's in VG condition. Okay. Now, John dropped off a couple boxes of 45s. I have plenty more other than the ones I've been selling tonight. I was going to say if there was anything worthy of auctioning in this one. If not, I do have other stuff to put up. I have not put up any autograph at all tonight. I don't have any mini. I don't have many just small ones laying around like I did last night that I hadn't got to yet. So maybe time for me to crack open a miscellaneous tub and see what's in there for bonus auctions. If not, we'll just start selling 3 albums at a time, okay? Aussie bars are already sold out. I don't think I can get any more either. Is the BCZ a blue vinyl? What is the Clash? And, okay, so let me take this one at a time. We have the following. We sold out of Aussie bars. Okay, and then J Nutra is passing. So the Doors is sold to Stephen Lawson. The Clash is an 82 OG Pittman VG $20 star, and Buzzcocks is black vinyl. It's a French reissue from 1987. That's a $25 start, okay? And then Kevin Chapman says he'll take Leonard Skinner for 12. Next, we're going to start reading through these. I really need to go get a Monster before I can't talk anymore. Let me find one more auction to throw up before I go away. Let me see what I've got over here in this thing. Okay, here we go. Blowout price. Paradise Lost autographed CD booklet. Paradise Lost, fully signed by the band. Signed Paradise Lost. There's the CD. It's JSA authenticated. Signed, $25 start. Paradise Lost in Requiem. $25 start. I'm heading front to the fridge. I should have already had 3 Monsters in me, much less not having the first one. And the crowd goes, Chad, what is wrong with you? Chad, what is wrong with you? And then the room starts to spin. And then everybody starts speaking in tongues. And all of a sudden, people start approaching me with pitchforks and torches. And they're like, we want records. We want records. And their eyes are all zombied out. And people are... It just starts getting really strange. And then I wake up from my dream. But I'm not in a dream. I'm at Coletco selling records. We want records, Chad. We want records. We need records. And then the room starts spinning faster. You should write books. Well, as Mom always told me, like Forrest Gump, she said, you got a big imagination, son. We have the Police, Ghost in the Machine, VG Plus, $17.99. Hall & Oates Live with the Temptations, VG Plus, $14.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, VG Plus, $24.99. ELO Out of the Blue, VG, $24.99. Steve Miller, Your Saving Grace, VG, $9.99. Rush, Moving Pictures. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride, Today's Tom Sawyer, VG Plus, $24.99. I love making that rhyme. We have Molly Hatchet, EX, $17.99. Hank Ballard was VG, $29.99. The B-52s, VG Plus, $12.99. Elton John Friends, VG Plus, $14.99. No one bid on the Clash. I agree, Craig. I do need to blast this one night. That would be, I don't know the deep cuts on here. I know the hits, of course. Should I Stay? Should I Go? Rock the Casbah, but I don't know all the deep cuts on there or all the non-album singles. So Chris Knapp gets Buzzcocks for $26. $26 on that. And then over here we have Paradise Lost autograph booklet for $25. JSA authenticated. Okay, next thing over here is Hall & Oates sold to Ryan M for $10. We need new auctions. Chad's got a Monster. Let's pull something from the bonus crate to let people know there is some pretty dang good stuff hidden over here, like Scorpions, Lonesome Crow. Scorpions is in shrink wrap featuring Michael Schenker of UFO. That's a 78 Canadian EX condition. Scorpions is a $20 start. $20 start. Next is John Entwistle. This is VG Plus, $14.99. Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits is VG, $12.99. And Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, VG Plus, $24.99 for Derek and the Dominoes Layla. Bad Company Straight Shooter, VG Condition, $12.99. Mr. Little Willie John is VG Plus, $14.99. Jackson Brown Running on Empty, EX, $17.99. Ringo Star, VG Plus, $17.99. Prince, $19.99 is VG, $19.99. T-Rex Tanks is VG Plus, $34.99. And Genesis Invisible Touch, EX Condition, original on her sleeve, $17.99 for Genesis Invisible Touch. EX Condition, $17.99. Got the way to the invisible touch, yeah. Da-dun-dun-dun. Run-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Do-do-do-do-do. Ba-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. Ba-da-dun-dun-dun. Ba-da-bum-bum. Ba-dun-dun. Do-do-do-do. Da-da-da. Beep, bop, bop, bop. All right, this might be the cheapest bullion I have all night, far as 999. These are Johnson Matthey 1 ounce silver bullion round, $67. United States of America with the Justice scales, and on the back it says fine silver Johnson Matthey, a well-known silver manufacturer, 1 troy ounce pure silver, and I have an entire silver round, a entire capsule on them. An entire capsule, that is $67. $67. Bullion. Johnson Matthey, 1 ounce silver rounds. Spot right now, 61.12. That's crazy. 61.12 and rising. That's insane. Never thought I'd live the day to see that, and here it is. It was 50, 55, 60. It's going to go up. It's going to go down. But that's just crazy to see. Violent Films 3. Violent Films is an 88 U.S. specialty OG, original on her sleeve. $25 for Violent Films 3. Steve Mason says, I'll take 2 Johnson Matthey rounds. $67. Sell those to Steve Mason. Sold and sold, okay? Done and done. I'm going to put those right there. And I'm going to go ahead and take this. Danny says he'll take 3. By the way, no sales tax for any region on bullion. That's Tennessee State regulation, so no sales tax on that. And then Scorpions has 1 bid for 20. That's a final call. Now it has a new bid for 22. Prince has an offer for 14. That must be in the last crate, right? Amenities. That was for $19.99. Sell this to him for $14. So we've sold 5 silver rounds. I have 15 left. Scorpions has a new bid 24. Scorpions has a new bid for 25. Let's go ahead and go through this crate Laura's marked. This should be a good one. I'm going to try to go through it as fast as I can because there's 2 more John crates after this, and then we can do miscellaneous. So a lot to get through. Here. Let's go ahead and monster it up. Holy moly. Holy cow. That episode of Seinfeld was on this morning when I woke up. Holy cow. Phil Rizzuto from the New York Yankees. George Costanza had that talking keychain. Holy cow. Ah, delicious. All right, straight to my heart. Now it's pumping blood. I hope. All righty here. So the biggest news in our town today, in Lebanon, Tennessee, right? We're located in Lebanon, Tennessee. The biggest news tomorrow, In-N-Out Burger opens tomorrow here in Lebanon. They've already got the National Guard on standby, literally to control people and get traffic directed, because it's right off the interstate too. So the biggest thing that's going to be happening in our town tomorrow, by far, is the grand opening of the In-N-Out Burger here in Lebanon, Tennessee. And I just opened up Facebook to make sure there wasn't any new claims on the video. And the guy I follow for a lot of local news, he sent out that reminder. He's just like, hey, you might want to avoid that part of town. So In-N-Out Burger opens tomorrow here in Lebanon. The biggest news of the century. We have the OCs, new Laura crate sticker price, $24.99. We have red and clear, $24.99 for the OCs. This guy has a fly on his forehead. This is Synthwave. It's called Damaged Bug on Yonkers, $14.99. And the Archaics live in the SHIT. Archaics, K-A-I-G-S. That's a garage grow, $14.99, okay? So that also means the show, yeah, I'm going to be late because I go get a Whataburger, okay? Over here, Scorpions was at $24. Steve Mason, you're out on Scorpions, by the way. And then Violent Femmes is 25 with Scott Dwallow. Ron Mustaine's out. And over here, oh man, no, that's Laura. It's over by the Hartman exit, like where Home Depot is. That's at the Hartman exit. So it's actually the next exit past Lebanon, the last exit for Lebanon, if you're westbound. So that's the Hartman exit. Calendar, it's a monster. Calendar is a funk disco album, $19.99 for Calendar. And then Bikini Kill, Reject All American. Bikini Kill is a 2019, $19.99, okay? Was Hey Last Best Offer Crate. And then what is Scorpions out? So this is sold. Scorpions is sold to Ron Mustaine for $24. Scott Dwallow gets the Violent Femmes for $25. And now we're ready for new stuff, okay? Here we go. We're ready for new stuff. And I was only bidding for Scorpions. Yeah, so I messed up there. The Scorpions is sold to Ron Mustaine for $24. Scott Dwallow got Violent Femmes for $25. We're good to go now. Okay, we have over here Johnny Thunders and Bootsy Collins. Let's go ahead and do these two. Johnny Thunders and Bootsy Collins. Johnny Thunders, So Alone, is a 2016 limited to 500 yellow, red, black splatter with book. $55 start on Johnny Thunders. And then Bootsy Collins. This is a sealed original. It does have a saw mark here. Bootsy Collins is a $15 start. Also, we have Low Tom. Low Tom is alternate rock limited 500, $19.99. Still got Bikini Kill. That's the first one I have not seen. On that one. Next is Thin Lizzy, Vagabonds of the Western World. Thin Lizzy's a 2015 reissue, $24.99. And Jonathan Richman and the Modern Lovers. Jonathan Sings, a Record Store Day exclusive, pinkish vinyl, peach colored vinyl, $19.99. Sometimes I try my best to describe these colors, and best way is to show it. Be like, here's the color. We have the Vagrants. I Can't Make a Friend, 65-68. The Vagrants had a man in the band called Leslie West, who went on to form a band called Mountain, like Mississippi Queen. So this was his band there he is there, Mr. Leslie West, the Great Fatsby. This is Garage Psych, $22.99, pre-Mountain music. Johnny Thunders is a $55 start, and Bootsy's at $15, by the way. Next thing over here is Morrissey, California Sun. Morrissey is sky blue vinyl sealed, $24.99. And then next is Brogan Sconce on M. And M for Brogan Sconce was something. What was that? And Charlie DeFrank wants 2 silver rounds, okay? These are sold to Charlie DeFrank, 67 and 67. He's talking about the Johnson Matthey 1-ounce silver rounds. I've still got several of those left if anybody else needs one. I'm going to go ahead and take them right in here so they don't fall with this little stack of 45s I've sold. Miscellaneous over here. We sold a Kiss comic, Elvis 45, Ozzy bars, Pink Floyd boxes, Christmas silver rounds, which were sold out of, more 45s, more coins, more copper, more coins, more silver, more 45s, tons of albums, and the show must go on, okay? Over here, we have also Wild Bell Isles. That is a synth pop indie record, $9.99. And then Sleeping Bag, Deep Sleep. This is indie rock, numbered to 500. A lot of these albums have like bonus flexies and bonus this, bonus that. $12.99. That one did. Here's 300% dynamite. That's interesting. We had 400% dynamite earlier. And then this is a 1999 UKOG, $29.99. So Bootsy Collins, a sealed record. 1B at Chad Smith, $15. That's a final call. And Johnny Thunders did not get a bid. So Johnny Thunders can be picked up for the buy now price of $55 for Johnny Thunders. $55 on that. Montessor Gainsborough. This is $29.99. This is various artists like Portishead, Michael Stipe from REM, and others covering Sergey Gainsborough's catalog. Hope I said that correctly. $29.99. Bootsy has a new bid for $16, so we're not done on that one. Our next auction is going to go up right now. That's Swamp Dog Rat On. Swamp Dog Rat On is a 71 US Pitman. It has the original company inner sleeve, VG++/EX, a $25 start. And the note is possibly one of the best album covers of all time. That's the note from Laura. Possibly one of the best album covers. This guy is riding a mouse. Rat On, Swamp Dog. Or I guess he's riding a rat. $25 start on that. That's now up for bid. Bootsy 15, 16, 16, 20, 21. And June of 44, Engine Takes to the Water. That's a math rock, post rock on that colored vinyl. $14.99. Okay. What did I have right here behind me I was about to do? Silver. I was going to see what's next on the cart. So we sold that big 5-ounce copper round with the astronaut. Here's another one I have. It's called Love Thy Farmer. And this is a 5-ounce copper. This is also $22. It's a nice farmer on a tractor. It's got a big barn in the back and his house there. And of course, it's really nicely etched on the back. Amazingly, honestly. Life is better on the farm. Those are $22. Copper, pure copper. We had the astronaut earlier. I'm also going to show that one. There's the farmer. And then the other one we sold 5 or 7 of already was the astronaut. And this one's also colorized. Those are $22 as well. Okay. I like that one as well, especially that side. $22 on the 5-ounce copper rounds. So first thing we have is Darren Johnson on June. And I got plenty of these. I've got like a whole box of them. For example, here's the box of astronauts I still have. So still got a whole box of astronauts. And I got that many in the farmer as well. Okay. So Susie wants one and Danny wants one. There we go. Sold and sold. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. I'll keep these right here next to me in case somebody else changes their mind. The title of Bootsy is The Name is Bootsy Baby. That's the title of it. 77 USOG. Sealed. High bid's $23. No bid yet on Swamp Dog. It is a $25 start. Okay. Going through new arrivals here. Sticker price. This is Orlando Julius. Super Afro Soul. That is a Funk Afrobeat 3 LP compilation. $44.99 on that. And the Budos Band. 2005 USOG Funk Afrobeat Budos Band. $29.99. The Budos Band. $29.99. Tall Trees. A Wave of Golden Things. Folk Rock Psych Alternate Rock. $12.99. And Jazz Impressions of a Boy Named Charlie Brown, Vince Guaraldi Trio. 50th anniversary. It has 12 art prints with it. Orange vinyl, $39.99. This is a packet that has Charlie Brown art prints with it as well. How cool is that? Linus, Lucy, Charlie, Snoopy, $39.99. Okay. And let's put that right back in there. That's pretty cool to see. And we have Hole. That's Courtney Love. Celebrity Skin. Out of print on vinyl. $99.99. That's true. I remember when I used to get these music on vinyl, there was an email and it was like, this is now out of print. $99.99. Okay. Let's go ahead and put up a third auction. Let's pull one from the bonus crate. And this one is going to be, give me 1 second. We're going to put up, what is that right there? Nope. Let's do, Let's do Judas Priest. All right, so Judas Priest, point of entry, is an 81 USOG Terre Haute. Has the original inner sleeve, VG Plus, $20 start on that, okay? Swamp Dog is a buy it now. Swamp Dog is a $25 buy it now, okay? No bid on Swamp Dog. Yes, these are all sticker price. No more, no less. This is a new arrival crate from Laura. Tracy Songer on whole, Celebrity Skin. That is sold to Tracy Songer. All right, thank you on that. That is now sold. Scott Dwallow was second, $99.99 on that one. And we have Bootsy is officially sold to Chad Smith for $23. And then Judas Priest is a $20 start, okay? Down to one auction. First thing we have is Lana Del Rey. Did you know there's a tunnel under Ocean Boulevard? Excuse me. This is on green vinyl with a note from Laura. Laura loves Lana Del Rey. I think that was 5 hearts. That's a big rating. $34.99. And then X, Under the Big Black Sun. X is a 2019. $19.99 for X. That's still available. Next auction is going to go up right now. And I have, without a doubt, going up right now. I don't know. Let's do David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. David Bowie, Aladdin Sane, is a 73 US Indianapolis OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's EX, and it's a $30 start. David Bowie, Aladdin Sane, $30 start on that one, okay? We have the Breakfast Club soundtrack on white vinyl, $24.99. We have this record, and this record is $12.99. It's Ooby Doob, Sidicarian Archives. It's pop, rap, experimental, $12.99. We have Charlie Brown here, sold to David Jennings. Stephen Parton on the Breakfast Club. Those are sold and sold. And then Psychic Temples plays music for airports. Psychic Temple is a reimagining of Brian Eno's ambient masterpiece, Music for Airports, 2016, $44.99. And Dumb Numbers. Dumb Numbers is an experimental rock album on green, purplish looking vinyl, $9.99. Judas Priest, point of entry, is a $20 buy now. No bid on Judas Priest. Few of the metalheads are napping right now, thinking a lot of it's going to be shown Thursday night. There's David Bowie. Hopefully many of the Bowie heads aren't napping, thinking that we're not going to be selling any Bowie records tonight. And then the next auction I have is, I don't know a lot about this, but it's looked interesting all night. So this is Black Flag and Minutemen. Okay, I was wondering what's going on here. I was like, what is Minute Flag? So this is Black Flag and Minutemen. It's a 4-track EP. And this is not your typical split EP, is the note from Laura. Instead of containing each band on their own side of the record, both bands merge together to create all the tracks. So it's a collaboration. It's a conglomerate of Black Flag and Minutemen. Sounds interesting. $35 start. First is Scott Dwallow on Dumb Numbers. David Pokey got Judas Priest for the bot now of 20. Ryan Mustaine was second. And then we have the OCs, The Cool Death of Island Raiders. There you go, Jeremy Bryant. The OCs, $29.99. Jeremy Bryant's invoice is going to have 12 line items, and it's all going to be the OCs. We have Lee Hazelwood. It's Cause and Cure. Lee Hazelwood is sealed, $29.99. And this is Nigeria 70, Lagos Jump, original heavyweight Afrobeat, high life and Afro funk, $22.99. Jeremy's officially 12 for 12 on the OC's records. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. And then Coachamia, All My Relations, a jazz funk album, $17.99. And the 13 for Elevators, Bull of the Woods. That is a 2011 UK reissue, $64.99. Minute Flag has a bid for $35. Bowie did not get a bid, though. Bowie is a 73 US Indianapolis, $30 on David Bowie. Buy it now on that. solid, and it's OG. David Bowie. And then we have Lee Hazelwood, Love and Other Crimes. Lee Hazelwood is a 68. Boy, I thought this was a Light in the Attic reissue or something. This is actually the real Tricolor Steamboat. Don't get this one very often. Tricolor Steamboat labels. It does have a hole punch on the cover. Lee Hazelwood, $25 start on that one. David Bowie is sold to David Polkey. Adam, you were a close second making an offer, but David Polkey was ahead of you. And then Andrew Hill, Joe Henderson, Richard Davis, of course, Blue Note Jazz, 2014 press, post-bop, $17.99 on that. And then we have Can Soundtracks, compilation written for film. This is 2014. Krautrock Experimental, $22.99 on that. Black Lips, Garage Punk, $29.99. Donna on Andrew Hill. And that left this right here, Chick, Chick, Chick. Their band logo is 3 exclamation points. This is Breakbeat, $9.99. Okay? We're about to sell the Minute Flag for $35. Victor Guerra has placed a bid for $36, so we're not done on that one. Robert Warner on Can. And let me show y'all tonight's no bids because I want to get the stack a little bit better situated here. Starting with the most recent, Rat On Swamp Dog. VG++ EX, it's OG, $25 on Swamp Dog. Johnny Thunders, So Alone. Johnny Thunders, 2016 UK, limited to 500, $55 on Johnny Thunders. Paradise Lost, autographed CD booklet, signed by the full band, A&JSA authenticated. Paradise Lost, $25. The Clash, Combat Rock, this is OG, 82 Pittman, first press, VG condition. The Clash, just $20. Cockney Rejects, Greatest Hits, another OG UK pressing, near mint, $35 for Cockney Rejects. The Replacements, Hootenanny, another OG 1983 Twin Tone Records, $50 on the Replacements. And then XTC, an 82 US OG Terre Haute, $15. Wow, I mean, there's some good stuff in there. Titles we don't see too often. Lee Hazelwood has a bid for $25, Minute Flag $37. Spiky McVeigh on Swamp Dog. Are you new and have you registered? Spiky McVeigh on Swamp Dog. Spiky McVeigh on Swamp Dog. Spiky McVeigh Swamp Dog. And let me know if you've registered with us, okay? I don't recognize your handle. That's sold to you for $25. John Durden, that's Buck Buchanan. Okay, Buck Buchanan got Swamp Dog. Thank you, Buck Buchanan. John Durden gets The Clash. Danny offered $20 for Paradise Lost. I knew I should have started the bid higher. I reduced it. Now I'm having to reduce it again. So did Danny Thomason for $20. Adam Bernardi on XTC, $15. That's so to Adam Bernardi. And that leaves the Replacements, Cockney Rejects, and Johnny Thunders. Okay? Lee Hazelwood got one bid, sold for $25 to Eric Van Leuven. And what about Minute Flag? What about Minute Flag? Scott Dwallow, 37. Victor Guerra, it's all up to you. Chad, what was the title of Andrew Hill? The Andrew Hill you bought was called Black Fire. John Durden, you got Clash. Yes. You know, I've always learned in business, if you're negotiating, you can always come down, but it's really hard to convince somebody to go up. So if you say something's $35 and you're like, man, I really needed to get 50 out of it, well, you probably should have started at $75 then. Minute Flag is with Victor Guerra at $39. XTC's going back. That was our very first auction tonight. Still having trouble selling XTC. Very first auction tonight. No takers. Okay, then there's a lot of bullion scattered across the table. I had 1 ounce Britianas for $70. 999 silver. These are 2026 Britianas. The only bullion I have left are the following. I have Britianas for $70. I have that many left. Those are 2026. They come in airtights. 2026. And then I had Johnson Matthey silver rounds. Like I said, this is probably the cheapest 1 ounce I have tonight. Johnson Matthey silver round, $67. Johnson Matthey, fine silver, $67 on those. And gold, the Silent Night, 1/1000th of an ounce, was $45. Right here. 1/1000th of an ounce. I'm showing these again so I can take them off the table. We're about to go through another vintage buy now best offer crate, just trying to get some of this off the table. And then we had, the only art bar we had left was Star Wars, which is $100. Dark Vader with a dark looking stormtrooper. Those are $100. So that's what I have in stock right now with bullion, other than the copper stuff that I had a moment ago. Okay. Kathy wants a Johnson Matthey round for $67. Sold a lot tonight. Trying to do this because it's going to be a while before I can have a whole night dedicated to coins. Flag is at 40. Victor Gary, you're out. Let's go through a new crate. Right? And I didn't go through that a second time. So if you were waiting to see something again, just ask me. It's right over here. Laura just sent me hot pictures for tomorrow. Ray Red wants the Montessori Gainsborough. Yeah, I was about to say, if anybody wanted to see something again, just let me know, because it's getting to the time of the night. We still got well over 230 people watching for 10 o'clock on Tuesday, which is great. But they're probably dying to see the next newest stuff so they can sleep easy. And now Flag is sold for 40. So we've got about 10 advertised auctions left. I've got the whole bonus crate, and I have about a billion other things I could possibly auction. XTC is sold to amenities for $12. Bad Company and Steve Miller from last crate, $16. Bad Company and Steve Miller from last crate, $16. All right, so there's Bad Company, and there's Steve Miller. Sell him both of these for $8 and $8, okay? $8 and $8. Those are sold and sold. All right, there's Paradise Lost. That was sold to Danny. Thank you on that, Danny. I might can come up with some other budget. I'm trying to sell off all the remaining autographs other than the high-end stuff. I really can't literally, I mean, I've got a ton of higher-end ones as well. We'll eventually get to some of those, but I've got to get them all together. I love autographs, and I'm thinking about putting together like an autograph show. Probably sometime next week, get together all the high-end stuff and be like end of the year sale on autographs, Cheap Trick, Stevie Nicks. Maybe finally do a deal with somebody on the signed Pet Sounds. Maybe do a deal on the Eminem poster, Iron Maiden autographs. I mean, we've got some really big signed stuff, and I'd like to sell some of it before the end of the year. So, all right. Can is already sold. Eric Squindo wants Budo's band. All right. Pet Sounds is signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnston. We found an amazing item last night going through posters. That's why I try to go through every poster in this building. I try to go through every poster in this building because I know we have so many that are signed and I just hadn't found them yet. I didn't even know I had this, though. This is Jimmy Buffett, Tales from Margaritaville. It's signed and it's already past JSA. That's one of the best finds I have found in this building of something I didn't know we had. That's coming summer of next year, because it'll take a long time for me to finally get the letter in hand. So that's coming summer of 2026, but it did pass JSA. I found a Michael Jackson the other day. We were going through stuff. I found a Michael Jackson. It was fake. It looked pretty good, though. But we found Jimmy Buffett last night. He's real. So that's Probably the best autograph I have found that I didn't know I had. So that was a great find, and it did pass. So Dennis Jackson got the Steve Miller and Bad Company. Yes, they can see your name. They watch on a master feed where they concede everybody's comments. All right, let's go through a new one. Let's go through a new one over here. Okay. Let's put up another crate. Buy it now, best offer. Let's do it. New vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. And don't hesitate to make offers. These have been marked. These are ready to be sold. Let me figure out which one I want to go through first. That one looked pretty cool. I think I'll go through this other one next. And here we go. New vintage. Buy it now, best offer. Scott Dwallow, you got minute flag. Yeah. All right. I'm going to go ahead and take this copper silver in here on the table. Copper and silver we've been selling. I'm selling vinyl, which is a precious metal. I'm selling copper and silver, which is a precious metal. I have an auction going up. This is a sealed Stone Temple Pilots. It's called Thank You. It's blue vinyl, sealed Stone Temple Pilots, a $25 start. Sealed Stone Temple Pilots, $25 start. Our next auction is the following. This is Iggy Pop, the Idiot. This is Iggy Pop, the Idiot, a 77 US Indianapolis OG. It does have, unfortunately, some cover damage. VG++/EX, a $35 start on Iggy Pop. All right, let's grab a new empty crate for me to put sold stuff in. And I'm ready to get started. I need to chug the rest of this monster. It definitely woke me up. I feel like a phoenix rising from Arizona. I feel like I've gotten wings. Stone Temple Pilots, greatest hits. Here we go. Billy Joel, The Stranger. Really nice copy in shrink wrap. $14.99. These are all bought now or best offer. Crosby, holy crap. I think this might be signed. Hold on a second. John, hey, there's a lot of autographs that slip through here. Cheap Trick, Dream Police, $19.99. Cheap Trick, Dream Police. King Sunny Ade and his African beats, Juju music. A 1982 African press, or it says African music, $34.99. We have Kraftwerk Autobahn, $49.99. Kraftwerk Autobahn, $49.99. Genesis Trespass. Genesis is $19.99. Trespass, $19.99. Final Call and STP for $25, and Iggy Pop. Final Call is a 77 US Indianapolis OG VG++EX. That's a $35 start. Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Stranger in Town, $24.99. And John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow, $19.99. That has the original on her sleeve. John Cougar is $19.99. And Rycooter Jazz. Rycooter Jazz is $19.99. Jimi Hendrix in concert. Jimi Hendrix is $19.99. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Don't Go Breaking My Heart. It's in shrink. It has the hop sticker. That is pretty dang cool. And it has the poster insert. This also has Philadelphia Freedom, which was not on any of his albums. That was a single only. $34.99. Okay? Next is Chad Smith on Sunny Ade for $28. That is sold to Chad Smith. Thank you on that. Jimi Hendrix, $15, sold to Victor Guerra. Thank you on that. This is called Stone Temple Pilots, Thank You. It's a 2LP blue vinyl greatest hits sealed. $25 is the high bid. Next thing is Taylor Dane, Tell It to My Heart. Taylor Dane is $14.99. And Grand Funk Closer to Home. It does have significant cover damage along the bottom. This has I'm Your Captain on it. That's on this red capital label, $19.99. Now, I got shell-shocked because I think this was signed by David Crosby and Graham Nash. Let me go back and look at this. It is. Man, too bad Steven didn't sign it. Let me see if he signed it somewhere else. That's good too. That looks good to me. Wow, that's amazing. John probably thought that was just somebody scribbling on the cover. That is David Crosby and Graham Nash, and those look pretty dang good to me. Unfortunately, Steele's didn't sign it, but man, Crosby's a tough signature to get now because obviously he's passed away. But that looks pretty good to me. That's amazing. Well, maybe there's some more signed stuff in here. Unfortunately, it'll be sold to me if I find it, though. That's now officially sold to me. We have Bang Bang Xavier Cugat. What an awesome cover that is. Look at that cover. Bang Bang Xavier Cugat, $9.99. And Genesis Seconds Out, $34.99 for Genesis. This cover has like a warp to it. Let me make sure the discs are okay. Yeah, the discs are fine, but this cover has a really bad bow to it. $34.99. First thing is amenities on Jazz for $14. That was Rycooter. That sold amenities for $14. And then Trespass $13 on Genesis. I will probably do that for $15, okay? $15 on that, and let's go ahead and sell Grand Funk for $12. STP is sold for $25 to Scott Dwallow. That's sold to him for $25. STP, $25 on that. And then Iggy Pop did not get a bid. That is the Idiot. Iggy Pop on the Idiot is a buy it now for $35. Signed Crosby and Nash, that's probably, I don't know, $300 to $500 if it comes back good after a letter. Probably around that. Rush Exit Stage Left is $44.99. Rush Exit Stage Left, $44.99 on Rush. And then the Rascals timepiece. This one is $19.99. It's a beautiful morning. That's a good one, $19.99. And then over here we have Suzanne Vega, Solitude Standing, $24.99. Pet Sounds, give me 1 second. I think it's $15.75. I think it's $15.75. Let me see if I've got it written on the back. Oh, 1 second. I've stepped away for 1 second. Okay, Iggy is sold to Sean Miller for $35. We have a pending counter offer on Genesis for $15 for Trespass. That's Josh Brown's if he wants it. It was marked $19.99. Boy George is $19.99. And we have Prism Armageddon for $14.99. Beach Boys Pet Sounds. Yeah, I think... give me 1 second. I've got it. I've got this and a couple other really expensive signed albums I bought, wrote up behind the counter. Not only do I have the price, I have my cost in it as well. I'm pretty sure I've had that since the spring, and it's $15.75. Let me see here. $17.50. Yeah, $17.50. I knew there was a 5 and some 7s in there somewhere. Pet Sounds is $17.50. Why don't I just go ahead and put a sticker on the back of that so I don't forget every time? For some reason, really expensive stuff I never mark it, and I have to question my own self every time. Let me go ahead and do that. Let me just write it on a sticky note. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. Now, of course, it's missing one. Now, here's what's crazy. You add that final signature. Right after Brian Wilson died, I saw one with that 5th and final signature, and it was around $6,000. So the premium on a fully signed one goes up exponentially. So this is Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, Bruce Johnston, $17.50. One more signature with this is Beckett and JSA. One more, and that goes up 4 times, approximately. So that's the value in having maybe just a 4-legged dog instead of the 5-legged dog. Next thing over here is this Trespass the Band. This is Genesis Trespass. It's $15 if anybody wants it. It was marked $19.99. He's going to pass. The Dale Lords, Johnny Comes Marching Home. The Dale Lords is sealed, $19.99 on the Dale Lords. And Journey Frontier Shrink and Hop sticker, $22.99 on the Journey, $22.99. Next thing over here is going to go up right now. This is AC/DC. AC/DC is a 1980 US OG. It's OG EX or better, $25 start on AC/DC. Very nice. Back in black. Let's check for RL. And yeah, mastered by Bob Lowig. $25 start on AC/DC. We have Paul Young, No Parlay, $14.99. This is new electronic music from the leaders of Avant-Garde. John Cage Variations 2, $34.99 on that. And Ringo Starr, Goodnight Vienna. This is actually sealed, unopened copy. Ringo Starr, $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is the Velvet Underground Archetypes. The Velvet Underground is a 74 US reissue, EX edition, $25 start. It does have a cut corner. Velvet Underground, $25 start. Starship, knee deep in the hoopla. We built this city on rock and roll with the We Built This City hop sticker, $19.99. These are, okay, that's another thing that has to be random. Can't do those right now because we'll probably want some people want to pick and choose, which is understandable. So let me skip that. Sorry, I'm over here talking to myself. I'm trying to find other silver that has come in tonight. Let's do a really cool collectible piece here. This is $325. What a coin. This is a 3-ounce Superman. Look at this. 3-ounce Superman. Beautiful colorized coin here. Look at this. $325. Barbados, officially government minted silver coin. It's got all the Superman logos and etchings on the back. Box and papers. 2023 or 3? What year? 2023 Barbados. They made 150, $325. Superman. Very cool. $325. Okay, AC/DC has two $25 bids. Mike Pierce and Ken Helplin. Ken, you're out. Mike Pierce came in first. James Rainey, you got dibs on Starship. It will be $18 though, because somebody else offered $18. The Cars Heartbeat City, $29.99 for the Cars. And Betty Wright, I Love the Way You Love. Betty Wright is sealed, 1972, $59.99. Now there is some damage up here in the corner, and it's got a saw mark, but that is sealed Betty Wright. I think we got a Betty Wright to auction here in a second. The condition, mint. It's sealed, unopened. It's an original cutout, sealed record. It's never been opened, so the vinyl is presumed mint. T-Rex, the slider. T-Rex is $39.99. There is some cover damage back here. $39.99. And Outlaws in the Heart of the Storm. Outlaws is $19.99. James Rainey does get Starship for $18. I'm going to make sure Ken Halplin doesn't want to bid again on AC/DC. Whedon Elson, did you ever get tired of hurting me? Wow, don't get that one too often. It's sealed too from 84. 84 sealed, $19.99. What was the title of the Journey? The Journey was Frontier, Shrink Wrap and Hop, $22.99. Also over here is this. We have Elton John Blue Moves. Elton John Blue Moves, $24.99. Over here we have Hall & Oates, bigger than both of us, $19.99. Shrink and Hop sticker. Shrink and Hop sticker. What? Monster time. I had a 5-legged dog. He would lick his leg like my girlfriend at the time was so amazed. Maybe that's why she's an ex. The things that pop up on chat when you're watching Collectco every night. I don't know what I just read, and I was trying to imagine it, and now I'm going to have to take a break and eat some chocolate-covered raisins to try to figure out what I just read out loud. So, hold on a minute. I got to pop some pills right quick. Whew. Man, hope my mic was muted because I just chewed down on some chocolate-covered raisins. What else do I have over here? Publix beef jerky. Hope this is safe. Nothing wrong with that, huh? What do you got over there, George? Calzone? Give me... Big Steinbrenner wants a bite of that. Pass that over here. Now, I was almost about to have to go to the hospital if I didn't eat something. Now I'm good to go. Now I've got about 30 things to get caught up on. AC/DC 26, AC/DC 30, Willie Nelson 15, Willie Nelson 16, Willie Nelson 15. John Durden, I'm assuming you're okay paying $1 extra for Willie Nelson. If so, that's sold to you for $16. If not, it's sold to Todd Saw for $16. Journey 15, Journey 18. Todd Saw, I'm assuming you're passing on Journey. If you don't want this, Stephen Parton offered $18. He actually offered $15, but somebody else offered $18. So that's up to Todd Saw. John Durden does get Willie Nelson for $16. What's the AC/DC? And then Velvet Underground's a no bid. Velvet Underground's a buy it now for $25. AC/DC, I'm back in black. I hit the sack. I'm glad to know. I'm glad to be back. We got Hell's Bells. We got Shake a Leg. We got Have a Drink on Me. And this is OG 1980 EX or better vinyl, which is good. The cover's typical VG. Okay. Over here, we have Willie sold for 16, AC/DC 31. I said 18 first, I thought. Eric Van Leuven on Velvet Underground for 25. Adam Bernardi already sold. And over here. So what happened was Todd Saw asked the price on this. Okay. Then Stephen Parton offered 16, and then you offered 18. So because Todd's passing, it goes to Stephen Parton first if he wants it for 18, which was your offer. And he did say he will take it for 18. So he had first dibs. So it was Todd, Stephen, and then you. So this is sold for $18. And this is officially sold to Stephen Parton for 18. All right, now AC/DC's at 31. Velvet Underground's long gone. And over here, we're going to put up another auction. And this auction is David Bowie. Let's dance. Put on your red shoes and dance. Stevie Ray Vaughan on guitar, 83 OG, and this is mastered by Bob Ludwig. OG shrink wrap, original under sleeve, $25 start on Bowie. Okay, Superman coin, $325. I got a whole new crate of new vintage stuff to read through. But first, I got another silver item, a very collectible piece of silver, Aaron Judge. This is a Chibi. This is a 2025. It's a 1-ounce silver bar that's colorized and looks like Aaron Judge from the New York Yankees. I'll just leave it sealed. I almost ripped that open, but I won't open it unless I absolutely have to. Aaron Judge, $125, okay? Here's what's left. If anybody wants a price, let me know. Billy Joel the Stranger, Cheap Trick Dream Police, Kraftwerk Autobahn, still available. A club edition, $49.99. And it's in a MoFi sleeve, which I wish John would put behind the jackets, but he told me that's against his rules. We have Bob Seger, Stranger in Town, John Cougar, Scarecrow, Elton John, Shrink and Hop, Don't Go Breaking My Heart, Taylor Dane, Xavier Cugat, Bang Bang, awesome cover on that one, Genesis, Rush, Timepieces, The Rascals, Suzanne Vega, Boy Joy, Prism, Genesis, Dale Lord. So somebody asked about Prism. Prism Armageddon was $14.99, and I'm so close to making a deal with Josh Brown on Genesis Trespass. Josh, this cover is also kind of bowed at the bottom. What did I tell you on that one? I think it was 19. He offered 12. I said 15. Maybe we can do a deal. We'll see what happens. There's Paul Young. We had John Cage, Ringo Starr, The Cars, Betty Wright, T-Rex, Outlaws, Elton John, and Hall & Oates. All right, we sold about half the crate. That's about what's left. Let's go ahead and get into another one. AC/DC is sold over here for $31 to Adam Bernardi. That's sold to him. Let's put that away, and let's put up a couple more things. Here we go. Here we go. Gotta move like invisible touch, yeah. Samantha Harris on Elton, 15. Is that for which one? Is that for Greatest Hits Volume 2? Was that for Blue Moves? Which one was that? Josh Brown said 14. Sold. I hate not being able to do a deal with somebody. I was like, because, I mean, can't remember the last time somebody made an offer and we end up not striking some sort of deal. So, that's sort of Josh Brown for 14. That is if their first offer is, you know, serious. Here's Betty Davis. I was thinking about Betty Wright. Here's Betty Davis. Betty Davis, They Say I'm Different. Betty Davis is a 74 US Sonic OG, blues rock, soul funk, VG. Top copies have sold for as much as $186 on Discogs. $25 start on that one. Don't go breaking my heart. This one is a little bit more. I'll need $25 on this one. It's in shrink with the hype sticker, and it has the poster booklet with it. You're referring to Greatest Hits Volume 2. That one was marked 34. If you want it, I will gladly put it in your box. $25, okay? Over here is David Bowie. The Vinyl Conditions EX, mastered by Bob Lugwood and shrink wrap. 25 on that one, okay? Chad's going to touch his toes right quick. Oh, now Chad squatted down. Now Chad's getting a good stretch in. Oh, yes. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, now Chad's going to stand up. Okay. Chad, can you get me a Raise Your Fist in Your Alice Cooper ×2? That might be available through Music on Vinyl. And if so, I can order it and try to get it in for you. Yes. I think that might be available MOV. Possibly. If you want me to check on it. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Ding 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 ding. Bum 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 bum. Dum dun 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 da da. Ba-da-dun-dun, ba-da-dun-dun, ding 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 ding. Bum. Da-da-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun dun dun. Dun bum bum bum. Would you please help me? Wow, this has got some great stuff in it. Okay. Help me. Ooh. All right, here we go. Betty Davis. It opened at 26. Then we had a bid for 25. Samantha Harrison said she'll take Elton John. Don't go breaking my heart for $25. That is sold. I am standing on an anti-fatigue mat. Yes. Courtesy of the Vlodder-Checks. I've about worn a hole through it. It's the floor underneath me. There's almost a hole worn in the floor too, where I've stood here and I shuffle my feet so much. Okay, make a note, Michael Jacob, a waiting list for Alice Cooper. Okay, David Bowie 30, now 35, and Betty Davis is still at 26. We have Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom, $19.99. These are all EX Plus or better. They've been bought from a private collection, brought here, cleaned, inspected, researched, sleeved, priced. Now their best offer. Now they're for sale. Buy it now or best offer. Bruce Springsteen, $14.99 for Born in the USA. Paul Young, The Secret of Association, $14.99 for Paul Young. And Jefferson Starship Red Octopus, $12.99 for Starship. Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, life's been good. Joe Walsh is $19.99. And then the Staple Singers, Be What You Are. The Staple Singers is $24.99. Staple Singers. And Rush Power Windows. Rush is $34.99. Big money goes around the world. Big money. Big money. The Manhattan Project. Wow. Rush, $34.99. Jimi Hendrix with the bonus 45. Does have the bonus 45. That is $34.99. And we have Elton John Greatest Hits. Never seen this before. What kind of pressing is this? Holland, Dutch, Elton John, very heavy vinyl, $26.99. All right, so Michael Jacob, waiting list, Alice Cooper, David Bowie, 35, Amenities is out, Betty Davis, 28, Betty Davis, 27, Betty Davis, 30. And the first thing we have is Rush, sold to Jordan Underhill for $28. George Burleson gets the Staple Singers for $20. I just shot myself in the foot over $1 because Amenities was going to pay $29. I just shot myself in the foot over $1. Jimi Hendrix is sold to Victor Guerra for $30. And then Chicago's Greatest Hits. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's the song Beginnings by Chicago. This is David Bowie, sold for $35 to George Scherer. That's sold to him. And now Betty Davis is at $35 with Phil Freeman. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Jonathan Richman and the Modern Lovers, Back in Your Life. A 79 US GRTOG EX condition. Jonathan Richman and the Modern Lovers, $25 start on that. Willie Before His Time. Willie Nelson is $14.99 for Willie Nelson. Betty Davis is at $40, and then Chicago. Chicago is $9.99 in a shrink wrap. And we also have the Best of Cher Volume 1 sealed for $29.99. And we have Molly Hatchet, Traveling Down This Road, and I'm Flirting with Disaster. Frank Fazetta artwork and shrink wrap, $19.99. And the Beatles, 62 to 66. Check this out. Red vinyl, $99.99. Red vinyl. Why don't you please, please help me? Betty Davis 4, Betty Davis 36. Chicago, what is the Chicago title? There's two different Chicagos in here. There's a Chicago 9, which is commonly known as Greatest Hits, and there's a Chicago 19. 9 and 19. Greatest Hits is $19.99. Chicago 9's $9.99. Donna has dibs on one of the two. The Beatles is red vinyl, $99.99. Sully gets Molly Hatchet for $15. Chris Knapp has Jonathan Richman at 26. So Betty Davis 42, Jonathan Richman 26, and Janet Jackson 12-inch single. Don't Stand Another Chance. That is $14.99. What? Pretty Poison. Catch Me, I'm Falling. Pretty Poison, 12-inch single, $14.99 on that. And the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Nice. The 1976 Canadian pressing on colored marbled vinyl. Also $99.99. What a cool record. Sgt. Pepper's, they pressed this in Canada in 78 on marbled vinyl. So we got the 62 to 66 on red, and here's the Canadian 76 purple label on marble vinyl. Okay. Chicago 19 was $9.99. Chicago 9, aka Greatest Hits, was $19.99. Looks like we might be done on Betty Davis. Final call for 42. Billy Joe Glass Houses is $14.99. And Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy. Leonard Skinner is $24.99. That one has Saturday Night Special on it. Dun dun, dun dun. All right. I have, if somebody wants a heck of an air horn moment, I have two coins. Well, let me show you this. Let's do this one first. This is $2,500. It's a 2025 Mexico Proof 70 Ultra Cameo Libertad. They only made 600, and these are NGC graded Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. These are $2,500. 5-ounce silver, Proof Cameo, perfectly graded Proof 70. That's Mexico Libertad 5-ounce. $2,500. I actually have 2 of them. I would love to sell both of them right now. $2,500. 2025 5-ounce NGC Proof 70. Okay? So first thing we have is this. Seth, you're fired, which is Jordan Underhill, gets Skinnered for 19. Donna gets both Chicagos for 7 and 15. Amenities was second. Sergeant Pepper's was $99.99. And Michael Jacob on Billy Joel. So the Beatles is $99.99. Grateful Dead American Beauty, 1983 press, $39.99. So this is a 83 press of the Grateful Dead American Beauty, $39.99. And Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band, Lick My Decals Off Baby. That is $36.99. Sergeant Pepper's is essentially $100 or best offer. Betty Davis is officially sold to Holbrook for no. Who had it? Hold on a second. 45. I could have swore there was a 46 on this. Phil Freeman, 45. Holbrook never did go out. Let me make sure we are done on this. Phil Freeman has this for $45. Jim Davis went out. That's a final call. Jonathan Richmond is sold to Chris Knapp for $26. Okay, I must have not said the price on Peppers because a few people's asked. And we have old Juicy Lucy here. There's old Juicy Lucy surrounded by fruit. A 1970 Monarch, $34.99 on that. And Bryan Adams Cuts Like a Knife. That's in shrink, near mint minus. Bryan Adams, $19.99 for Bryan Adams. Our next auction is Versus Dead Leaves. This is a compilation of several 7-inch by the 90s indie rock band Versus. Versus is a 1995 USOG EX edition, a $25 start on Versus. Betty Davis is sold to Phil Freeman for $45. Bryan Adams is sold to Shannon Mashaka for $15. And Gas Mask. Gas Mask is $34.99. Mike, you were second on Bryan Adams for the same price. Journey, Dream After Dream, a Columbia Half-Speed Master. Interesting release here. $44.99. So this was originally only released in Japan, and then they put it out in the U.S. as an audiophile half-speed master. $44.99 for Journey. We got to put back on Billy Joel. If anybody wants Billy Joel glass houses, you may be right, I may be crazy. That's $14.99. And then the last advertised auction before I get to nothing but bonus stuff is Dolly. And this is Dolly Parton, Great Balls of Fire. This is sealed. 1979. The reissue also came out in 79, but has no perceptible differences on the jacket. Sealed, $20 start, okay? So there's a good chance that's the OG pressing. Sealed Dolly, $20 start. Nice. The Beatles, Please Please Me, a 1976 copy. So if you have a copy of Please Please Me, you can be holding a $5 record if you have a reissue that's like really destroyed, or you could be holding one that sells for as much as $2,000 or $3,000 or more. I've seen some of these get way up there. So there's all kinds of different variants, a wide range of prices you can see on this record. 1976 UK, $39.99. That's a 76 pressing of Please Please Me. The true first off the presses are pretty difficult to find. That would be truly the very first Beatles album in the UK, which would be the very first pressings of Please Please Me. Here in the States, it would be Introducing the Beatles on VJ, so that would be the first one. Scorpions, Animal Magnetism, $29.99. Versus is EX. It's really nice. EX and a nice jacket. Dolly has a bid for $20. Van Halen, Women and Children First, $39.99 for Van Halen. That is super clean. Von Holland. Foreigner 4 is $19.99. Jukebox Hero. Men at Work, Business as Usual. Men at Work is $24.99. U2, Live Under a Blood Red Sky. This is contains the unedited version of the Electric Company. Good. They did a press where they shortened the Electric Co., which is a great live song here. U2 does. $39.99. How much is the Beatles? $39.99 for Please Please Me. It's a 76 UK. The vinyls EX or better, $39.99. Aha Hunting High and Low. That has Take On Me, $34.99 on that. And check this out. The Ventures, NASA 25th anniversary, $19.99. And Space Observance Week commemorative album. Themes from Return of the Jedi, Columbia, Star Wars, Journey to the Stars, Star Trek. There's the Ventures looking like superheroes. $19.99 on that one. Ryan Mustaine on Foreigner 4. And that is right here. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine. And then John Durden. If you want NASA, it will be. Actually, when I was flipping through early, I almost thought about pulling this up for auction. But yes, it's yours if you want it. It will be sticker price. $19.99. That probably would have made a great auction. So to John Durden for $19.99. DJ Not So Good gets the Beatles Please Please Me. Oh, man. Basically recorded live in the studio. I mean, just they went in and just recorded this. I've been watching Anthology, so I'm fresh on Beatles knowledge, refreshed on Beatles knowledge. But yeah, this is like, basically you're listening to the Beatles live in the studio. They did some takes, but man, they did that whole thing in 12 hours, that whole album. Falco is sealed, $24.99, and Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses, sealed, $24.99. So Dolly is sold to William Warner for $20, and Buck Buchanan gets Verses for $25. Now you got bands like Tool, which I really love. They take 7 or 9 years to make an album. The Beatles put out an iconic masterpiece in 12 hours. Things were just a little different, though, in 1963. That's why Twist and Shout, not only is it the last album on the album, but John Lennon's voice is shot. If you hear him singing that and it sounds like he's straining, he was literally straining to finish the album that night after that 12-hour session. His voice is literally like cracking. You can hear it in the recording. Shake It Up, Baby. Twist and Shout. Okay, speaking of twisting, here's Twisted Sister. This is Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. This is an 83 U.S. Allied OG with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, $20 start on Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. I said William Warner, it was Robert Warner, my bad. Robert Warner got Dolly for $20, not William Warner. Robert Warner. Mistake on my end. So to Robert for $20. Falco. I don't think it has Rock Me Amadeus. Amadeus is not on this record. No, it's not. It has... It's not on here. These are hard to read. Emotional, Kamikaze Kappa, Crime Time, Cowboys and Indians, Coming Home, Star of Moon and Sun, Les Nouveaux Riches, The Sound of Music, The Kiss of Kathleen Turner. Not as difficult as I thought it would be to read. All right. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be a chance to punch Seth Hackett in the face. You're bidding on a you get to just walk up and just far as you just bam right in the face. Here's what's left. Falco. We have Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom. Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, Paul Young, Secret Association, Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, Joe Walsh, But Seriously Folks, Elton John's Greatest Hits, Willie Nelson, Before His Time, The Best of Cher Sealed, Beatles 6266 Red Vinyl, Janet Jackson, Don't Stand Another Chance, Pretty Poison, Catch Me I'm Falling, Grateful Dead, American Beauty 83 Press. We have Captain Beefheart, Sgt. Pepper's on Marble Vinyl, $99.99. We have Juicy Lucy, Gas Mask, Journey, Dream After Dream, Billy Joe Glass Houses, Scorpions Animal Magnetism, Van Halen Women and Children First, Men at Work, and JS for $25. So there's Men at Work, and let me find JS over here. These two's here. Sell these to Jerry Rock for $25. Twisted Sister has a bid for $20. U2 Live, Aha, and Ringo Starr. What's the price on Pretty Poison? Pretty Poison was $14.99 United States dollars. That's USD, by the way. United States dollars. No yen, no rubles, no hermit crabs. All right, no hermit crabs tonight. sold out. Waiting our next order. Okay. Let's see what else I have over here in gold. Gold. I got more 1/1000th gold. Should have some Disney people watching, so I'll bring this one out. SpongeBob. Got some cool stuff over here. We're about to get to more vinyl, and then we're going to start hitting all of our miscellaneous and whatnots. It's only 10:30. But right now, I've got Steamboat Willies for $45. These are silver. These are, excuse me, these are 1/1000th gold. They have Mickey Mouse with the classic Steamboat Willie. 1928, one of the first, or maybe the first Disney cartoons. $45. They're numbered on the back. Pure gold, 1/1000th. $45. A lot of our mint distributors, and one of our main guys we talked to, he's like, guys, one of the hottest things right now is fractional gold, just because, you know, for common collectors, it's kind of hard to get. You know, if you want something 1 ounce gold, it's now getting close to premium, like an art bar or something. You're talking, what, $5,000 for like a 1 ounce, something 1 ounce that's brand new, that's got some kind of intricate design. $5,000 now, approximately. I mean, it's spot plus hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So it's starting to get really expensive. So now they're having to break stuff down into 1/100th, 1/1000th, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so let's go back to the top. Twisted Sister about to sell for 20. Pretty Poison, Soda Mike going for 10. Price on the Beatles. Sergeant Pepper's, these are both $100. But don't hesitate to make offers. This is on the marbled vinyl, and this is on red vinyl. $99.99 on those. Dennis offered 10 for Bruce. Bruce is $10. And let me figure out which one that was. That was Springsteen. So did Dennis for $10. And Danny wants a Steamboat Willie. You got it. I've got more of those left. I got more of those. I got more of those if anybody else wants one, okay? Chad, can you check on a poster from last night? Girl in black outfit before you found the signed Jimmy Buffett. Oh, boy. Yes, if you can wait a little bit longer, because they're now all up front, and that might take a while to find. That is somewhere hidden in the depths of the up front. I've already took all the posters up front, and yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we have gone through all 2 crates, both crates lower marked, the 4 John crates. I think it's time to go ahead and do maybe try to find another buy it now best offer crate. I feel like end of the week last week, we had a ton of stuff that should have sold, but it was kind of just left behind. I've got indie stuff from Laura. I got classic rock stuff from John. And then I've even got some stuff here Paul marked. And honestly, I think a lot of it needs to be read through again. I know some people wanted to see some of the stuff that Laura had marked at one point. With that being said, it's still kind of early. But what I'm about to do is we've probably been 10% miscellaneous and 90% vinyl. I'm probably about to change it to about 25 or 30%, 25 or 30% miscellaneous, which is going to be 45s, probably even cassettes and coins and silver and gold. And then we're going to do that for about the next 30 minutes or hour, and then we'll probably do nothing but miscellaneous for the rest of the night. And I'm determined to stop the show somewhat early so I can get some rest. But I feel pretty good right now. These monsters kick in, and all of a sudden I'm a loose cannon. I'm like a guy that has you know, you get what I'm saying? So John Napolitano needs to get Twisted Sister. Okay? The Janet Jackson was a 12-inch single. $14.99. Let me find that. Janet Jackson. $14.99. It was called Don't Stand Another Chance. $14.99. $14.99. You aren't stopping early. Oh boy. The crowd is pushing me to my limits. Okay, here we go. Let's go through this crate. Best offer. Golly. You know, I could just hit the button. If I just hit this end stream and it just goes off, first of all, everybody be like, what the heck happened? But then that's when y'all know, okay, Chad he shut her down. He's over. Shut her down. Here we go. Best offer, Eric Clapton, August. Eric Clapton, $24.99. The Moments, not on the outside, but on the inside strong. $74.99 for The Moments. That's on Stang Records, one we don't see too often there. $74.99. The Cars Heartbeat City, a German press, a fantastical German press. $34.99 on that. And the Rolling Stones Made in the Shade, Angie, $34.99 for the Stones. Super clean copy of that. Okay, from the bonus crate, I have AC/DC Flick of the Switch, an 83 USOG specialty press. It has the original inner sleeve, embossed cover, $15 start on AC/DC. Guadalcanal Diary Jamboree. Guadalcanal Diary is $19.99. Kathy Hodges on Night, which was NIGHT. Night, NIGHT was something. And then we have the Hollies Greatest Hits. Hey, Carrie Ann. Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress. Pay You Back with Interest. $19.99 for that. And Ice House is $14.99. I'm going to go ahead and grab a handful of cassettes right over here. Yes, I'm going to grab one. I'm going to grab two. I'm going to grab three. And then I'm going to bring the tray a little bit closer to me. And these are all $6.99. $6.99 on these cassettes. First thing I have is Night Ranger Midnight Madness, The Scorpions Blackout, ZZ Top Tejas, Harley Davidson Road Songs, which is a compilation, and Candlebox Lucy. Those are all $6.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. This is the Kinks in shrink wrap and hop sticker, State of Confusion, $14.99. We're officially going to start doing some cassettes here. $6.99 on these, okay? We're also going through a crate of buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. We have Kathy. I'm still trying to maybe figure out what night. Maybe Kathy was saying good night. Okay, maybe she said good night because she's going to bed and she wasn't trying to claim something. Harley is sold to James Rainey for $6.99. Chris Frazier is wanting Scorpions Blackout for $6.99. And Dennis has AC/DC for $15. That left Night Ranger, ZZ Top, and Candlebox. Kansas is the Point of No Return. Kansas has the original inner sleeve. That's $19.99 for Kansas. Leo Kottke, Chewin' Pine. In shrink, nice copy, $9.99. And Foreigner's self-titled debut, Feels Like the Very First Time, $19.99. We have Paul Young, No Parlay. Paul Young is $14.99. And the Wooden Tops, Giant. The Wooden Tops is $19.99. Chris Knapp on the Kinks. That's sold to Chris Knapp. And we have Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, $34.99 for Fleetwood Mac. It does have the original sleeve. I feel like another copy of that just recently came through. $34.99 on Fleetwood Mac. Let me jump over here. I don't know if there's anybody watching interested in 8-tracks, but I've got a whole batch over here. First of all, let me grab these two. These are like in one of these big wooden trays, so it's kind of hard for me to show them quickly, but here we go. Ryan Mustaine second on the Kinks. Live in Color, Vivid, Cult of Personality, The Firm, self-titled, and then ZZ Top Eliminator and ZZ Top Afterburner. AC/DC is sold for $15 to Dennis Jackson. That sold to him. And Ryan Mustaine's K was for Kansas. You got it. K for Kansas. That sold to Ryan Mustaine. Thank you on that. Sold to Ryan Mustaine. Next thing over here is Al Di Meola Electric Rendezvous, $19.99. This has the original inner sleeve, $19.99 for Al Di Meola, and Styx Paradise Theater. This has an etching on it. Very cool. Too Much Time on My Hands. Top loader. Hopefully y'all can see that. Really cool how they did that. $19.99. And Waylon Jennings, $24.99 for Waylon. Amenities wants Live in Color for $6.99. You got it. That's sold to you for $6.99. Let's pull out a few more here. Let's do this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. These are all $6.99. I've got Rat, Reach for the Sky, Judas Priest, Stained Class. I have Quiet Riot, Metal Health, Firehouse, that's a good one, Firehouse, and Boston, Third Stage. Those are all $6.99. There Goes Mark wants Guadalcanal Diary for $15. You got it. That's sold to Mark for $15. Waylon is sold to Johnny Hancock. Mark Stanley on Baroness. No Baroness here, I don't think. Chris Frazier on Quiet Riot for $6.99. Chris Frazier got Firehouse for $6.99. That leaves Rat, Judas Priest, and Boston. Brian Setzer, The Knife Feels Like Justice. Brian Setzer is $19.99. And then we have Neil Young on the Beach. Neil Young, $36.99, original sleeve, OG pressing of that one. Also, we have Foreigner, Double Vision. Foreigner is $19.99. And Eye Level. Eye Level is a gold stamp promo, $24.99. All right, next cassettes. Let's grab 1 out of here, 2 out of here. Let's grab 3 out of here, 4 out of here, and 5 out of here. These are all $6.99. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found, Doc and Tooth and Nail, Crocus Hardware, AC/DC Fly on the Wall, and AC/DC Blow Up Your Video. Those are all $6.99. Journey Captured, $34.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. Till Tuesday, Welcome Home. Till Tuesday's $14.99. The Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager. The Moody Blues, $14.99. The Guess Who, Botman, Cummins, Cale Peterson. $14.99, the Guess Who. Also, Rhythm Heritage. This one is in shrink wrap, $9.99. TT for 10. That's sold to John Durden for 10 till Tuesday. Pure Prairie League, Firing Up. Pure Prairie League is a 1980 Scandinavian pressing featuring Mr. Vince Gill. $19.99 on Pure Prairie League. And Kate Bush, The Whole Story. Kate Bush, $44.99. Running Up That Hill, A Deal with God. Kate Bush. Clean vinyl, does have some cover wear and tear. A little bit of discoloration up here, $14.99. So cassettes are still available. Jason and the Scorchers, Doc and Crocus, AC/DC, AC/DC. Let me grab 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 more cassettes. These are all $6.99. First thing we have is Dawkins, Breaking the Chains, U2, Joshua Tree, Van Morrison, Sense of Wonder, Blind Maniacs and Blind Maniacs. That's 10,000, or excuse me, that's 10,000 Maniacs, Blind Man Zoo, and In My Tribe. Whew, couldn't spit that one out. Over here we have Country Funk 3. Country Funk 3 is on clear with red, blue swirl. $34.99. This is the first time these have been offered at discount. This was Paul or Laura Mark stuff. I can't remember. Probably Paul. First time these have been offered. $34.99. We have Bobby Womack, The Bravest Man in the Universe. Bobby Womack is a 2012 press, $19.99. The Ensemble Al Salam, The Sojourner. This is 2020 Japanese remaster, $39.99. And we have Leo Noccantelli, Another Side, Light in the Attic, Anniversary Edition on gold metallic vinyl, $39.99 for Leo Noccantelli. Bardo Pond, Amanita. That's a 25th anniversary, $29.99 on that. So still got Dawkins, U2, Van Morrison, 10,000 Maniacs, and 10,000 Maniacs. No takers on those. The Hangman's Blues, Prison Songs and Country Music, 1956 to 1972, $44.99 on that. Any chance on the KLF on vinyl? I don't know, but I bet I can look into it for you. KLF on vinyl. That one I'm not too familiar with. Over here we have New Orleans Soul, the original sound of New Orleans, 66 to 76, $34.99. I think you misspoke on Kate Bush. Kate Bush is $44.99. Gatefold single LP compilation. That's the price on that. Okay, first thing I have is this. Bobby Womack, Donna on Bobby Womack for $14. That sold to Donna for $14. Danny offered $30 on Hangman, sold to Danny for $30. And Camille Yarborough, the Iron Pot Cooker. Camille Yarborough is a 2020 Record Store Day remaster, $29.99. And we have Holy Wave Interloper. Holy Wave is a 2020 Psych Clear Blue and Tangerine Splatter, $29.99. Make a note to look up KLF. Silver. Let me show you the first and cheapest bullion, and we'll work our way up, okay? The cheapest bullion I have available tonight is 1 ounce silver, Johnson Matthey. This is $67. That's what I have left. I started with 20. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. They're 1 ounce silver. Johnson Matthey, a well-known silver conglomerate, and that is $67. That's the cheapest silver I have, bullion 1 ounce in stock right now. So Buddy Johnsey, we'll start there, and then I'll work my way back up for a recap. And then I'll start here in a minute. I'm about to show everything we have. I got a whole cart of bullion, silver, gold, coins, slabs, everything. It's probably after 11:30 tonight or later, it's going to turn into probably a coin show and cassette show. First thing is who is on NO Soul, and NO Soul, New Orleans Soul. This is Willie T, Gene Knight, Betty Harris, Aaron Neville, Jimmy Hinks, Irma Thomas, Ernie K. Doe, Eddie Bowe, and it looks like possibly even others. $34.99. And we have Willie Colin, Casa Nostra, Conta Hector Laveau, Record Store Day 2020. I don't know what I just read, but it's $59.99. Solarplex said he would give $4 for all the cassettes. Sold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 cassettes times $4, all sold to Solarplex. I'm going to go ahead and take these in here right now. Those are all sold, 19 at 4 each, to Solarplex Studios. That's going to be this stack right here. On top is 10,000 Maniacs. All right, that's sold to him. While I'm over here, I got to move this cart, but I also have another bonus crate of sealed auctions to put up. And this is Macho Man Randy Savage. This is sealed Macho Man Randy Savage. It's a Record Store Day, or no, I think at one time it's a Record Store Day. And this is on orange vinyl, sealed Macho Man Randy Savage, a $25 start, okay? $25 start on him. Let's show some more cassettes right quick. Don't go anywhere, because I can probably do that deal with you for a while, which would be great, because I would love to sell all these. These are all $6.99. Here's another handful. We got James Gang Bang, James Gang. John Fogerty center field, put me in coach. The Bengals different light, Manic Monday. Bengals everything, The Stand, and Crocus, The Blitz. Those are all $6.99. Darren Jones and the Indications, Private Space, $19.99. Dave Mosley on Macho Man for $25. Introducing Aaron Frazier, $29.99. Red Sea Blood is $44.99. And then we had Holy Terror, Terror and Submission, an 87 UK OG metal record. Holy Terror, $44.99. Okay, so you saw the Johnson Matthey silver rounds. The next ones I have are the Britannias, as we call them. Britannias. The Britannias. And these are $70. They're in an airtight, very beautiful coins. 2026, right? 2026. These are brand new. $70 on those. 2026. And that's what I have left. I have 2, 4, 6 of those, okay? So let me put those back here along with these in case anybody decides they want anything. Now, I think what Mr. Buddy Johnsey eyeballed was this. This is $2,500. It's a 2025 Mexico 5-ounce silver Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. That is $2,500. I'll go ahead and show you that right now. Still working my way back up. And then we had Van Morrison, Keep Me Singing. Van Morrison is sealed, a 2016 Coke bottle clear vinyl, $29.99. And then Led Zeppelin 4, just $24.99. Black vinyl sealed. Led Zeppelin 4, $24.99. All right, let me grab this cassette, 2 cassettes, 3 cassettes, 4 cassettes, and 5 cassettes. These are all $6.99. $6.99. We have Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. Over here, we have The Big, the Bad, and the Dirty, Atlantic Metal Sampler promo cassette. $6.99 on the Atlantic Metal Sampler. Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Queen, The Game, and Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2. Holy Terror, sold to Victor Guerra for $30. You have on hand a very, you talking about, I may have misread that. You have on hand a very look-up record. I may have misread that, or maybe it's mistyped. Macho Man is sold for $25 to Dave Mosley. Thank you, that's sold to you for $25. All right, let's get that in a new sleeve. Okay. Done. Metal Sampler Artist. This, Mr. Big, Badlands, Dirty Looks, Wrathchild America, Kick, Skid Row, White Line, Hurricane Alice, Fiona, Gringos Locos, Vamp, Banshee, and Savatage. All artists that was on Atlantic that was putting out metal in 1989. $6.99 on that. Now if I could just stretch one more good time. One more stretch. One more stretch. Oh, gosh. Sorry. Fatigue is setting in. So to James Rainey and anybody else on anything in here. I'm going to read the titles, and there's a couple I'm going to go ahead and do like a flash sale on them. Probably what maybe they could end up in a discount crate for. Some people's probably like, man, I should make an offer. But maybe if Chad goes ahead and tells me the price, I'll go ahead and jump on it. So here we go. I'm just going to read them first, though. Eric Clapton, August. The Moments. The Cars, Heartbeat City German Press. Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade. The Hollies, Greatest Hits. Ice House. Leo Kottke, Chewin' Pine. Foreigner, self-titled. Paul Young. The Wooden Tops. Fleetwood Mac. Al Di Meola. Styx. Brian Setzer. Neil Young. Foreigner. Eye Level. Journey Captured. Moody Blues. The Guess Who. Rhythm Heritage. Pure Prairie League. Kate Bush. Country Funk 3. The Ensemble Al Salam, Sojourner. Leo Noccantelli. Bardo Pond. Camille Yarborough. Holy Wave Interloper. New Orleans Soul. Willie Colon. Amenity says Willie Colon record is salsa, and you have on hand a very and then we have Darren Jones and Indications, Aaron Frazier, Van Morrison, Red Sea, and over here. Now, Amenities, you're watching from the Dominican Republic, right? Is that what you said earlier? Watching from the Dominican Republic. So welcome. And anybody else watching internationally? Is anybody watching extraterrestrially? Is there anybody watching from the space station or another planet? I know we have people watching outside of the United States. Is there anybody watching outside of Earth right now? That would be pretty cool. Kate Bush, if you want this, Jerry, I'll do it for $30. $30 on Kate Bush. Price on Leo Noccantelli. Leo Noccantelli is $39.99. All right, here's another handful of cassettes. I've almost went through this whole tray. There is 1, 2, 3, and get these down here, 4 and 5. $6.99. We have Georgia Satellites, Crocus, Eagles The Long Run, Hitline, and Judas Priest Point of Entry. So Priest Point of Entry, Hitline, Eagles, Crocus, and Georgia Satellites. Okay. First thing is Darren Jones, $10. This was $15. I'll do $15 on it, Don. It was marked $19.99. Led Zeppelin 4, it's clear vinyl, remastered. Clear vinyl remastered. There's some more cassettes. Georgia, Crocus, Eagles. Hitline is K-Tail Alert. K-Tail Alert. That's a K-Tail. Just FYI. Here's our next sealed record going up for auction. This is Cake, Comfort Eagle, short skirt and a long jacket. Dun, 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 dun. So Cake, I know 2 big songs. He's going The Distance, and that's the other one I know. Short skirt and a long jacket. $15 start on Cake. It is sealed. It's called Comfort Eagle. All right. So the next question is how much is Bardo Pond? And then we just had an offer on Bardo Pond. Bardo Pond Amanita was marked $29.99. Okay. And then Country Funk was the other one here. Country Funk. We had an offer, a bundle offer. First, though, Victor Guerra has dibs on Bardo Pond. And then Country Funk was right back here. It was marked $34.99. Sully gets Led Zeppelin for $19. No takers on these cassettes. And let's pull some more out. Let's do these. This, and this. Boy, this one looks... Might need to check that one. Okay, this is Van Morrison, Poetic Champions Compose, Van Morrison Enlightenment, Keel, The Right to Rock, and the Guess Who Reunion. Okay? Cake 15, Cake 17, Cake 15. So let me know, Victor, on Bardo Pond. If not, I'm probably going to do this deal with Chris Knapp. Let me look at him. Hold on a second. So Bardo Pond, $25. So yeah, that's probably a better. I'm probably going to go ahead and take that. Victor was first anyway. That's so to Victor. And Chris Knapp, if you want this, I'll do $28 on it. Did I miss the Metro Atlantic cassette for $6.99? Yes, you were second. Somebody asked the artist, and then they bought it. So you were second. Yes. Okay. All right. So there's that. And what else is over here? Let me go ahead and finish this off so I can take this off the table. We have REO Speedwagon, Wheels Are Turning, Martina McBride, A Broken Wing, Valentine, I think that's a single, a Bluebird Cafe Christmas, sealed, and then we had Brentwood Christmas Jazz and 1961 Billboard chart hits. Okay. So we got Cake 20, 21, 22, 23, and Cake XXIV. Roman numerals. Cake is now at $24 with Stephen Parton. $24 on that. Chris Knapp takes Country Funk at $28. Okay. The only thing I didn't do a deal on was Darren Jones and the Indications. Short skirt and a long jacket. I like a girl. Something like that. Offer on Willie Colon. Oh, by the way, Kate Bush is sold to Jerry Rock for $30. Almost forgot about that. Willie Colon, the hop sticker, features salsa hits Shay Shay Coley, T. Conzoco, and Juana Pina. All analog mastering from Kevin Gray, pressed at RTI. It is $59.99. It's a 2020 record store day. $59.99. $59.99. You make a fair and reasonable offer, and I'll probably sell it to you. Short skirt and a long... All right, let's find another one like that to go through. Hold on, I just slapped myself a couple times. Come on, Chad. You can do this. You can do this. Here we go. This one's a great one to do best offer. I mean, a great crate to do best offer. Cake has a new bid for $25. Steven, I was coming back to sell it. The more I keep singing, the more bidding it keeps going. This is sold to Amenities for $48. You got it. Willie Colin, thank you. Thank you. All right, well, I emptied this thing here, so I'm going to take it up front out of my way. All the cassettes I just showed were strays that were left in there. I'm about to start in on a new box here. Let me put this up here out of the way. And I have a pretty cool auction lot here. Let me try to get them all together. I have never seen this many together at once. This is pretty incredible. Okay. This is, I think, the complete discography offered by Blue Oyster Cult on cassette. And I'm pretty sure they're all different. I'm going to auction these. This is the complete Blue Oyster Cult discography. I don't know if it is or not, but there's a lot of them here. So let's go through here and look at them. I'm going to put them up and count them and go through these. It's going to take a big chunk out of this box for sure. Solarplex, or you want to do a bundle on all these over here? We got Blue Oyster Cult Extraterrestrial Live. Uh-oh. Nothing in that one. That's unfortunate. Okay, we had Don't Fear the Reaper, which is a compilation. Club Ninja. Spectres. Career of Evil, the Metal Masters. On Flame with Rock and Roll, another compilation. Fire of Unknown Origin, that was a big one. Secret Treaties. On Your Feet or On Your Knees. Their self-titled debut. Barry Manilow, that's not Blue Oyster Cult. Tyranny and Mutation. Cultosaurus Erectus. Extraterrestrial Live. So that's the one that was missing, but that's a different one. Agents of Fortune. Imaginos and Some Enchanted Evening. A Blue Oyster Cult cassette collection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 Blue Oyster Cult cassettes. Okay? Starting bid, $55. 55 divided by 15. $366 each right now for the minimum bid. Blue Oyster Cult, $55 for all those. Cake is sold to Christina Curtis for $28. Sold to Christina for $28. You got it. Okay? Solarplex said he would buy all the other cassettes over here at $4 each in a bundle deal. Okay? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, 21. I'm not going to charge you for these three, okay? I'm not going to charge you for the single or the 2 sealed Christmas cassettes, just the standard titles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 there, so make these $84 and just put those in there with them, okay? As bonus ones. So $84. Now all these are gone. And Blue Oyster Cult's a $55 start. An instant Blue Oyster Cult cassette collection. Cities on Flames with Rock and Roll. That's a good one. Okay. Great crate here coming up. Buy it now or best offer. I have a cousin who's a super fan of BOC. I need to take him a picture of this. Let me snap a picture of this right quick. Whoops. Whoop, that's my calculator. How do I get to my camera? Let's see here. I am shooting myself in the foot, but it's a lot less work to sell all those at once, hence the bundle deal. Black Lips, first time any of these have been available for best offer. First time best offer on these. Black Lips is a 2017 pink vinyl, $39.99 for Black Lips. Wild Honey by the Beach Boys, a simply vinyl pressing. They do a really good job. 180 gram virgin vinyl. So back before the vinyl boom, they were still pressing vinyl and doing audiophile type stuff. $39.99. It appears unopened. The Wild Honey album by the Beach Boys, $39.99. Jeremy Bryant, Black Lips, $30. Sell that to Jeremy Bryant for $30. You got it. And then we have Funk Proof, the Revival. A 2019 gold vinyl, limited to 100. 34. Soulful Funk and the Making of Unreleased 1972 Inner City Attractions. Funk Proof from Light in the Attic is $34.99. And Rolling Blackout CF, Sideways to New Italy. 2020 on blue vinyl, $19.99 for Rolling Blackouts CF. Okay. Now I'm going to bring this box of cassettes closer. And this is loaded with classic rock and hard rock and just great titles. And we're going to start going through these $6.99. And let's get started right now. More cassettes coming. Final chance to get a bid on all the BOCs at $55. ZZ Top, 2 albums on one. Tres Hombres and Fandango, $6.99. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Michael Jackson Thriller. Aerosmith, Rockin' a Hard Place. Tesla is a cassette single of Signs and Down Fo Boogie. Nice. The Beatles, Free as a Bird from Anthology. And Christmas Time is Here Again. Very cool for the Beatles there. And Glenn Campbell's Greatest Hits. Funk is sold to Chris Knapp for $28. Thank you, Chris. That's sold to you. And we have I Want to See the Bright Lights Tonight, Richard and Linda Thompson. A 1983 U.S. reissue. The note from Paul says, great album. $44.99 on Richard and Linda Thompson. Blur, The Great Escape. Blur is a 2012 remaster. $34.99 on Blur. And Frank Zappa, Hot Rats. A 1976 German import. Frank Zappa's A Gatefold Jacket. $34.99 on Frank Zappa. I'm going to move all these back here. Now, I was also in the middle of recapping some silver. I showed the 1 ounce bullion. I showed the other 1 ounce bullion. I showed this. Here was the other really cool coin. This was Superman, a 3 ounce silver coin. It was $325. Probably one of the neatest Superman coins I've seen in a while. And there's my price tag. It's a 2023 Barbados 3 ounce silver colorized. Boy, how cool is that? $325 for the Man of Steel. Inbox, that's an officially government minted coin. $325. And the other one was Aaron Judge. That's a silver chibi. Aaron Judge, 1 ounce silver chibi, $125. It's going to be weird when some of these chibis, I remember selling chibis like the wholesale liquidation price, some stuff we could never get rid of. Selling them for like $65 and $75, which now would be approaching melt, which is crazy to think I was doing that a few years ago, and now it's about to be the spot price for those. Crazy. David Vanderdale, I think. David Vandervelde, the Moonsation House Band. I think that's what I read. Vandervelde, yeah. That is an indie rock album, 2007 OG, $14.99. What year was Blur? And Blur was a 2012 remaster. 2012 remaster, $34.99. GMB asked, and then Stephen Parton. Blue Oyster Cult, I forgot about these, even though they're right in front of me. Buy it now for $55 on all the BOC cassettes. Next is over here. We have the Black Angels Passover. The Black Angels Passover is $29.99. The note from Paul says, great album. $29.99 for the Black Angels. And this was Tobin Sprout, Carnival Boy. Tobin Sprout is a 1996 U.S. original pressing, $39.99. Scott Dwallo on Frank Zappa for $27. You got it. So I've shown all that, right? Okay, and then let's go ahead and show everything on the table one more time. I have copper, 5-ounce astronaut copper, $22. Really amazing etching and colorized. And then we had another one called Love Thy Farmer. And these are also $22. Really cool copper. Life is better on the farm. Very cool stuff there. So those are 22. Make sure I've shown everything at least twice. And then that was already sold to Danny. And that was for Steamboat Willie. 1/1000th of an ounce Steamboat Willie gold coins. $45. Okay? $45. That's the only gold that hadn't sold. Well, I got the Christmas gold too, but trying to recap everything before I bring out anything new, because there's a lot of new and it's going to fill up the whole table. Blur. Blur does have a seam crackle up here. See that seam crackle? I'll do it for $25. $25 if you want it. Tobin Sprout, that's sold to Chris Knapp for $35. And Real Estate Atlas. Real Estate Atlas, a 2014 indie, great album, $19.99. Blur is sold to Stephen Parton for $25. And we have Michael Rault, R-A-L-U-T, 2018 pink, transparent colored vinyl, $19.99 on him. Okay, here comes some more cassettes for $6.99. Whoop, there's another BOC. I'm going to add that one to it for $55. So there's another BOC almost forgot about. Here's some more cassettes for $6.99. We had Taking It to the Limit. That's a compilation with Laura Branigan, Phil Collins, Genesis, Rod Stewart. We have The Best of Luther Vandross. I got The Best of Cream, Strange Brew. That's a good one. Ricky Lee Jones, Flying Cowboys. I've got Hot Tuna. And I've got Kenny Rogers, Eyes That See in the Dark. Those are all $6.99, okay? Johnny Thunders, No Bid, Sure Thing. Sell this to Ryan Anderson for $50. That only leaves 2 no bids tonight. The Replacements Hootenanny, check this out. An 83 OG EX++ near mint minus, and it's OG, $50 on the Replacements. That was supposed to start and go up. And here's the Cockney Rejects Greatest Hits, a 1980 UK, near mint with the original inner sleeve, $35 start for the Cockney Rejects. Okay? And then Danny Thomason wants Astro Copper. Okay? Astronaut Copper round. So to Danny Thomason, $22. I'm going to put that right next to your Steamboat Willie. Thank you, Danny Thomason. Next thing is Magazine After the Fact. Magazine's a 1982 UK, $19.99 for Magazine. And then Strange Boys and Girls Club, a 2009 U.S. Lo-Fi in the Red Records. That's the label, $34.99. Chris Knapp gets the Replacements. Only 1 no bid tonight. That leaves the Cockney Rejects. Chris Knapp got the Replacements for $50. Let's see here. I don't have the right cassette buyers on right now, or a lot of these would be like gone, gone, gone. I have a feeling some of them are asleep right now or not watching and have no idea we're knocking these things out. So for those that are watching, take advantage of the situation, okay? Here comes some more for $6.99. Boy, great titles here. One of my favorites. Band on the Run, Paul McCartney. The artwork looks a little faded. $6.99 for Macca. Madonna, The Immaculate Collection. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. That's a value price at $6.99. White Snake, Snake Bite. It looks like it's sealed, but it could be resealed. It might be like a cutout or something. But White Snake for $6.99. This is Alligator Records Collection. Looks like an Alligator Blues comp. And then we had Ramones for $6.99. Pleasant Dream. Darren Johnson on Strange. Michael Jackson cassette, that was Thriller, right back here, sold to Ryan Anderson for $6.99. That's sold to Ryan Anderson for $6.99. Chris Frazier on Pink Floyd for $6.99. Chris is still awake. All right. And next is Trans Am Red Line, $29.99 for Trans Am Red Line. And 764 Hero, Nobody Knows This Is Everywhere. $29.99. Keep in mind, this is a buy now best offer crate. This is a 2002 USOG. That's an indie rock album. 764 Hero, $29.99. Trans Am on Darren Johnson. That's sold to Darren Johnson. And this is Panda Park 90 Day Men, a 2004 OG post-rock album, 90 Day Men, $19.99, and Yacht Sea Mystery Lights. Yacht is $14.99. Whoa, baby, don't fall over. Hold up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Next auction is, let's go over here and bring out a fresh piece of gold. Well, I do have this over here. So this is the more of the time of night. I brought out some Rolling Stones. Pretty cool things here. These are one grain of silver. And I'll show them as a handful. These are $6. They're Panini cards. And they have a silver bar on them. So pretty cool deal here. I think I'm just going to try to explain what I see on the cover. And now if anybody wants to claim them individually, that'll be the best way, okay? So these are $6. So that's a 1 grain silver bar. It's on an official trading card from Panini. And there's Charlie Watts. There's Jagger and Richards. There's Ronnie Wood. There's another Keith Richards. And that's a cool one. Hot Licks, a vintage Charlie Watts from the 70s. So those are all $6.99 each. $6.99 on those. So Charlie Watts, Keith Richards, Ron Wood, Jagger and Richards, and then another Charlie Watts. All $6.99 on those, okay? First thing we have is the Alligator Records cassette. That was right here, sold to Ryan Anderson. You got it. And then Chris Frazier on HL. HI, Hot Licks. This right here. Sold for $6.99 to Chris Frazier. Okay? All right, there's those. Wow, this cover trips me out every time. It's a lenticular, and it makes you feel like you're falling into the room almost. Wild Nothing, Life of Paul's. Wild Nothing is $19.99, and You Are Cat Power free. A 2003 US OG EX, $44.99. $44.99 on that one. Here comes some more cassettes. These are $6.99. $6.99 each, no more, no less. First one I have is this. I've got Jefferson Airplane, White Rabbit and Other Hits, Steve Miller Band Greatest Hits, 74 to 78. I have The Ring, self-titled, Warrior, Fighting for the Earth, and that's a cool one. Jimi Hendrix, Band of Gypsies. Those are all $6.99. Live Jimi Hendrix there. Okay. Tim Jensen gets all the Rolling Stones cards. Okay. These are all sold to Tim Jensen. Christina was next to Nick Stuck-Bargeron. So all these are sold to Tim Jensen. Don't worry, there will be more. I've got a whole stack over here. So I sold some earlier at random. So I took some earlier and I was like, okay, if you want, because it was the time of night, we couldn't pick and choose them, just way too much going on. But I've got more, and it sounds like a couple people might be trying to buy them all up. So I'll keep showing them individually. There's about 5 more handfuls left. So here's some more. $6.99. There is, we'll just call that one Band Shot. There is a vintage Jagger and Keith Richards. There is just Keith Richards solo. There's another Band Shot. And there's Keith Richards again. Okay, I think about all these are different. I mean, I've only seen a couple duplicates. Those are all $6.99. Okay. First thing I have is Cat Power sold to Chris Knapp for $35. 007 gets Jimi Hendrix for $6.99. And MTW put W, or MT Matt put W for something. What was that MT Matt? W. Let me know. And then we have Leonard Cohen. This is EX $17.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. EX 17. It could be for Wild Nothing, but we're about to find out. And then we have Weird War. Weird War is a 2002 US OG Psych Indie record. VG Plus $24.99. Nick Bargeron wants both of the band. So these are sold to Nick Bargeron and Nick Bargeron. He wants these two here. Sell those to him. $6.99 and $6.99. Sold to Nick Bargeron. That leaves Keith, and Mick and Keith. And Christina wants this one right here. That's sold to Christina. That one right there. Sold to Christina Curtis. That leaves Keith and Keith. Warrior cassette. Aha, W for Warrior. Sorry. I'm showing cards, vinyl, and cassettes now, so I got to be careful what I'm tagging. And then Tim says another 5 stones. There's only 2 left here, but there's more coming up, okay? There's 2 more sold to Tim Jensen. So he gets the 2 shots of Keith Richards there. All right. Those are moving right over here. Let's keep showing some albums. Reckless Eric, Big Smash. Reckless Eric is EX22.99, a 1980 UK. EX22.99. And Mark Stewart and Mafia. Mark Stewart and Mafia is an 85 US electronic. VG Plus, $11.99. $11.99. Okay, and then we have the Midnight Hour. Ali Shaheed Muhammad, Adrian Young, a 2008 US. Tons of great features. EX $27.99. Okay, here comes another handful of cassettes. These are $6.99. Some good titles here. We have Heart Brigade. Heart Brigade is $6.99. ZZ Top Afterburner. Yes, 90125. Yes, Talk. Yes, Big Generator. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. Yeah, I'm Free Falling. And Stray Cats, Built for Speed. Those are all $6.99. Eric for $15. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Sold for $15. And we have more Stones cards. All right, here comes some more. These are all $6.99. I got Ronnie Wood. I've got, this is cool. Look at that. It looks like the album, golly, Dirty Work. Dirty Work. There's Charlie Watts on the drum set. There's Keith Richards. There's a band shot circa, I don't know. I can't. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Looks like 80s Rolling Stones. And then there's another Dirty Work. Okay, so we got 2 of those for whoever wants one. I'm sure there'll be somebody else. And then let's see if there's something different here. There's Woods and Richards. So, some of these pictures of the Rolling Stones, I'm like, okay, they look that same way for 4 decades. I can't tell. That looks like 90s Rolling Stones, but man, it's hard. Sometimes they've aged, but sometimes they look, to me, they look the same for about 20 or 30 years. They kind of didn't age to me. Tom Petty is sold to 007 Platinum. James Rainey got the Stray Cats. Chris Frazier wants a Dirty Work, and we have another one. So Chris Frazier gets one, and Robert Warner. So that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Nick, you were next on Dirty Work, but I do have you for Ron Woods, okay, and for Charlie Watts and the band shot, okay. Those are also to Nick Bargeron. He gets this one, and that one, and this one. And that leaves just the Keith Richards and then the one with Ron Wood and Keith Richards. Okay. All right, back to the crate. We got the Soft Pack. The Soft Pack is a 2010 USOG punk album. EX $27.99 for the Soft Pack. Albert Collins and the Icebreakers live in Japan. VG Plus $14.99. We have the West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band Volume 3. That is VG condition, $9.99. The Walkman, You and Me. The Walkman, You and Me, EX condition, $54.99. Chick, 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 also known as these 3 exclamation marks, EX $17.99. Okay. Buddy Johnson says he wants the 3-ounce Superman coin. Great. And I think Nick Bargeron wants the last 2 Rolling Stones. Okay. So give these to Nick Bargeron, $6.99 and $6.99. Next in line is Buddy Johnson. He on the Superman 3-ounce coin. Tag this to Buddy Johnson. He picks up locally $325. Thank you, Buddy Johnson. That's so to you, $325. Chris Knapp on SP and SP15 was Soft Pack. This one I might need a bump on. What was marked 27? I'll do that one for $20. That was $8 off. Albert Collins 12, Albert Collins 10. How about we do it for 12? He's first. Preston Rose. Preston Rose. Which Rolling Stones album has Waiting for a Friend? That is, let's see. Flowers? No, wait a minute. I'm thinking about a different one. What does Robert say? Tattoo You? That sounds right. Yeah, I can see it on there. I can see the back of the album jacket in my head. $20 on Albert Collins. Yeah, Tattoo. Why was I thinking Flowers? There's another like country sounding. So Chris Knapp gets this for $20. There's another country sounding song they have, right? What's that other one? They have like it's a really country sounding song. I think it's on that Flowers album, but I could be wrong. All right, $6.99. Here's some more Stones cards. We might end up selling all these. Thank you, Buddy Johnson. I'm about to show more coins. I was trying to get through all the Stone stuff. There's Mick Jagger. There's another album jacket. Hamilton Coliseum Live. There's Ron Wood. There is another band shot. There's another band shot. Very much 70s there. That's like black and blue era. And then we have Ron Wood and Keith Richards. We better pause there because there's so many different ones. So those are all $6.99 each. Okay. So next thing in here is Toxic Holocaust. Toxic Holocaust, $29.99. Dead Flowers is on Sticky Fingers. Okay. I knew it was something country that had flowers in it. I was thinking it was a country song on the album Flowers, but it's Dead Flowers on Sticky Fingers. Yeah, Dead Flowers. That's a good one. Nick Bargeron on Mick Jagger for $6.99. Nick Bargeron on the Ron Wood for $6.99. And then Send Me Dead Flowers. Yeah, I like that one. Chad, can you read me the long name? This is before this album. Oh, yeah, this is the West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band, A Child's Guide to Good and Evil. This is an essential kind of psyche album from, late 60s, early 70s. VG condition, $9.99. Tim Jensen says, 5 stones I don't have. You don't have these, but there's only 4 left. So Tim Jensen gets these next 4. That one, that one, that one, that one. Those are sold to Tim Jensen. Okay? And then, Nick, you were next. He went ahead and got those last 4. Okay? Let's do another handful of cassettes. Sell this to Stephen Parton for $6.99. West Coast Pop Art. So I've never sold that cheap because OGs are kind of tough. And then that's in print with music on vinyl. Of course, it's like a $40 album new. So good price on that. And then we have Amy Grant, Heart in Motion. Amy Grant, Prince. Parade, music from Under the Cherry Moon, $6.99. My favorite of the U2s, Unforgettable Fire. Genesis, We Can't Dance. The Pointer Sisters, Breakout. CC Music Factory. This one has the hit song, Everybody Dance Now. Bump, 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 bump. And then Elton John, Ice on Fire, and Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. $6.99 on that. Okay, we have Morbid Angel, Kingdoms Disdained, $19.99 on Morbid Angel, and then Blood Feast, The Future State of the Wicked. Getting into some metal I've never discounted here. Blood Feast is $19.99. All right, more Rolling Stones. We're almost done with them, but it looks like they're all going to sell. And most of these right here I don't think we've had yet, so here we go. I've got Ron Wood we've never had. We got Mick Jagger. We got a poster Perfection. It's a spectacular surround sound. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones. So that looks like a movie poster. And then we got Keith Richards. And then that is, that's a shot from a music video. Does it say? It doesn't say. I'm pretty sure that's a shot from a music video. And then there is a black and white Mick Jagger looking very 1970-ish shit there. I can't get no. Ra-da-da. No, no, no. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, Genesis and CNC. So James Rainey got Genesis and CNC. There's that one, and there's that one. Those are sold for $6.99 and $6.99. Amenity said he would do U2, CNC, and Madonna for $5 each. U2, CNC, Madonna. All right, CNC's gone. I will sell you Madonna. What happened to that? Madonna was back here. Madonna and U2 for $10. Okay? Madonna and U2 for $10. These are sold for $10 to Amenities. Okay, 5 and 5. Nick Bargeron wants Mick Jagger. He gets the poster. He gets the video shot. And he wants the black and white Mick. That leaves Ronnie Wood and Keith Richards. Okay, 2 unclaimed ones there. And then these are 4 or so to Nick Bargeron. I'm trying to show the camera so whoever's tagging tomorrow, don't get any of these mixed up. I got full faith. They rarely make mistakes. Finishing up this crate, we had Destructor, Sonic Bullet. Destructor is a 2019 thrash speed metal album. $19.99 on Destructor. Headcat is Lemmy Kilmister and Slim Jim Phantom from the Stray Cats. $24.99. I did not find that posters yet. I need to go back and look at your message because I read it, but we've talked so much since then. Let me see what you told me where those were at. You had a pile of them, like 20 of them white posters, looked like 18 by 24, Super Bowl of Hardcore, and then Nation. Boy, that's just not ringing a bell with me, but I know I hadn't found them, so they're still somewhere in this building. They're still somewhere in this building, thank goodness. Uh-oh. I got a hang up on aisle 3. More 3. We had something tonight with 3D glasses. This is a thrash album called Crysics, $24.99. Stephen, I was about to counter you at 20, and now somebody else offered 20. $20 on Headcat. Let's do another handful of cassettes right quick, and we're going to finish up the Stones cards. These are $6.99. $6.99. I wonder if Oso still or not Oso, Solarplex. It's about time to do a cassette bundle. We got the Beach Boys Endless Summer, NXS Kick, Carole King Tapestry, Asia Alpha, and Bruce Springsteen Greatest Hits. Wow, and somebody was going to pay full price. We had a little auction on that one, 15, 20, 25, but I already said 20, so sell that to Stephen Parton for $20. It's Blood Feast colored vinyl. Blood Feast is on colored vinyl, yes. $19.99 on that one. And Destroyer 666, $17.99. All right, here comes some more Stones. Why don't you start me up? Never stop. There is Ron Wood and Mick Jagger. Okay. We had Mick Jagger and Ron Wood. We got Charlie Watts and Ron Wood. We got a vintage Jagger and Richards. We got a 90s Richards and Wood. We got another video shot, and we got another Ron Wood. Why don't you start me up? Ooh, never stop. BF 15, BF 18. That was for Blood Feast. Scott Arnold, it's yours if you want it for $18, okay? Scott Arnold, it's yours if you want it for $18. And then Nick wants Mick and Ron, okay? I bet he's talking about, well, are you talking about this one? And then you don't have this one yet. That's the first time we've had that one. I think I started with like 50 of these, and I think we've almost sold them all. This is all that's left. That was the last handful. So Ron Wood, the video shot, Ron and Richards, Ron, Watts, Ron, Jagger, Richards, Wood. Okay? These two are sold to Nick Bergeron because you don't have that one, and I know you want that one. All right, those sold to Nick Bergeron, unless he contests us. And then Blood Feast is sold for $18 to Scott Dwallow. All right, we sold the big Superman coin to Buddy Johnsey, $325. I'm going to move these back here. These are $6.99. They have a silver bar in them. They have a 1 grain silver bar. So it's a 2025 Panini, and they have a silver bar in them. Pure silver. Okay? Now, we got over here. Girl. Well, I got some really expensive stuff over here. Oh my goodness. Ooh, these are cool. The Stars and Stripes Forever. All right, here's another 1/1000th gold. Here's another 1/1000th gold for $45. Looks like a $100 bill, and on the back is the Stars and Stripes, Old Faithful, Old Glory, USA, USA, $45. So that's a 1/1000th gold, and this is a Republic of Liberia, 2026, $12 face value, gold 99999, 1/1000th, and they made $9,999. Okay, so that is $45 on those, and I have this many. Buy now, cry later. Solarplex on cassette bundle. He'd probably take them even if he's not watching. I used to do that. I don't know if he's watching or not. Where are you, Solarplex? Nick Bergeron on the Charlie Watts. Okay, and then if you have another Mick and Richards, I'll take it. I don't. I've got them individually. I've got like those. Okay. Buddy Johnsey wants 3 of these at $45 each. Let's perforate these off. There's his 3. Elva stamps are right up front if you're interested. Yeah, I can go grab those in a jiff. Okay. And I'm going to go... Did I finish this correct? Oh, wait, there's 2 more records in here. My bad. We had Crass Cleansing, Matterhorn. That's $19.99. And Saboteur, Vicious Circle, Purple Splatter, $19.99. Now, that crate took a while. We've sold half of it, though. Amazing. A best offer crate that's only been gone through once. We've gone through it for the first time here. Best offer. We just sold half of the crate. And now, all these are best offer. I'm going to read them one more time quickly. And Saboteur, $15. Scott Dwallow sold. Okay. Danny Thomason, Destroyer 666 was Call of the Wild, $17.99. Christina wants the Jagger and the Keith Richards. Okay. Now, that's what's left. One more read-through. I'll take one each of member left. Well, there's a Ron Wood. That's all I have. So the only ones I have left is this Ron Wood, that Ron Wood, the band shot, which I think is from a music video. I've got Ron and Keith. I've got another Ron. I've got another Ron, and I've got a duplicate of that one. So they're all different except that one Ron Wood, okay? And then over here, I got to go get George Burleson and Elvis stamp. And then Destroyer is sold to Danny Thomason for $10. Let's get it sold. Good deal with me. All right, let's do some more gold. I've got a lot of different 1,000th ounce type deal. This is Dia de los Muertos. I think that's the Day of the Dead. That's a pretty cool one here. This is Mexico Day of the Dead. 1/1000th gold, $45. $45. That's my next gold there. Day of the Dead. Looks like a skeleton head. All right, I've got that many of those. Now, George Burleson wanted one each a band member, and he said he'll take the band shot. And, of course, right after that happened, John Durden says he'll take the band shot. So this is sold to George Burleson for $6.99. And then we have the NXS tape. This is sold for $6.99. Okay, $6.99. That is sold to James Rainey. And then Day of the Dead's, Scott Dwallow wants one and Danny Thomason wants one. Okay, there's that, and there's that. Okay, oh, hold on a second. This one, let me see just what happened here. Oh, that popped out. That's not good. Let me give you a different one then. All right, there's two there. Those are sold to Scott Dwallow and Danny Thomason, $45.45. Now, what happened over here with this one? That's not good. Probably don't need to handle this with my bare hands, but this one popped out over here. I'll let Tanner fix that. That's almost like a white glove project. Let me lay that right there. Don't want to drop that. It's probably about that thin. Ron Wood, please. Well, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different options. Okay? Or I'll do this. There's 6 total. Christina, if you buy the last 6, I'll give you the 99 cents off. The last 6 for $36. The last 6 for $36 if you want them. And if she passes, or maybe she just wants to pick out some, for whoever buys the rest of them, $6 each, okay? And that will clear out the Rolling Stones cards. I'm going to take all this stuff that I've sold right in here before it all falls to the ground, because I have got quite this Jenga tower going here. Let me start a new pile here. Golly. When I saw Tanner had unboxed all this stuff and priced it, he said, you're probably going to be selling a lot of coins tonight. And he was right. Glam metal cassettes. I, unfortunately, don't have any. Most of this tub is classic rock, Tony Bradford. There is some metal in here, but not much. Not much at all, honestly. But I am grabbing what I can, and we're going to keep showing them for $6.99. I've got the best of Grand Funk, Michael Jackson Thriller again, Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, ELO Greatest Hits, and Steve Miller Band Live. Did I ever finish reading through this crate? I didn't, and my crate over here is full. And let me put this right over here. So this crate's full. Let's maybe try to fill up possibly one more, or just, you know, sell a bunch more miscellaneous tonight. She said, pass, just one of Ron. Sorry, I'll actually take all 6, and Tim wants the rest. All right, sell her these last 6 for, let me make sure that was right. She gets the last 6 for $36. Sorry, I'm about to die. All right. Here we go. I was going to read through this crate again. I'm also curious what this other gold is over here. Ooh, UFO. This is a cool one. Wow, look at this one. $45. Have not seen a nonsense crate in a while. So Jim B has asked about a nonsense crate, so that penalizes everybody. So the nonsense crate will be delayed by 30 more minutes because of Jim B asking. So y'all can all yell at him. UFO, look at this one. A letter from outer space. 1/1000th gold, Liberia, carded, $45. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, let me go get him an Elvis stamp. Okay, $45 on UFO. He also wants a USA gold. This is sold to George Burleson for $45. You bet. All right, got you one of those. $45 on that. And then let me go get him an Elvis stamp. That showcase up here is still unlocked. I have it unlocked because I've been filling it up full of stuff. So let me just go grab all these. I actually had them laying in our display case ready for customers in the morning. It is Wednesday and the store is officially opening up for business. We've been off and on closed for a long time. And so one Elvis stamp sold for $5 to George Burleson. And I had them marked and ready to put out in the store. So, and I have that many left, okay? Finally back to vinyl. I'm doing like 3 things at once. Cassettes, gold, Elvis stamps, and vinyl. I was supposed to stop early. I can't believe it's already midnight. What's going on? What's the beef with Jim and Chad? There's a lot of beef, okay? A lot of beef. Wild Honey, The Beach Boys. $39.99, Simply Vinyl audio file pressing. Rolling Blackout CF, that was $19.99. I Want to See the Bright Side of Lights. The Bright Lights Tonight, excuse me. Richard Linda Thompson, $44.99. We have David Vandervelde, the Moon Station House Band, $14.99. This is the Black Angels, $29.99. And then we have Real Estate Atlas for $19.99. We have over here Michael Ralt. This is $19.99. And Magazine After the Fact, $19.99. Christina Curtis on 2 Elvis Presley stamps, 1 and 2 sold. Those are sold to Christina Curtis, 5 and 5. And then 764 Hero, Nobody Knows This Is Everywhere. What's the name of the Neil Young album? Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere. This one's called Everybody Knows This Is Everywhere. He's trying to be cute with Neil Young, $29.99. Over here, we have Panda Park for $19.99, and the actual artist is called 90 Day Men. Yacht is $14.99, and let me pause on Wild Nothing at $19.99. Let me show a handful of cassettes. These are all $6.99. I don't know about y'all, but I love going through some cassettes. No CDs. That could be another night this week. Right now, it's I've got a whole tub of cassettes in front of me. So I'm trying to knock out all these cassettes first. These are all $6.99. And we have Duran Duran Rio. We have Duran Duran The Wedding Album. Wow. I got people asking me all the time for that on vinyl. That's out of print on vinyl. Duran Duran and Duran Duran 7 and the Ragged Tiger. We got Robin Trower Victims of the Fury. Rap Masters. There you go, GMB. Rap Masters 15. The best of the bad. Something to do with rap. He better be all over that. Kenny Rogers, What About Me? Shaka Khan CK. And Pete Card, Not a Word on It. Those are all $6.99. Okay, also we had Leonard Cohen, The Best Of. EX $17.99. Weird War is VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $11.99 for Mark Stewart and Mafia. James Allen on Magazine for $12. That was right back here. Sell that to James Allen for $12. Sure. Making deals, making deals. The Midnight Hour, Allah Ali, like Muhammad Ali. Ali Shaheed Muhammad, Adrian Young. That is EX $27.99. Okay, MT Matt is rolling with some plus signs right now. MT Matt, plus. Let me read all these off. Plus. Hold on a second. Let me restart. Minus, plus. I'm joking. 3 Durans for $15. Sell these to Amenities, 3 for $15. Sold to Amenities. Jim B's passing on the extremely valuable Rapsters compilation. Now, earlier, Jim B wasn't on, and we auctioned off all those hardcore singles for pennies on the dollar, and he wasn't watching. $12, that's sold to Christina Curtis, Leonard Cohen, The Walkman, You and Me, Toxic Holocaust. We have Chick Chick Chick. We have Morbid Angel. We have Destructor. We had Crysics, and we had Matterhorn. He has fell asleep. Yeah, right now there's 155 people that says it's on the chat. I know 155 people aren't awake, though. If I asked everybody right now to say their location and I could get most people to participate, there's not 155 people awake. They are asleep. It's on their YouTube, and they are snoring. And they are in La La Land. La La Land. Anybody want to make an offer? We've went through 2 great check condition or buy it now best offer crates of Paul and Laura stuff that's never been offered. Who's down to maybe go through one more? Because it's stuff that's never had an offer capability, whatever I'm trying to say. And I'm going to show a few more pieces of bullion over here. Nobody on UFO. I was surprised on that one. I like that one. Ooh, here's a cool one. Zeus. $45 on Zeus. Zeus is $45. Another 1/1000th gold. One more for the road, Lido. Whoa, Lido. That's what when someone said one more. That's what hit me. One more for the road, Lido. Danny Thomason wants to know, what is Morbid Angel? Morbid Angel is Kingdoms Disdained. It does have a seam split all across the middle here. A seam split, 1999. Made an offer an hour ago. Oh, you said $10 for all the metal stuff. Yeah, I'm going to have to pass on that. Amenities on DE. What was DE? Was that a claim amenities? DE? Maybe for Destructor, maybe not. And then Danny asked about Destroyer or Destructor. Destructor is a 2019 Thrash Speed Metal, 1999. Oh, he's trying to say Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic. It's 2 a.m. in the Dominican Republic. One more for the road, Lido. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lido on the sun. Lido. Whoa, whoa. One more time. One more. All right, that means we need to find a Paul or Laura crate with great stuff that has not been shown best offer. This would probably classify. Golly, what's up with my language? Do I speak English? Did I go to school? Do I have a college degree? Clock. I can't think of words, and then I just say whatever sounds like clock that comes out. Clock. Lido. Whoa. One more time. Wow, James Rainey's still watching in Berlin. James Rainey is watching in Berlin. That's amazing. All right, Danny's made an offer on the metal stuff. Let's sell it to him. He outbid Scott by $2. Okay? $12. So did Danny Thomason. All right, let's do another one. Lido. Whoa. One more time. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, here we go. I'll stop singing too. We have Frosty, $14.99. Frosty, $14.99. Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey. Great song on here. Lead track, Wild Night. Great Van Morrison. Original Warner Brothers inner sleeve. Second label, but super clean. Van Morrison, $29.99. The Oak Ridge Boys, Greatest Hits. Sealed, $14.99. Sealed Oak Ridge Boys. John Prine, Bruised Orange. John Prine has the original inner sleeve, a super clean copy, $29.99. Okay, Scott Arnold says, give me the, is there that many left? Toxic, these three here? All right, we'll do it. Sold to Scott Arnold, $12. Sold to Scott Arnold, $12. And sold to Scott Arnold, $12. All right, those three are sold. Orb for $10. Oak Ridge Boys. Sold to Stephen Parton for $10. And then the Cardigans, Life, a 2019 reissue. So these were priced December 6th, 3 days ago, about to be 4 days ago in 1 minute, Central Time, $39.99. And I think 3 days ago, Danny offered $20 for John Prine. And I told him these were best offer. He'd have to wait till it's a best offer crate. And now 3 days later, he's offering $20, and I'm taking it. I'm taking it. Sold to Danny Thomason for $20. Okay, let's do some more copper here. Okay, I have, these are sealed. Yes, no. All right. Copper's always fun. Oh, I got more cards with silver on them. Hold on a second. Let's do these first. So these are really cool. These are copper colorized rounds. These are $5.99. $5.99. Very cool. It's got a colorized bald American Eagle, bald American Eagle, and then a really cool etching on the back. Those are $5.99. Okay. Maybe if you buy 5 or 10, we can do better. Okay. But right now, $5.99. Maybe 5. I'll do a price break at 5. If you buy 5 for $25, I'll do that. Okay, $5.99 each though. $5.99 each. The minimum price break is 5 for $25. Cardigans $25. Cardigans $25. Cardigans was $39.99. I'll do this for $30. David Hoy first, and then Chris Knapp. So, Danny, let me know if you want 1, 2, 3, or 4 for $5.99 or 5 for $25. We have Just Another Smith, a 1974 lounge record, $19.99 on that. And we have Casey Musgrave, Star-Crossed Lover, on red vinyl for $19.99. Danny said he would do the 5 for $25, okay? Anybody else, let me know. There's 2, 4, 5 for Danny, okay? You have a good memory. I have to. Doing this sale. If I didn't, we'd be in trouble. So at the end of the week, they usually have a pile of stuff that they couldn't figure out who bought it or how much, and I'm usually about 80% good with it. I'll be like, that was sold to Chris Knapp for $12 on Tuesday. That was probably sold on Thursday to Danny Thomason for $20. And I don't know why, but I can pretty much retain about every record we've sold throughout the week. Now, if you ask me 2 or 3 weeks later, it might be gone. But if they showed me a record, I can probably tell them at least who bought it, and then I might have to think about the price or get close. I've told them before, put it on there for $10. I think it might have been more, but that's my problem to figure out later. Casey Musgraves is sold to Preston Rose for $15. And the Cardigans is sold to David Hoy, okay? That's sold to him. We have Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, $19.99, early 80s pressing for Bruce Springsteen. And then this is $49.99. This is Chance and Search, $49.99. It's a Tennessee private press rock album, $49.99 for Chance and Search. We Worship, Belmont Songs of Praise. This is out of Nashville, Belmont University, $9.99. And this is, I believe, metal, Ultimatum, Symphonic Extremities. And that's a 2019 remaster, $19.99 on that one. Now, what else was I about to grab over here when I found the copper? Oh, yeah. Here are some more cards for $6.99. They're not the stones. These are pretty cool. Garbage Pail Kids. These have a 1 grain silver bar on them. We got Swollen Sue Ellen. We got Four-Eyed Ida. We got Kitty Litter. We have Pierce Pearl. Traveling Travis. And Stuff Steven. These are all $6.99. Okay? Garbage Pail Kids with 1 grain silver bars on them. $6.99. That's pretty cool. I like those. Yep. $6.99 each. Your pick. Danny Thomason on Symphonic for $12. That's sold. By any chance have any Blue Oyster Cult? I think I've got every album they have ever made right here on cassette. I got to take the Stuff Steven. If Danny doesn't buy them all, you can have Stuff Steven. Yeah. Oh, they're puzzle pieces too. What's on the back? It's got a hologram on the back. They're foiled. Pretty cool. Okay. And then over here, I'm going to do The Art of Lovin', I think. Wait a minute. Yeah. The Art of Lovin', $24.99. Oh, you wasn't finished with your comment. He said best of. The closest thing to Blue Oyster Cult best of would be probably that one on the bottom, Don't Fear the Reaper. I think that's a compilation. Don't Fear the Reaper. I think that's... This one's a compilation, Don't Fear the Reaper, and then Career of Evil, The Metal Years. Now, earlier, I was trying to sell all of these for $55, which was less than, it was minus that one. It was $3.66 each, okay? $3.66 each. Then I added that one. So, but if you want anything individually, $6.99, okay? Danny, I'd really prefer to keep these at $6.99. Now, if I'd gone through them and these were the leftovers, then maybe. But I'm going to keep these at $6.99. Okay. Over here, we have Incarnation. Incarnation is a 2019 clear vinyl remaster, $44.99. I also don't know my cost on these. And I know how it is on this lesser expensive stuff. Margins could be getting slim, extremely slim. How many Copper Eagles are left? It should be 25 or 20 in a tube, so there should be probably 15 or 20 left. I'm going to say 15. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Yeah, 15. There's 15 left. There's 15 left, which would be at 5 each. Okay, I can do a price break on those. Garbage Pail Kids, I don't know. I mean, some of this is probably going to be pretty dang tight, but I don't really know. The Doors Greatest Hits, $24.99 on the Doors. The OCs, Multicolor, Defeated at Last. Laura loves the OCs, $24.99 on those. And then Coffee, Clean Hug. White Vinyl, Experimental Rock, $9.99 on those. And then we have Star Effer. Synth Pop Indie Rock, $17.99. Jeremy Bryant, of course, gets the OCs for $20. The Aerosmith cassettes are $6.99. Where do you see those at? Aerosmith Greatest Hits and A Rock Between the Hard Place, $6.99. $6.99. Danny, here's what I'll do. So, okay, there's 5, right? We'll say 32. Okay, $6.50 each would be $32.50. So, yes, we'll say $32 for those 5, okay? 32 for those 5. 32 divided by 5 is $6.40 each, okay? $32. I think Stephen Parton wants Stuff Steven, so we'll give Stephen Parton Stuff Steven at $6.99. The first thing we're going to do is tag all these Blue Oyster Cult to Red Cave for $50. So the Blue Oyster Cult collection is sold to Red Cave Collection for $50. All the BOC cassettes. Those are officially sold. Okay. And then Danny, if he wants to wear those at $32, $6.40 each. And then BOTG, Chris Knapp said sold. Hold on one second. Let me make sure I do this right. Aerosmith cassette, Between a Rock. I'm assuming you want the Rock and the Hard Place, right? Okay, and then sell Danny the other Garbage Pail Kids for $32. Steven got Steven. And then, there was one more thing, the copper. The copper was, there's 25, what did I say, 15 left at $5.75. Can't do that. 5 was kind of the price break on those. They were $5.99. So they were, for 15, it was already $89.85 also. So yeah. They were $5.99 each, 5 after 5. So $75 is the price break on that one. We got Helvetia, This Devastating Map, $14.99 on that one. And then Lana Del Rey, NFR. Lana Del Rey is $37.99. These are records that have never been offered for best offer. And then Aerosmith, Between a Rock and a Hard Place, is sold for $6.99 to Kristen Driscoll. Okay? And then here are the rest of the Garbage Pail Kids, $6.99. We have Jose Can You See, Van Triloquist, Furry Murray, and Boneyard Bill. Okay, that's my 4 last ones I have. We have Tropical F-Storm, Deep States, sealed, $19.99. And we have My Morning Jacket. My Morning Jacket is on bluish colored vinyl, $24.99. BB, Boneyard Bill, sold to Scott Arnold, $6.99. That's sold to Scott Arnold. There's 3 remaining. The Walkman, Lisbon. The Walkman is $14.99. And we have Purple Rain, Prince. That is sealed, the remaster, $24.99. Kishi Bashi, Immigrant, number 252 of 503. Alternate Rock, Indie Pop Bluegrass, $24.99. Dustin Hodges on My Morning Jacket for $15, $24.99. I'll do that one for $18. $18 on My Morning Jacket. Danny offered $6.40 each for all the Garbage Pail Kids. Tim Jensen says he'll take them for $6.99. So, Danny, they're yours, but they will be $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. James Allen first on the Walkman. You got out-offered by Dustin. So, Dustin passes on My Morning Jacket. James, this is yours for $14.99. If you pass, it goes to Dustin. Okay? We have Jay Fernandez, Many Levels of Laughter. Jay Fernandez is $99.99, Indie Rock. And then this one I never could really figure out how to say it. Saqqara, Saqua Arara Mastabas. And that is $9.99. Danny gets the last 3 Garbage Pail Kids at $6.99. So he gets those 3 individually at $6.99. Done. Purple Rain should have a poster with it. I mean, it's a new sealed remaster. Yeah, includes poster. $24.99. James Allen's good with paying sticker price on the Walkman. That means, Dustin, I should ask you, are you sure you don't want the My Morning Jacket? And then we have Pet Town, Erie Wanda, with signed insert, $24.99 on that. And Psychic Temple, Houses of the Holy. Psychic Temple's a psych record, a 2020 OG, $24.99. I got one more card kind of deal that has silver on it. I don't know if we got any people who play this game, but it's really cool. Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering. Very cool here. So, I don't know what I'm getting into, but I'm very familiar. $6.99, okay? Divination. Mercerine. Valadian Soldiers. White Mane Lion. Erishan Cleric. Blinding Mage. Wind Strider. Intangible Virtue. Academy Drake. Deep Freeze. First is Dave Mosley, says he'll take Purple Rain. Master Boss, $5. Master Boss, $7. That's 30% off. And Oso Adventure says he'll take My Morning Jacket for $18. Pretty sure Jay Fernandez should be $9.99 and not $99.99. Jay Fernandez, where was that at? Did I say $99.99? Jay Fernandez is $9.99. Yeah, many levels of laughter. Tim Jensen on 5 Magic cards. Does it matter which one? Does it matter which ones? Purple Rain, Purple Rain. 6. So did Danny Thomas, and you did say 99. Oh, my bad. Jay Fernandez. We would have definitely fixed that. Brace the Wave, $19.99. And this is Lou Barlow. Or if somebody would have claimed it for $100, it would have showed up on their invoice for $9.99, and they would have been like, wait a minute. What happened? Either I bought something for a lot more than what I was thinking, or they've made a mistake. The other day, somebody bought a Casey Musgraves for $24, and they accidentally keyed it in for $249. Now, if that happens, we're obviously not trying to literally overcharge you. What happens is they're on an iPad. They're on an iPad going do. They're trying to key in stuff, and they go, instead of $24.99, they go $24.99.9, and it shows up on somebody's invoice as $250. So Tim Jensen wants 5 from the right side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So did Tim Jensen at $6.99 each. Magic the Gathering. At one time, I owned a Black Lotus Magic the Gathering card. I bought it from a customer. I don't know, he might even be watching. He watches almost every night, but he owned a Black Lotus. He played Magic when it first came out, and he had a Black Lotus from that one of those first series, or the first series, the beta version, whatever. And I bought it from him, and we sold it. That's like a grail. And he had all those dual lands. I mean, he sent me a stack of Magic, and I forgot how many thousands of dollars I paid him. But it was a played card, so it didn't grade too high. I had it CGC graded, I think. And, but yeah, that was like that's like in the comic book world getting a Superman #1, or in the baseball card world getting a 52 Mickey Mantle. We had a Black Lotus, so I held on to it for about a year. It's one of those things like, people are constantly looking for them and buying them, but if you have one, if you have one, then that's kind of played. The played ones are actually harder to sell than I think the mint ones, because the mint ones, you got like an upper class of collectors that will pay huge money. The kind of played ones, even though it's a lot cheaper, they're kind of harder to sell, is what I found out. So, but that was a pretty amazing thing. Okay, Oso said he'll just take 5 coppers then. Okay. He don't want the rest of the tube. Oso, that's disappointing, but okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 5 over here. 5 over here. That's sold to Oso, $5 each on the coppers. All right, I've got quite the stack of miscellaneous over here. And before we have a spiel, I'm going to take all this stuff in here because it is kind of topsy-turvy. And let's try to finish up this crate. Whoever's tagging this sale is going to hate me. There is so much little tiny stuff and so much stuff they've got to sort and tag. It'll probably be Linda or G or somebody watching this tomorrow, and they're probably going to be ready to shoot me in the face. But yeah, so there's these left, $6.99. I was buying packs one time. There was a really hot card. I used to go to a store in Cookeville, Bob's Collector's Den, and it was Jace the Mind Sculptor. And I didn't play Magic, but I just knew everybody was looking for it. It wasn't like that big of a card, but it's like if you hit it in a pack, it was, I think, $200 or $300. And I bought 3 packs, and I hit it on the 3rd pack. I was like, yeah, give me some. I'll try some. And I bought 3 packs, and I hit a Jace the Mind Sculptor. I felt like I'd won the lottery because I think I traded it in and I just bought comics that I could bring here and resell. Eunice, the Blue Djinn Dance. This is $9.99. That's Eunice, the Blue Djinn Dance. Forrest Fallows at Home. Indie Rock green vinyl, $12.99. And then we have Good FUCK, alternate rock, $14.99 on that one. And then we have Dumb Numbers, indie rock, $14.99 on that one. And Vetiver, King of the Past. Vetiver is folk rock, $24.99. And the Inevitable Past is the Future Forgotten, an indie rock 2010, $14.99 on that. We've hit, for the first time, a recap of some of the Laura. And I was hoping a few people would be watching this late, like Natasha, because she would probably do a bundle deal on all these. But there they are. And then Tim said he would buy the rest at $6 each. Okay, done. We're not done with all of our new bullion and silver and stuff. I'm still bringing it out. Yeah, I do have some leftover Kiss posters that no one's claimed yet. You might have to give me a second. I'm working my way to them. Here's some kind of pricey stuff, but nevertheless, it's pretty cool. This is, and let me check this right quick. This is probably the largest denomination of gold I can sell you tonight. And it's pretty collectible. His stuff is pretty hot right now. 1 second. And boy, I need to check the international market on this stuff. Okay. All right. These are $400. $400. SpongeBob SquarePants. Colorized 1 gram bars. $400. This is from the Perth Mint, Australia. Very good brand to have. Pure gold, 1 gram, serial numbered, assayed on a card, and it's colorized. So it's a colorized SpongeBob, and on the back, the Perth Mint Australian markings. Those are $400. Very cool. SpongeBob SquarePants. Perth Mint, 1 gram, colorized SpongeBob SquarePants, Go Bar in assay. Natasha's on. We're not done with the crate, though. Hold on 1 second. I'm almost done with it. What is the record in the Windows 3 Mile Pilot? Record in the Windows 3 Mile Pilot. Record in the Windows 3 Mile Pilot. Record in the window. What is the record in the Windows 3 Mile Pilot? Oh, this one right here. This is 3 Mile Pilot. It is a 2010 indie rock album, $14.99. The Djinn is how that is spelled, so it's Indian music. That was one of the Magic cards, I think. Wasn't it? Or no? Where did you hear that? Did I read it in here? The Djinn. That was Eunice. Yeah, it's definitely Indian. The Blue Djinn Dance. Eunice. And that is Electronic World Music, $9.99. We're not done. Let me finish reading through these. The Smiths, Strange Ways Here We Come, $27.99 for the Smiths, $27.99. Rolling Blackout CF, $19.99. the OC Singles Collection, Volumes 1 and 2. Laura loves the OCs, $29.99. New Order, 1981 Factus, 8R-1982. They got some strange titles, but essentially it's New Order, Factus 8R, I think. Clear vinyl, record store day, $39.99. Jeremy Bryant gets the OCs for $20. The Beach Boys Sunflower. Now we're into some Paul stuff. A 2009 U.S. reissue, his favorite Beach Boys album, $49.99. Mine would probably have to be Pet Sounds. I know that's the go-to answer for a lot of people, but that's my favorite. George Burleson wants the Yanis or Eunice. Eunice is so to George Burleson. Leslie was second. Tom Waits, Closing Time, $44.99. A 2010 RTI Chris Bellman cut. So an audiophile grade Tom Waits. The Smiths, 20 and now 22. So James Rainey, it's yours, but it will be $22. Darren also offered right after you did. He came in at 22. Over here we have Richard Thompson, $24.99. James Rainey's good on the Smiths at 22. And then we have Michael Ralt, a 2002 Champagne Splatter, $24.99. Lana Del Rey is available, and Lana Del Rey is sold to Sherry Darnell for $35. And this one is Out of Kirk, or excuse me, Quit the Curse, Anna Birch, $49.99. Anna Birch, 2018 Pink White Starburst, $49.99. All right, so let me read these titles. And yeah, I probably can filter from the indie Laura stuff and pull out some of the like classic rock if we end up doing a bundle deal with somebody. Pet Sounds over Sgt. Pepper's. Whoa, Danny. That's getting out of line, okay? Hold the horses. Back up. Frosty and the Street Gang, $14.99. Van Morrison Tupelo Honey, $29.99. Just Another Smith, Lounge Music, $19.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, $19.99. This is a Private Press Tennessee rock album, $49.99. Belmont Songs of Praise Worship, Gospel from Belmont University, $9.99. The Art of Lovin', I think this is like a 60s record. Yeah, this is some kind of 60s pop, maybe pop garage. I mean, it's a reissue. Mainstream was a label from the 60s, like Janis Joplin, Big Brother and the Holding Company was on Mainstream. So don't really know a lot about that, but I've never seen an original. I mean, I don't see originals too often, or if ever. Don't know a lot about that. Here's the only metal record left in here. Incarnation is a 2019 clear vinyl remaster, $44.99. The Doors' Greatest Hits is $24.99. And then here's where kind of I'm going to call indie stuff. This is all right here, I think, starts like a lot of the modern top, etc. This is Coffee, Clean Hug, $9.99 on Coffee. This was Star Effer, $17.99. Hella Vita was $14.99. Also alternate rock, indie, alternate rock, that kind of stuff. Tropical FUCK Storm. A lot of blankety blanks in this stuff. Alternate rock experimental, that's sealed for $19.99. Kishi Bashi Immigrant, that's alternate rock indie pop, $24.99. Pet Town Erie Wanda, $24.99. Psychic Temple, $24.99. Jay Fernandez, Many Levels of Laughter, $9.99. Brace the Waves, Indie Rock, $19.99. Forest Follows, $12.99. Good FUCK, $14.99. Dumb Numbers, $14.99. Veveteer, Folk Rock, $24. Then Venable Past, that was Three Temple Pilot. That one was $14.99. Van Morrison sold to Stephen Parton for $19.99. Great one there. That one has Wild Night on it. I like that song. And then Roland Blackout CF, New Order, Beach Boys, Tom Waits, Richard Thompson, Michael Ralt, and that one there. So here's what I'm thinking for anybody interested in an indie alternate rock bundle. So I'd probably omit Richard Thompson, Tom Waits, Beach Boys, Michael Walt. I'm gonna leave New Order in there just for the heck of it. And this last one was that Anna Birch. So all those up until the Doors, which I consider more the non, that's classic rock, metal, 60s, metal, gospel, private press rock, Springsteen, we know who he is, Smith and Frosty Snowman. So the rest of these in here for a bundle deal, because let me do some calculations, like if somebody were to make an offer, if I were to tell somebody my best price. So if I did this and did it for that discount, yeah. So what I would do on these would be 30% off on a bundle deal. What is the star effer color? Okay, that one was this one here was black vinyl, I'm assuming, $17.99. Because 30% off, that would be like a $15 record for about $10 approximately. So we can add it up, and if you want to omit something, but that will get all those sold, okay? 30% off. I can do, obviously, these. Dustin offered 12, or Ron, well, Dustin asked, and then Ron Duffield made an offer. Okay. We'll see what happens. See, 30% off, they offer 12. That would, 30% off would be $12.59. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of the price I would take for these anyways. So that's on the table. All right, so we'll sell this one to Ron Duffield for $12, and then we got a bundle deal, indie bundle deal with Natasha, indie and alternate rock, including New Order. I think you'll like that one, even if you're not familiar. And so whoever tags these, however y'all normally do these, is times the price by 0.7, aka 30% off. So coffee would essentially be $7. That's an easy one. $9.99.7. Hella Vita, $14.99 times 0.7. That would be $10.49. So 30% off. Easiest way to do that. And Natasha. And I mentioned we had these left over about 20 hours ago. And it's took me till right now to finally do it. Yeah, Laura and Paul like leaving me dirty stuff. They like leaving me blankety-blank records. They like leaving me effers and this and that and stuff. I got to go put a bar of soap in my mouth. Y'all know Ralphie, remember his friend? He had to put a bar of soap in his mouth. Or no, Ralphie had to put a bar of soap in his mouth. Holy fudge. The narrator, except I didn't say fudge. What a movie, right? A Christmas Story. So, here's what's left. Thank you, Natasha. And I don't know how much you've been watching lately, but there's other crates like that scattered here and there. We got Richard Thompson, Tom Waits, Beach Boys, The Doors, Incarnation, Art of Lovin', Belmont Worship Music, this Private Press rock album, I still really don't know what it's called, Bruce Springsteen, Smith, and Frosty. Okay. What about some other gold over here? Cha-cha-cha-boom. Bese mucho. Here we go. $425. Bringing out some big dogs. $425. 2025 West Point Silver Eagle laser engraved preview mark. Laser engraved preview mark. Ultra Cameo NGC custom real label. 2025 U.S. Silver Eagle with laser engraved proof 1 ounce silver coin NGC, a UCM exclusive real money. $425. Pretty firm. Pretty dang firm. Some of these limited edition preview mark Eagles We had some one time we bought like this. I was like, man, I'm not going to show these. Probably don't have the buyer for it. We checked them 2 weeks later. They were $600-700. I was like, get those things on eBay ASAP. Poof, poof, we sold them. And it's just like, I don't know, they like skyrocketed in value. I hadn't checked them lately, but it was amazing. $425 on those. George Burleson, Chad, you see my second post. Anytime world music comes up, let me know. I'll probably get it. Okay. World music, I can do that. Probably something that they skip a lot in the back, but we have learned here people buy all genres, okay? All right, so here's where I'm at for tonight. It's 12:34. We've had a killer night. We've gone through 3 best offer crates, and I can almost condense them into one. How about I do this? I need to clean up this table. I need to show some stuff one more time. I am honestly sleep deprived. That's not me just normally saying that. I mean, I've averaged about, if I had one of those monitors to really track my sleep, I've probably done 3.5 hours and 3 hours the last 2 nights. And I'm pretty beat. But y'all keep me going. It's amazing. When I wake up and I know I'm about to come here to the store to do an 8-hour sale on 3 hours sleep, sounds like a challenge, but when I get here and after I get rolling by 7 or later, it just blows right by and we end up having a killer sale. We've sold 7 crates of vinyl, all these cassettes, all this Bullion, all the silver. We sold a Kiss comic, Pink Floyd box sets, 40. It's been amazing. And my brain is probably at 10% power. I told Tanner on my way here, he called me. I said, if I had a battery pack monitor, a indicator, when I woke up, I was at 10%, so I didn't charge too well. But I'm going to clear off the table. I'm going to make sure Oso's still watching. I'll show him the Kiss posters for a bundle. I'm going to go through all this stuff. I'm going to condense this. Even if I stopped right now, I couldn't go home and go to sleep. I've got to make the videos for the morning and clean up. We're probably done with vinyl, though. We're probably done with vinyl, but let me clear off this table. We'll probably take it till 1 a.m. for a recap. We're done with vinyl. I'm going to show all this stuff again. And don't forget, I've got y'all tomorrow and then Thursday. And then I'm not going to be here Friday and Saturday. So I'm going to try to get reset and rested where we can have some epic shows Wednesday and Thursday. Paul's going to be here Friday and Saturday. And I know nothing's going on Sunday. And it's that time of the year we're trying to move merchandise, okay? So first thing, I'll start with the most recent. I'm going to show some of this gold. The stuff I've shown and silver, I'm going to put it away so the next time we actually have a coin show, I'll have all this separate and I'll know what I've shown and what we've sold, and I can go ahead and sell more, okay? So we'll start with the most recent SpongeBob gold. 1 gram Perth Mint colorized SpongeBob, $400. SpongeBob, $400. It's a 1 gram. It's colorized. Very, very cool. I love these. Okay. He is $425. There's only one no bid. Let's jump over to vinyl one more time, though. Can we sell the Cockney Rejects? One more left. It was a buy it now for $35. I will entertain a fair offer. $35 on Cockney Rejects. Okay. Elvis stamps. $5 a piece. An original Elvis stamp, first day issue, $5 a piece. If you buy all of them that's left, $3 a piece. I'll get them down to $3 if you buy the rest. I'll show that in just a second. Okay, the coin, Danny just asked about that. So this is a 2025 West Point Silver Eagle. It is got a laser engraved privy. So it has a West Point mint, and then it has a privy mark that's laser engraved. It also happens to be a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. $425. Now back in the back is quite the cassette collection. All those were $6.99 each. And I was hoping Solarplex Studio was still watching. I might actually go ahead and just tag these for him. And if he changes his mind, that's fine. But this is a heck of a cassette bundle. And he's been buying any leftovers for the longest. He takes them at $4 each. Right now, they're $6.99 if you're buying individually. $6.99 on the cassettes. And that is Grand Funk, Michael Jackson, Bon Jovi, ELO, Steve Miller, Robin Trower, Rap Masters, Kenny Rogers, Shaka Khan, Pete Carr, Carole King, Asia, Bruce Springsteen, Tesla, Heart, ZZ Top, Yes, 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 Amy Grant, Prince, Pointer Sisters, Elton, Cyndi Lauper, Beach Boys, Steve Miller Band, and The Rings. And if you need a certain album, just let me know. 20 on Cockney Rejects. $25 and it's yours. $25, it's yours. Do you think there's enough takers to do a Jerry Garcia and Grateful Dead a lot? No rush. I can probably do Grateful Dead. We'll eventually get to the Grateful Dead lot. Yeah. Okay, then these are really cool gold series. So these are carded 1/1000th gold. Really cool stuff here. We got Zeus. They're 1/1000th gold. We've got Zeus. Tesla was a single. Signs and Down for a Boogie. $6.99 on Tesla. And then Cockney Rejects. Cockney Rejects sold to Victor Guerra for $25. Can I cash in my freaking flyer miles for $400 on the coin? Let me think on it. I'm not up to date on it. Give me a few moments, okay? But first of all, what am I about to do? 25 is good. We have an offer on one of these for $400. I have Michael Jackson Thriller. Okay, Scott wants a copper. Let's go ahead and show those again. So these are 1 ounce Eagle coppers, $5.99 each. Okay, or a price break if you buy 5, they go down to $5. 5 at 5 each. 1 sold to Scott Arnold, and that leaves 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 left. Okay, 9 left. So, like I said, $5.99 if you want 1, 2, 3, 4. They go down at 5 if you buy 5. This is a big dog coin. This is $2,500. A 2025 Mexico 5-ounce silver Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. $2,500. $2,500. Okay? That is available. Big one there. Danny, I hadn't forgot about you. Let me see if I can find... I wish I had... Tanner priced everything. Sometimes we have the cost written down. And... I bet I can find this, though. I'll have to search through some emails right quick. Thank God for keywords, where you can search emails for keywords. Whew. And spreadsheets. Technology. Did my Wi-Fi just stop? And then I see Paul Brothers' offer. What was we at on that? 5. It was 170. Let me think on that. Wait 1 second. Why isn't my chat working or my email working? Let me turn off my Wi-Fi. It's still not loading. All right, let me close out all my apps. Doing a lot of deals all of a sudden. Okay, let me open this back up. Let me search Silver Eagle Real Money. I need to review all these prices. If I could look through a price sheet one time, I could memorize them. memorize them. Yeah, I can't search. It pulls up, like I search and I click on the email, it's just a blank screen. It's so bizarre. It's just a blank screen. Red Cave Collections takes Michael Jackson Thriller. Let me pull that before I forget. Okay. All right. This is sold to Red Cave Collections for $6.99. And yeah, it's not going to work. I bet I could do this, though. Hold on one second. Come on, Jet. Climb on the back. And Jet. Okay, Google Docs. Found it. All right. What? Sign into Google Drive. Okay, pass. I'll just look at the screenshots. I'm copying and pasting all this information in my brain right now. First day issue, friends. Johnson. Quick timeout on the show, because I'm about to show some other stuff and I need to know the cost. Anyways, 2000. I finally found my document. First time I'm even looking at what I paid for all this stuff. Great Britain, Samoa, Mexico, Ascension, Steamboat Willie, Barbados. Some of the stuff I hadn't shown yet. There must be more somewhere else. Now you, Ghana, France, Barbados, South Africa, Iron Man, Silver Crescent, Samoa, Libertad, Earth, Barbados. Okay, I found it. Danny, I've got bad news. I gotta have $425. Now you know you are a frequent flyer. Sorry, I just went through about 5 pages of spreadsheets. I have to have $425 right now. First night, I'm looking at my cost. Not ever been through a coin sale. I gotta stay at $425. Okay. Could it change later? Based on this line item, probably not going to have much of a change, but $425. Okay. Now, the bundle deal is sold to Paul Brothers for $500. I think I've got them all laying right over here, and this is sold to Paul Brothers. Now, I've already got them over here on a table together. I'm taking your offer. When the show started, I took them and put them all on this table just in case you end up buying it tonight. And I was right, and I'm glad I did. Paul Brothers on the bundle deal. This is sold to Paul Brothers, $500. He's coming to pick them up, and we're going to sell them. So I got 2 things to do. I got to thank Paul Brothers, and I also got to blow the air horn. I love blowing the air horn at like 1 a.m. You know why? Because some of the people are paying attention right now, and they're about to cut down their volume, and they're about to say, oh gosh, he's about to blow the air horn. I better adjust my volume. Some people are asleep right now, and they're about to get woke up big time. I'm putting on my headgear, and we owe Paul Brothers a big thank you. and we're blowing the air horn right now. Here it goes. Thank you, Paul Brothers. 5, 3, 1. Let's see how many people fell off their couch right then. I wish I had cameras on everybody. All right, more gold. This is 1/1000th gold, American flag, and Benjamin Franklin. American flag and Benjamin Franklin. There's more PC stuff. There's more PC stuff, okay? And I might can show a few more tonight. I have these, Day of the Dead. Yeah. Dia dos los Muertos. Day of the Dead. I think those are really cool. I've got 2 and I've got 1 that's been popped loose. I got to fix it later. But those are Day of the Dead. $45 on those. More 10th ounce gold. And here's the last 10th ounce gold. UFO. Looks like you unidentified flying saucer. Okay? So that's my 10th ounce gold. Day of the Dead, the American flag / Benjamin Franklin, Zeus, UFO, and we sold out of a couple earlier. I still got Steamboat Willie. Steamboat Willie, the original Disney cartoon. Steamboat Willie. The reason you see a lot of Steamboat Willie stuff, that is now officially in public domain. So even though that's Disney, a brand as big and protected as Disney, evidently Steamboat Willie has now surpassed the 100-year copyright law. So you can make anything you want Steamboat Willie and you don't have to pay Disney. Isn't that crazy? That's what I understand. Even though it's a copyrighted thing like Mickey Mouse, an icon, it's now in public domain. So that's why you see a lot of Steamboat Willie stuff. It's like you can make it and you don't have to pay licensing on it. That's what I understand. So I've been seeing coins and shirts and all kinds of stuff with Steamboat Willie on it. So, and Popeye, yeah. Well, that's why there's so much Popeye gold coins and silver, all kinds of stuff. Fox Digital wants a UFO. You got it, $45. Okay. That's sold. And here's the other cassettes. The other cassettes were ZZ Top, Aerosmith, The Beatles, Glenn Campbell, Taking It to the Limit compilation, Luther Vandross, Cream, Ricky Lee Jones, Hot Tuna, Kenny Rogers, Paul McCartney, which is Band on the Run, Whitesnake, Ramones, and Jefferson Airplane. Okay, now here is probably some of the most popular bullion tonight. This is the cheapest 1 ounce silver I have. $67 for the Johnson Matthey 1 ounce bullion rounds. $67. Okay? $67 on those. $67 on those. That's 1 ounce bullion, Johnson Matthey. Here's my other reverse proof. So we got 2 of those. Reverse proof, 2,500. They only made 600 of these, by the way. Libertads are very expensive. Libertad stuff is very expensive when it gets limited edition. Hot Tuna sold to George Burleson for $6.99. These are pretty cool. American flag gold. All the fractional gold that I have left is $45. $45 on those. I'll do, how many of these do I have left? $45. How many of these do I have left? I got like 6 left. Okay, and then this is the 2026 Britianus. 2026 brand new Britianus. Those are $70. That's what I have left in these. I think we started with 15. That's what I have left in those. And I had copper I got to get more spacemen out. There's 2 5-ounce copper rounds that are killer. These are $22 each. $22 each. There's 2 different options tonight. Here's the first one. Which hot tuna? Oh, it's Hot Tuna by Hot Tuna, self-titled. My bad, George. And it's a pretty interesting label. Hot Tuna, self-titled. I jumped the gun there. Here is the Spaceman copper. Colorized, 5-ounce copper, $22. Okay. And then I have Love Thy Farmer. Farmer, the backbone of America. Love Thy Farmer, also colorized and really cool etched on the back. 5 odporious ounces. Life is better on the farm. So the farmer is 22 and the astronaut's 22. Okay. The color changing Black Sabbath light is $59.99. Now it changes colors. It also changes patterns, so it'll do different things. And you can also sync it to your music. So when you're listening to Sweet Leaf, it will flash. It will go ron don 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 don. Won't you listen? Oso Adventure wants space copper for 22. I've got more space copper. I actually have a whole box of them, and I've got plenty of farmers. Aaron Judge, a New York Yankee. Let me go ahead and get this out so we can look at it. Aaron Judge is $125. No doubt, probably going to be a Hall of Famer one day. This is a 1-ounce chibi. They made 10,000 of them. They made 1,000. They made 2,000 of these. How do you open Aaron here? Oh, he's sealed. Okay, never mind. We'll leave that on there. But he's a little 1-ounce, thing like this. And there's evidently a chase, but you have to open it to find out. So that's a chibi 1-ounce, and Aaron Judge is $125. $125 for Aaron Judge. I already have hot tuna. No problem. $125 for Aaron Judge. Okay. And yes, Black Sabbath's $59.99. We have been selling, we have those for different bands. Here's some other stuff I showed tonight. These are also fractional gold for $45. Okay. Fractional gold. Silent Night, Holy Night. Once again, 1/1000th gold. $45. Christmas Nativity. Some people give out Christmas silver. Christmas silver was $70 an ounce this year. You can give them gold for cheaper. It's a lot less fractional amount, but still, people have been giving out Christmas silver. What if you gave everybody Christmas gold and it would be more affordable? $45. Think about it. Yeah, I love chibis. I kept a few. We bought a bunch, and sometimes some of them we had trouble selling, and I ended up keeping a bunch, okay? And then over here we had, I bought a farmer and a NASA around earlier. I'll buy 3 more farmers at $20 each. You got it. 1, 2, 3, okay? Those are sold to him. Danny Thomason, $20 each. Scott, I was trying to keep, I didn't want to start trying to sell any of those games individually, because if I would have done that, I would have had Paul look them up and price them individually. So I apologize, but I was wanting to keep them as a bundle, a lot less labor and stuff. But yeah, because I'm trying to clear out some stuff that I know we're never going to have time to get to. And I figured, well, if I can sell them as a bundle, but I was worried if I started breaking them up, it would distract from the bundle, so because they're kind of unfiltered, they hadn't really been gone through. Now, for Paul and Scott, I don't know if y'all want to get to it tonight. I do have a whole nother box over here. And I was going to include in this bundle, especially if Paul bought it, all the manuals, because there's a bunch of strategy guides and manuals, right? Strategy guide and manuals. There's a bunch of those. Strategy guide and manuals. So that's going to be part of the next bundle. I think I might price out the games and then just put all the manuals and bundle in there. So, okay, there's that. And then there's a few more new things I hadn't got to. Whoa, I forgot about these. We sold one of these tonight. I think Paul bought one. There's one more. Star Wars Dark Vader. These are $100. Star Wars is $100. Those are 1 ounce colorized bars. Here's the exact details. Star Wars The Golden Dawn of Skywalker. The Golden Dawn of Skywalker. Dark Side 1 ounce silver colorized art bars. We sold one. There's 2 left. And then this is pretty dang cool. These are $22. I should have been showing these. Why? I don't know, but I should have been showing these to, I should have been showing these when I was showing the other copper. Here's the other copper option. It's a colorized, same price. Where's my cheat sheet? F22 Raptor, 1 ounce die cut copper, $22. F22 Raptor. That's pretty cool. Look at that. One day, they're going to let me get in one of those and fly it. That's like a dream. I don't know if I even want behind the controls. I just want to get in one and be like, give me everything you got. I want to go fast. Probably never happen unless I get involved in government somehow. But those are $22 as well. And then I'll probably pass out and vomit. Whoa, whoa. All right, a few more things and we've hit the 1 o'clock mark on the button. $425. DC Comics 2025 1 ounce silver medal. NGC first day of issue. DC Comics 2025 1 ounce silver medal Superman first day of issue MS70 matte finish. Wow. What a beautiful coin. $425. DC Comics 2025 1 ounce silver medal. First day of issue. MS70 perfect grade. Superman custom label. Perfect. $425. Paul Brothers wants a Silent Night piece. Sold to Paul Brothers for $45. Now, I was going to offer, when Oso asked the price on the American flags, anything that I've got 5 of left in the 1 ounce gold or 10th ounce gold, whether it be UFOs or any combination, what's left, so starting 5 new ones, if you want any combination of 5, I'll get them down to $40 a piece. So if you buy 2 UFOs and 2 flags and 1 Zeus, $40 a piece. If you buy, the Nativity is 45 firm, okay? I was told those are 45 firm, but so if you want a Steamboat Willie, a Day of the Dead, a Zeus, a UFO, and a flag, if you buy 5 right now, $40 a piece, or 5 flags, or 3 FOs, and 2 Day of the Deads. You get what I'm saying. I'll get them down to $40 a piece. So Zeus, you know, that'd be a $25 discount. That's coming off quite a bit for fractional gold, but we might can go ahead and sell a bunch of them right now. But think about it. Let me see what's left over here on the cart that I have. Here's some more that'll be part of that deal. Here's another fractional gold I hadn't shown. These are, it looks like the Libertad Angel of Independence statue from Mexico. So Nayu, that's another fractional gold. Angel of Independence. Okay. So that's part of the deal. So, all right. So you want 5 flags. Is that right, Oso? You want 5 of the flags. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to leave one of those, I think. Yep. I think he wants 5 flags at $40 each. And the flip looks like a $100 bill. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are sold to Oso for $200. Okay, and then Paul Brothers wants 1 Steamboat Willie. That's sold to him for $45. You got it. How much does it cost? I'll buy it. The time is all we've got. I'll try it. 1 each. Okay, so you want... wait a minute. I think he's saying he wants 1 of each. Okay, let me get you a good combination then. There's your flag. That way I don't have to break those up anymore. Okay. All right, so let me make sure you want 1 American flag, 1 Steamboat Willie, 1 UFO, 1 Day of the Dead, 1 Zeus, 1 of the Mexico Libertad Statue of Independence, right? So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ones there. Let me make sure. And of course, Nativity, I got to keep those at $45 in case you want one of those, but that one's got to stay at $45. All right, let me figure out what these little tubes are. Here's some small little fractional silver, it looks like. All right, these are 1/4 ounce Britannias for $30. 2016 1/4 ounce Great Britain Britannias. Cool. So 1/4 ounce Britannias for $30. Some people like the little fractional stuff. They do carry more of a premium per ounce for sure. The smaller it gets, the more per ounce. But that's pretty cool. A 1/4 ounce Britannia for $30. And I actually have a whole roll of them right from the mint. The Day of the Dead, it looks like I'm going to have 1, maybe 2 left. Dia de los Muertos. Dia de los Muertos. Day of the Dead. It looks like a skeleton head. 1 1,000th gold, 9999. Okay. But I think Oso does want 1 each. I'm going to make sure. Yeah, the Superman is a pretty expensive coin right now. When we got pinged about these, Paul, they reached out. They reached out and said, y'all might want to reserve some of these. And I think we were able to get 3. So, yeah, I know it's just 1 ounce. It carries quite a bit of premium, though. You mentioned 5 different golds. 1 flag, 1 steam UFO, and 2 Day of the Dead. Okay, so yeah, well, there's Zeus, too. There's Zeus as well. There's Zeus, there's an American flag, Zeus, Steamboat Willie, a UFO, a Day of the Dead, and a Mexican Libertad. So there's actually 6 different ones. But if you want any 5 or however you want it. Price break on the 1/4. Luckily, I still got my spreadsheets pulled up here. Nope, not there. Let me see what I can find out on these. Um, 18. It would be like a quarter, Danny Thomason, 1775. Yeah, 1775. I think there's 19. Is that how many that just said? I think there's 19 if you count both rolls. Let me count this one and see what's in here. Yeah, it'd just be very little. Some of the stuff we're at like 2 at our asking price. We're at like $2.75 net per coin profit before we have to pay fees on a credit card. So yeah, we have to be extremely careful. Some things I've got maybe a lot of room on. Some things we order and I mess up when we reserve it, and I'm like, crap. This is 1/4 ounce, right? Yeah. We got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 8. Yeah, I got 19. I think I'm looking at the right line item here. I hope. Or maybe I hope I'm not. Because that means we're pretty tight on these. But these are... Wait a minute. Yeah, these are 30 each. So let me rethink what I just said. These are 30 each, right? Yes. Okay, these are 30 each. Hold on one second. Actually, hold on one second. 30 each. What did I say? Okay, I think I'm looking at the wrong thing. I am. Okay. So there's 19 in here. I had the right change, I think. $28.75. $30. Yeah, 28. If you buy 19, $28 each. Yeah. Yeah, these were 30. I'm looking at these over here. I've got another one. So that's 1/4 ounce, right? I also have a 1/10 ounce, okay? 1/10 ounce silver. That's what I was looking at, 1775, okay? 1775, that's the price break if you buy all these. That's 1/10 ounce silver. Those are 2026 Britianas. I was looking at 1/10 ounce when I said 1775. These are 1/4 ounce, $28 a piece, $30 individually. So over here, 1/4 ounce, 30 individually, 28 if you buy all. 1/10 ounce silver, same thing, Britianas, 18 or 1775 each if you buy them all. Oso Adventure on the gold wants 1 flag, 1 Steamboat Willie, 1 UFO, and the last 2 Day of the Deads. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and a UFO, and both Day of the Deads. So put him down 5 for $200 here. Thank you, Mr. Oso. All right, so 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are also to him. All right, chipping away at the 1/1000th gold. Cassettes and gold stacked right next to each other. Hey. Woo. Okay, anybody else? I was going to stop at 1 and finish recapping. And, of course, I keep bringing out new stuff. I got 2 melt. Let me give you a price on these. I got 2 coins here at melt. Stand by. I'm going to tell you the number to comment. First person to comment the number. Okay. These are $46. 1917 Walk in Liberty. 1917 Walk in Liberty and 1952 Franklin half. $46 for both of them. Melt on these right now are $22.20. Melt on these right now are $22.20. $23 each, just 80 cents over melt. How many Copper Eagles? 9 Copper Eagles remain. 45 for the last 9. Danny Thomason gets these 46. What other signatures do you have available to show at the moment? Signatures for sale, autographs. A lot. We probably have over 1,500 autographs in stock. I'd say 1,000 of them have never been shown or gone through. I got Ozzy. I've got Paul McCartney, John Lennon, George Harrison, another George Harrison, Ringo Starr, another Ringo Starr. I'm working kind of my way down on value. I've got Stevie Nicks. I've got hundreds of Hollywood movie stars. Eminem. I've got Frank Zappa. I've got Kid Rock. I've got all the Shirley Eatons in the world. I've got Captain Beefheart. I've got Joan Crawford. I've got Ward Bond. I got Willie Dixon. I got Errol Flynn. I've got about 24 Neil Youngs. Bill Monroe, Al Jolson. There's the Zappa. Eminem. Don Van Vliet, which is Captain Beefheart. I got too many to show. Probably got a dozen other Bill Monroe signed albums. Yeah, we got a lot. I got Cheap Trick. I got, who's all on eBay? I got a bunch. Oso Adventure gets the last of these. He said, please leave them in the tube. He gets the last 9 copper at 45 each. Last 9 copper at 45 each. That's sold to him. Jet. Zappa is $5.75. Zappa is $5.75. No Sylvester Stallone. No. Actually, I just got an offer on Depeche Mode. Here's all of my active listings on eBay. Like I said, Stevie Nicks, Captain Beefheart, Roger Maris, Clapton, several more Roger Maris, Captain Beefheart, a ton of Neil Youngs, John Prine. They're all personalized to Dale. I don't think I have but just one more John Prine that's not personalized. The Band, those are good ones. The Band, Danko, Hudson, Helm. Those have got a lot of watchers. More Roger Maris, more Neil Young, more John Prines. Zappa. Yeah, Zappa. Zappa is actually on eBay for $1,500. That's what it looks like. So I put stuff on eBay just waiting for the right offer. So most of these autographs on here are probably listed. Some of them are pretty close. Like Eminem is pretty dang close. I mean, this is a $1,200, $1,500 signed poster. just waiting for the right bidder. You know, it takes a long time on some of these. More Neil Young. To Kill a Mockingbird. This is signed by Gregory Peck, Brock Peters, and Harper Lee. So it's a display cut. Gregory Peck, Harper Lee, and Brock Peters. The Kill a Mockingbird's cast. Neil Young, Gene Clark, Roger McGuinn, Bill Monroe, another Bill Monroe, 3 more Bill Monroes, Gene Clark, more Bill Monroes, more Neil Young, Willie Dixon, Kid Rock, Gunfight at the OK Corral. Gunfight at the OK Corral has a multicast display. Kurt Douglas, Burt Lancaster, Rhonda Fleming, DeForest Kelly from Star Trek, Willie Dixon, Harry Carey, Bill Monroe, Cheap Trick. Really cool item here, Cheap Trick. Fully signed original lineup. The bands are $1,500, and that's pretty close. Bad Day at Back Rock, that's with Spencer Tracy. Errol Flynn is $5.99. Eddie Rickenbacker, Al Jolson, Ward Bond, Joan Crawford, Gene Kelly, John Denver. I got an offer on Depeche Mode a moment ago. Bill Monroe. And now we're getting into kind of lesser stuff. Earl Scruggs, Duncan Ronaldo, Tammy Wynette, Buddy Guy, Hank Ballard, Tom Selleck, Butterfly McQueen from Gone with the Wind, James Stewart, Soup Nazi, Dale Reeves. I have about 500 more. John Prines, any one of them, $575. I'm sold out of Dale Earnhardt. Any John Prine that's personalized, $575. They all come with full letters. There's even one that's not personalized. I would do it for the same price because it's signed on the back. There's one that's not made out the Dale, but it's signed on the back. Let me see if I can find that one. Yeah, the bands are $1,500. Is this it? Nope, that one's signed too. Which one's signed on the back? It's not personalized. Do I have it listed for more? I mean, I got them on eBay for $1,500 or best offer. Brent Midland sold on eBay, yeah. Brent Midland. I think we got pretty good money for that on here. Where's the John Prine that's... did I sell it? Somebody might have bought it. I got 3 signed by the band. You know what? We might have sold that one that's signed on the back. I can't remember. Let's see. All right, there's Live Rust. That's a good one. I can't believe no one's bought this. That's awesome. Signed by Neil Young. Yeah, so that gives you an idea of what they look like. Like that one's pretty cool here. Thanks, Dale, John Prine. But, you know, for those that know about my acquisition with the Dale Pittsburgh collection, that's pretty good provenance because you know for sure where this thing came from. I mean, it's JSA and everything, but still, like, this like keeps you well rested at night, not knowing you don't have a forgery. Obviously, it's 100% JSA, but we know where this came from, Dale's Pittsburgh collection. So, and I think some of these, I explained that in the description, maybe. Yeah, I explained, you know, like, hey, we know where these came from, but that doesn't really matter in the autograph world. It matters who's looking at it and if they think it's real or not. Where's the one signed on the back? I could have swore there's one I had left that just said John Prine, but it was signed on the back cover. You know, I might have sold it because I think at one time I had about 15, and I might have sold it and didn't even realize it. Or it's mixed in here with all my others. So. Oh, yeah, there's a lot less John Prine than Waylon. So, yeah, he's just a rare signature. Waylon's obviously a bigger superstar, but John Prine, well-known name, but a lot less autographs. Probably Waylon signing a lot more, being a superstar. John Prine signing a lot less. And also on an album jacket. That's the thing. Like, you might find a press photo or a cut, but the fact that these are on album jackets are as you know, is a premium. Yeah. Hey, Jimmy Buffett's, who would have thought? I mean, of course, we all know Jimmy Buffett, but a Jimmy Buffett signed album is like $4,000. We were talking about that last night when I found the signed poster. I mean, you're getting up there with like Paul McCartney money and who else? George Harrison, a signed George Harrison. It'd be more than that, but still, that's some pretty serious money for somebody who lived a pretty good way, a pretty good length of time, and probably. But from what I understand, he wasn't. I don't know a lot about Jimmy Buffett's biography, his life, but evidently, you know, he wasn't out in the stardom too much. I guess he spent a lot of time on the beach. He's kind of hard to reach, right? I think he would just record, and he didn't really go out too much. So, and I don't think he'd really be flocked in public unless people knew where he was at. But if these people find out where they're at, then they're going to get flocked for autographs. I mean, if you could corner, I always use McCartney for an example, but if you could corner Paul McCartney and get him to sign 10 Beatles jackets, you've made about $50,000. I mean, just think about that. It's insane. If you can get him to sign about 10 Sgt. Peppers, and he could just scribble his name on there, get a good, nice Paul McCartney at the top of a Sgt. Peppers, and that's $50,000. So, I mean, I would pay $5,000 for one right now because you can't get them for that. They start on eBay for about $10,000. A lot of people ask $15,000 for them. You might find one for $7,000, $9,000, but it might be faded or personalized or something like that. So that's why these autograph seekers are just crazy when they find somebody like him in public. They just freak out. They can make a pretty good week's pay getting one album signed. But I think people know guys like him don't sign. A lot of people don't. James Hetfield, Metallica. If you check online, you'll be seeing less and less and higher prices. He's pretty much really cut back on signing unless it's something exclusive or something through the website or a giveaway or something like that. Hetfield. I think they try to get the word out there because they just letting people know, hey, if you walk up to me, I'm not signing. I will. Right here. Ready? $9.99. Does anybody have any last request? I said I was going to stop at 1. Now we've taken it to 1:30. Anybody else out there have anything to say or anything more importantly to buy? Here, I'll give you a better one. Let me find a good flat surface here. This is a Chad Williams cut. You can frame it with a photo. It's hard to sign with this. Realistically, it's like this. That's about how I sign. Not too pretty. That one's the closest. That's about what I look, or this one here, actually. That's pretty close, honestly. Okay. When I'm president, you'll be wishing you'd bought these. All right. Anybody else? Can't believe no one bought my autograph. Unbelievable. But Danny, we're going to have a big autograph sale one night. I'm going to have stuff on sale, and I'm going to be bringing out new stuff. Like, I got some high-end stuff I've had for maybe a year, 2 years, 3 years. And then I've got recent stuff that's never been shown. I'm going to try to do some deals, and it will all be fairly priced, okay? Symbol for Prince. Where's a pen at? This marker's hard to... Well, if anybody's ever bought a signed Pablo Cruz, you've got my autograph. No, Jim B, you missed out on making a lot of money on those. Let's see here. There we go. That's more like it. I've been signing like that for a long time. It gets my Z for my middle name. I don't think I have any Marty Robbins. I don't think I have any Don Williams left. Yeah, that's a better one. You can kind of make out some of the characters. Sign Dead members. No, Grateful Dead's tough. No Grateful Dead. I got some fakes. I got a fully signed American Beauty that's fake. I got a fake Jerry Garcia photo. And I had a fake Bob Weir. I still have them, but I got to destroy them. I got to scribble them out so we can sell the albums. But they're bad. The Jerry Garcia photo will have to go through the shredder, unfortunately. Yeah, I knew one was pretty good. They were talking about it after I sold it. They was like, that was a $200-300 one. And I was like, well, I put these up at the wrong time. Jim B wasn't watching to bid them up. So, you snooze, you lose. Sorry I'm chewing on beef jerky, but I'm extremely hungry. I'm still talking to y'all, and I was already supposed to be at home going to bed. No Merle Haggard, no Coe, no Blaze Foley, no. Boy, Blaze Foley, I bet that's hard to find. Blaze Foley. He died in... Yeah, I bet that's hard to find. My gosh. Kind of a lesser-known guy. He died at age 39. Yeah, I bet that's tough to find. Yeah, you can buy fake Grateful Deads on eBay. They're rampant on there. Oh, my gosh. They are absolutely... There is so many fake Grateful Dead. And who else? Van Halen. I got a couple customers want some Van Halens, and, you know, I get on eBay to check prices because when other dealers reach out to me, and then I tell somebody Eddie Van Halen's $1,500, they're like, there's signed photos on eBay for $299, and I'm like, no, those are fake. There's a reason why they're $299. They're fake. Let's see, right here. Eddie Van Halen, signed photo. That's a forgery. Eddie Van Halen signed photo. That's a forgery? That might be real. Yeah, it's on the cut card. But see, when you get something like that, it's like, well, what are you going to do with that? You have to frame it with something like this. But most of these signed photos you see are usually fake. Yeah, that's a more realistic price. A signed slab photo is about $1,000. A signed album jacket's $2,000 or $3,000. So, if you want to buy it and not know you're getting screwed, a real photo is about $1,000. And a signed album's $2,000 or $3,000. That's about the going rate for Eddie Van Halen. I've got some customers that's been asking, and I know, but I'll have somebody reach out and be like, I've got a signed Diver Down for, they'll say $2,200. You might can get $3,000 for it. And I'm like, man, that's a lot. That's a lot of money put out to hopefully get top dollar for it. So, all right. I'm in the feed. I'm so hungry and very sleepy. See y'all tomorrow. If I can get out of here when I want to, we're going to start a lot closer to 5 o'clock tomorrow. If I can get out of here when I want to. That's the key word. If I can get out of here when I want to. That's going to be the challenge. Or get to sleep when I want to. So, signed photo. Well, every once in a while, somebody might just list something on eBay. So one more thing. So I've seen people list stuff on eBay that's real, but they don't know really what they're doing. And when that happens, you'll see a lot of bids. So if you ever see like a signed Grateful Dead photo and it has 12 bids and it's already at $1,400, then it's probably real. Because that means somebody has listed it. Somebody has listed it on eBay. It's real, and the dealers and authenticators are on there, and they see that it's real, and they're bidding it up to try to grab it because it's something worth $5,000 or $7,000. So they might can snatch it because it doesn't have COA, then get it authenticated, and they can double or triple their money. So every once in a while, if you're on eBay, you'll see something like, I saw a Metallica album on the other day, and it had dozens and dozens of bids. It was already up into the thousands, and I was like, "Oh yeah, this is real." Somebody got a good deal because it didn't have a COA, but now whoever got it, they can get a COA with it and probably double their money. But that's the risk you take on there. So if you're just a casual collector and you don't have a lot of resources, no one's buying anything unless it's legitimately 100% passed by JSA Beckett or there's a couple other companies that I would maybe be okay with, but nothing on anything expensive. There's a couple authenticator companies, Autograph COA. They're good if you're just doing like Witness or they do smaller, but I would never spend in the thousands on something unless it had 1 or 2 letters with it. Like now with Aussie stuff, you don't want to buy Aussie unless it's Beckett or JSA or PSA. There's probably a forger out there right now trying to scribble on a jacket to make it look good. However they do that, I don't know how they do it. They got to have a lot of practice because some of those look pretty dang good, but it don't fool the experts. All right. Good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Be careful buying autographs. Buy with Collectco and buy with confidence. That's what I'll leave you with. Buy with Collectco and you'll buy with confidence. I don't touch anything unless I know it's good. I'm a collector myself. So I'm probably been focused more on autographs this year than anything else as far as collecting and studying. This has been the year of autographs for me. and last year. That's what kicked me into it. So I've learned a lot. I've had fakes. I've had reels. I know the procedures, and I've got a lot of contacts. I've got great contacts now in the business. So we can handle high-end stuff. Beatles, Metallica, Dead, Jimi Hendrix if you got one, Janis Joplin, Dylan. Still got people wanting a signed Dylan album. Very